891 to 181. I found Jesus.
You found Jesus? Just if it's a local, just go to Muddy.
Okay.
You waited so long, stop debating, because I'm back. I'm on the rag and ovulating. I know that you've got a job, Miss Cheney, but your husband's out problems complicating. The FCC won't let me be or let me be me, so let me see. They tried to shut me down on MTV, but it feels so empty without me. So come on and dip, bum on your lips, fuck that, come on your lips and some on your tits, get ready, because this shit's about to get heavy. I just settled on my lawsuits. Fuck you, Debbie.
I wouldn't recommend getting down that way in the future.
26-1.
You want to wait? You want to
analyzing?
Wait. So you might be switching teams. Okay. Are you coming to the DOJ as a defender or as a district attorney?
No, I'm not. I'm not coming. The judge just wants me to come.
The judge wants you to come.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think those were his exact words, actually.
Hang on. Can I get you to say that one more time for me?
Yeah, the judge wants me.
This is stupid, chat. I shouldn't do this, chat. Are we doing it? Oh shit, and he makes it!
Shield build now, apparently, because I'm just stacking armor.
That's good. You unlock a character by getting 40 block in a round.
Yeah.
It's
Good
Benny
stuff,
the beaver.
Yep.
It's the only character who isn't a rabbit. No, don't do that. That kills. Don't kill people, Dave. That... Yo!
What?
Yo! Let's fucking go! Yeah.
Can I bother you for a band-aid?
Sure.
I didn't fall from as high, but, you know, these ladders apparently don't like to be grabbed onto when you're trying to go back down. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
I mean, I don't want people yanking on... Holy shit!
Oh my god.
You're being a public nuisance. Stop it. Bad piggy. Good boy. I can't believe that worked.
10%, 15%, it's a fair tip.
I can smother him in his own cake. Hang on.
Are to die. Shit. No! Oh my god, help! Help! Oh my god! Help! Help!
Okay. This is fine. Everything's fine. Not the alien! Fuck! Who aliened me?
He's now gone berserk mode. Well, guess what I have? Drugs. Here's 3 more arrows right up your butthole.
Guess what I have? Drugs. You know what? This and that aren't words that help. I need 1 box of that. Okay. Nope. What? The fuck? I look forward to doing business with you in the future.
All right, There's so much. Gotta get going.
All right. Have a great day.
All right, love. I mean, oh shit.
Oh, and take my vest off.
Follow me.
Are they getting naked and going into the? What the fuck are they
Oh
doing?
my god, what the fuck is that?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Alright.
Bite the pillow. I'm coming in dry.
Oh Jesus! He said, "Bite the pillow. I'm coming in dry." Chat. What have I gotten myself into?
Oh boy.
Feel it on my
Wow.
fucking gold.
Oh god. It got so much worse.
You put the stars to shame. Let's sit here another while. I want to drink you in.
You gotta drink me in, man. Yeah. Holy shit.
The kids are
I probably shouldn't go around asking people if they want to step in my shower. For me. All right, I beep borped my flim flam.
You what? Huh?
I'm back.
What? Oh.
I'm back. Well, lightning there. I think I'm gonna go try to get me one of them high school educations. I'm gonna kick.
Okay, kick. I shot him, right?
I thought you did.
I thought I did too.
My bad.
Can we start over?
Okay. I'm in a pot.
Nice.
Oompa loompa doompa dee doo. I've got another puzzle for you. Oompa loompa doompa dee die. If you are smart, you'll not words and shit. And if you have an old dick, you know what to do. What the fuck are you? Fucking, is this Cthulhu and the Devil's Love Child? What the fuck? Yeah, don't hurt my house. That's my fucking house. Hi, kids. Do you like violence? You want to see me stick 9-inch nails to reach one of my eyelids? Want to copy me and do exactly like I did? $891 to $181. I found Jesus.
You found Jesus? Just if it's a local, just go to Muddy.
Okay. Damn. What the fuck?
Don't let your kids watch.
The fuck is this? God, you killed me. That's actually a sound. Motherfucker, I thought I died while I was AFK. Oh shit. Well, so if you're married, you get tax breaks on like property ownership.
Yeah. You got any kids with this gorilla?
Oh fuck no.
Oh. So you would get more money in your tax return if you had kids.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna fuck a gorilla.
Well, you married a gorilla for tax reasons. So why not just go all the way?
Cause I don't want to fuck a gorilla.
I'll let you lick my gumdrop buttons. Not the gumdrop buttons! You wanna taste this booty?
No. There's no booty there. Here is. What
Eat
are
it
you-
like
what are you-
groceries.
Oh.
Yes, holy shit!
Where the fuck did you come from?
his character's move is arguably OP. It's the tornado bitch.
I'm hoping.
I have no more questions. Does my co-counsel have any questions?
Yes. Hey, Officer Sanchez.
Hello. 1 second. Forgive me.
It's all good, don't worry.
What the shit just happened?
AFK.
There is an immortal chicken at my base.
Yeah, you could blame Foul.
Oh, I don't think he understands that I can remove the immortality.
You okay?
What the fuck are you? Fucking, is this Cthulhu and the Devil's Love Child? What the fuck? Yeah, don't hurt my house. That's my fucking house. I probably shouldn't go around asking people if they want to step in my shower. There is an immortal chicken at my base.
Yeah, you could blame Foul.
Oh, I don't think he understands that I can remove the immortality.
You okay?
All the fuck over the nether?
Like, I have another right ingot right now. Jesus fuck!
I was expecting to send the zombie, not you. Hi, kids. Do you like violence? You want to see me stick 9-inch nails through each one of my eyelids? Want to copy me and do exactly like I did? I've never noticed it before, but this is a penis. Behold. Welcome, pteranodons, terrestrials, and arachnids. I am your extra spatial overlord, Dave. And on Saturdays, we go to temple. To explain, we're playing Cubic Odyssey, and I have flown to the next closest system with a fucking temple on it so we can finally advance our main quest. That being said, I am joined in chat, as usual at this point, I had imagined, have come to expect it, by our good friend Ricky. We did do a little bit of grinding last night, and we threw the rest of the base on Cube, which, man, I was so pissed when Revenge of the Savage Planet just decided it wasn't gonna fucking work last night.
Yeah, I was shocked because like as soon as you guys were like, okay, we're switching over to Revenge of the Savage Planet, I'm like, cool. I don't want spoilers. I haven't played this. I'm gonna lurk. And then I came back like an hour or two later, and I was like, huh, this doesn't look at all like that.
Yeah, no, it's
Also,
because
Dave's stream is completely wrong. What the fuck
well,
happened?
so my game wouldn't load the save for us in co-op mode. And one of the recommendations was to verify your files or reinstall the game. It's a 12 gig game. I just reinstalled the fucking thing. It took basically no time at all. It took the amount of time to reinstall the game. It took less time to reinstall the game, let's be real, than it took me to make the chicken sandwiches I then proceeded to eat, which were delicious. That's also what I had for lunch today. It's what I made for dinner Friday night, and then for second dinner Friday night, and then today, Saturday, for lunch. Because
Reasonable.
we get the good, like, breaded, like, chicken breast, like, quote unquote patties, right? Throw them sons of bitches in the air fryer, mix myself up a little hot honey, a little mustard barbecue, right? And on the side that the lettuce go on, you put your hot honey, right? Because cool lettuce with spicy honey just hits somehow, right? And I realize most people tongue can't taste the difference between what side of a sandwich something is on, but mine can.
They can't? Is that
Dude,
an autism thing?
It might be an autism thing.
That's frustrating.
But that also explains why most of the famous chefs, when you watch them, are the way they are. Because, let's be real, Josh Shearer, probably on the spectrum. Gordon Ramsay, homie, look, you're super successful because you have a very specific interest that you have cultivated your entire life around. That feels like an on the spectrum thing, brother. I don't know what else to tell you. Other people have, like, other shit they do.
Multiple interests.
Right. You know, but I'm also one of those people who can taste the soap in certain green herbs, like cilantro. So I have that.
Oh,
gene,
that sucks
too.
for you.
Yeah. Yeah, because
That's
I
just
like the
bad.
taste of
That's just
cilantro
the
up
least
until it
helpful
tastes
feature.
like hand soap. Right? All of the parts of it that aren't hand soap, phenomenal. You know what's a good substitute for cilantro in most recipes, though? It doesn't taste the same, but it is equally good and fits in almost every instance you would use cilantro in. Fucking rosemary, bud.
I don't agree with that, but I also can taste cilantro.
You know what? That's mega fair.
The
but
entire
like,
spectrum of cilantro.
Look.
So that might be, I guess, yeah. If you're just going for like the subtle flavor, I don't think I've ever used cilantro to be subtle.
Right, but I don't use rosemary in a way that's subtle. Because
Well,
I
that's
get
what I'm saying. Like if I use rosemary like in a non-subtle way, it doesn't taste at all like cilantro to me. And if I use cilantro,
Oh yeah,
in a
no.
non-subtle
I'm
way,
not saying
sure
it
shit
tastes like
rosemary.
cilantro because I couldn't tell you what cilantro tastes like to normal people. Right? What I'm saying is any recipe that is called for cilantro, I put rosemary in it. Rosemary fits and
Still
is
tastes
good. Yeah. Right? But
That tracks.
to be fair, if you're making like steak tacos, right? And when you stir fry that steak, you throw rosemary in the pan to express all of its oils into that fucking beef. And then you throw some hot chili powder on it and some cumin. And you throw that shit in a steak taco. That's going to be the best fucking street taco you ever had, brother.
Yeah, why the fuck would I be putting cilantro in a steak taco?
Because people do. It's a taco. It needs cilantro, motherfucker.
Incorrect.
It's a taco. It needs cumin.
This is why I don't eat Mexican food in America.
Right. See, it's a taco. It needs cumin. Right? Because
Not even necessarily.
Well, okay, but when people ask me what the fuck is cumin, I said cumin is the reason authentic Mexican restaurants smell that way.
I was going to say cumin is taco seasoning, but well, I mean,
and they're like, wait,
technically-
really? Is that why my tacos don't taste like tacos? I'm like, yeah, that's why your tacos taste like a fucking beef wrap instead of a fucking taco. You left the cumin out.
Yeah, but if you mix cumin and then you add like turmeric, now we are like shifting away from Mexico and going to India.
Correct.
And then you get Indian tacos or like birria or whatever.
Beef birria tacos.
What you gonna
Yes. Oh, which are also delicious, mind you.
Exactly.
But to be fair, there are a lot of similarities between Mexican cuisine and Indian cuisine in profiles, right? Not necessarily in root things, but in like flavor profiles and like fats to like breads ratios.
That probably has something to do with like a worldwide like trade network that may or may not have existed that specifically traded in all of those spices in all of those places with the one empire that had colonies in all of those places and nearby all those places.
Right, Europe and Spain, or not Europe, England and Spain primarily,
England
and
and
the East
Spain.
India Company,
Right.
who was
So there's probably some influence there.
owned by the English and some Spaniards, depending on when it was, if memory serves.
Oh my goodness.
No, the West India
History.
Company was the Spaniards, wasn't it?
Which one had the slaves?
Yes. Welcome to 1400.
I think whichever one had the slaves is the Dutch one.
Wait, was the East India Company Dutch all along? That makes a lot of sense.
No, I think it's the West one that's Dutch. Because you know there was like the West India Trading Company, but it was like Dutch, Danes, Swedes, and then I think France had a war.
France is
trade
always
war.
surrendering to someone, to be fair.
I don't
at war
remember.
with someone. I mispronounce those words sometimes in relation to France because it's accurate.
France mispronounces war.
I'm surprised there's still any color other than white on their flag. I'm just gonna say it like it is.
Listen, I've been trying to give France less shit because Expedition 33 is great, but also win something, please.
I mean, so far
You
they're
gotta be on your
winning
side.
game of the year. Because I love this
So far.
game. I love Cubic Odyssey. Cubic Odyssey.
This game isn't French.
Cubic Odyssey is genre defining, right? Cubic Odyssey will win.
No, it's not.
Or genre reimagining, I will say. Because this is the first game that I've looked at in this style that is as robust as it is, while still being comfort
This
game.
is the first game that I've looked at in this style that's not Minecraft or Roblox, that knows it's not Minecraft or Roblox, that isn't interested in being Minecraft or Roblox, but still plays very similar to Minecraft and Roblox.
But I think that's more to its credit than its detriment, right?
It
Like,
is. I think
this is how people play these games.
This isn't going to be a wild glazing of these two random dudes that made this game. I think this game has more in common with Expedition 33 than any other game that's come out in the past 5 years. Where it has taken something that everybody is already incredibly familiar with, done functionally nothing new except like one or two things, but those one or two things are the two things that everybody has been waiting on and didn't know they were waiting on.
Fair.
And then just did everything else well. Like,
yeah,
everybody plays voxel block building game. It's just voxel block building game. Minecraft didn't have a story for how long before they added Minecraft Dungeons? Or whatever.
Well,
like
and there's
comprehensive
Minecraft Legends
followable
now, which I
storyline.
actually want to play because I really enjoyed Dungeons.
And
I
it's
thought
like,
Dungeons was
they
good.
Added that. This game you can build all this. All the stuff is buildable in the way that you would expect it to be. The one thing about this game that, like, my brain ignored because I guess I just didn't process it at all when I first did it. You know the ship building.
Yep.
You know, you go into your little ship menu and you build all your ship and whatever, and it's a nice, 3D. I was just digging, and then I hit my ship, and then I dug out some parts of my ship, and then I was like, oh, let me put those back. And then I realized I could just build a ship just on the ship with the same block builder as the rest of the thing. It's just in a small block instead of big block, and then I just built my entire ship the way I would build a house, and then I flew away in my house.
You can do that?
Like, yep. And that just feels great.
Yeah,
and
that's
I
how. Look,
lost like 2 hours. Just
that's
why
I
had a house
see.
made-
You
that's why I had a
shouldn't
ship
have
made of
told
dirt,
me
dude.
that, Ricky, because now
That's why I had a ship made of dirt, because I just had a bunch of dirt and I was like, oop, I broke my ship.
see, and I
just
was
grabbed the
imagining
block
you
in my
using
hand was
like
ship
I would
block.
be doing it right now. You using a controller through this stupid little fucking menu,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Nope. Just build the ship and then fly away.
I.
And I'm
Well,
like,
if
that's just good. That's just fucking good.
And that's a
That's
thing
just
that
good.
people who aren't familiar with the genre would just try.
Yep.
But you and I
And it
being
would work.
familiar with the genre, and that's not how shit doesn't work that easily, right? To have it just work is also good.
Yeah. And that's the thing that really, I think that was like the point that I was like, oh, this is a game that other people could have made, but they just wouldn't have. And those are the types of games that always do really, really well. Like, I think Clair Obscur, Square Enix could have easily made that game. They've made games that are basically that game multiple times, but they just wouldn't have made that game just because of who they are as a group now. They just won't do it.
Right.
And Clair Obscur is the game that they wouldn't make. And that's why everyone bought it. Because if you don't make it, and someone else does, they're gonna pay the someone else.
Now,
And,
every
it's a huge
category
risk.
that this game falls in, that Claire Obscure doesn't, it's gonna take. Same with Blueprints, in my opinion.
That's the thing that actually eats me up about this year. I have played, I think, at least 2 hours of every major AAA game release that's come out this year except for Doom.
Which I do still plan on playing, because Doom games...
Which I do still plan on playing.
They're never anything to write home about. They're always a fucking blast.
Yeah.
The music is always good, like...
It looks like fun. I want to play it. I heard there were some launch issues, and also the game came out it's a poor time for me to try and, like, play literally anything.
Yeah, no,
so I'm enjoying,
not
like,
playing
the
Doom on a
chiller,
controller.
Cubic
I know
Odyssey,
better.
And the chiller. I mean, I love playing the games on the controller, but I used to play them on, like, fucking Xbox all the time, so I'm actually, like, familiar with that layout.
See, I am too, but I have always preferred keyboard mouse. But I've been playing, like, I've been a PC gamer since the mid-90s, at the same
Right.
time when I was also playing on a Nintendo 64, right? So, like, there are some things I just prefer keyboard and mouse and always have, right?
Oh yeah, like Cubic Odyssey. Now that I've gotten, like, now that my hands are less swollen and I can actually, like, play it for a couple hours on keyboard and mouse, I've been enjoying that and running around. It's quicker. Like, it's just faster for me to just zip, click, everything. I still really enjoy the controller experience. I love playing it on fucking Steam Deck. I got the gyro controls to work too, so flying, like, in my ship using my Steam Deck as, like, a steering wheel, and then just having, like, the joystick be, like, the throttle, because in space it's a regular throttle, so you push it up, like, however fast you want to go, and then you just don't touch it anymore, and it's fine. So, like, just flying around is fun. And then, of course, like, on the Steam Deck, you've got, like, your touch screen and, like, the pads and whatnot. So if I need to do anything mousy, I can do that. And it's big enough. It's bigger than a Switch, so it's, like, big enough that, like, it's fine, like, for, like, the hands and weight and everything.
Right.
As opposed to, like, the Switch or the Switch Lite, which is, like, it gets feeling kind of cramped after you play it for a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's why even when I'm playing on my Switch by itself, I put out the kickstand and I use my Pro controller. Because my hands are, you know how big my hands are. They're far too big to use those dinky-ass fucking Joy-Cons. That's one of the things I'm actually really excited about with the Switch, too, is the increased size of the Joy-Cons.
I've been confused that why the Nintendo just didn't come out with different sizes of the Joy-Cons. Because they could have.
Because Nintendo dislikes multiple form factors and peripherals. That's why the Switch Lite doesn't have removable Joy-Cons, even though it would have been cheaper to miniaturize the same design than to print a whole new PCB. Because the PCB that is in the Switch Lite extends all the way across to the Joy-Cons. It's all part of the same board, as opposed to it being separate boards that they already had printers for that are smaller than the sizes of those devices anyway. Right?
Right.
But they didn't want you to be able to use other things with the Switch Lite. So they engineered it so that it was only one thing, and I think it's because they dislike doing multiple form factors.
I mean, that's fair. Multiple form factors are a pain to manage, like, at a manufacturing process level. And of course, if there's, like, an issue with one, then you have to update, like, multiple designs.
Well, and they're also big on forward and backward compatibility.
Not for their games.
I mean, it was for their... Wait, what? They brought me a port? Oh, I'm gonna drink it. Oh, nice. I'll probably let you wrap me up then here, probably when I go on break.
Yeah, yeah. But,
I
but yeah, if you want to open, like, I want to try it too.
yeah, I was just handed a 10-year-old port.
All right.
It says dessert wine. But dessert wine is what they call port when they make it and they know Americans are going to buy it in the Midwest.
Yes.
Because when I think of dark dessert wine, I think of port. Oh, yeah, that's why it's port. It is 20% alcohol by volume. Port is a fortified wine that is sweetened. Well, it's not sweetened. They don't ferment it all the way so that it stays sweet. And then they add alcohol to it. Do I have a corkscrew on this multi-tool? I don't think I do. All right, well, I'm going to unwax the top with my... I do have a hook on this. Oh, no, I have... So this isn't a... I mean, it is a seal cutter, but that's razor sharp.
Oh my god. One thing about this damn game. Transferring storage from place to place is way easier in a chest than it is in cargo. My god. Because if you have a chest and you fill the chest up and you want to move it from like your ship to like a base or from ship to ship or anything, you just do it and it moves the whole chest and all the inventories moves. You want to move like a cargo panel, there's no like just pull all from a cargo panel and there's no dump all from your inventory. So you have to manually move every individual item over, which sucks. It sucks.
Sounds like it sucks.
So I don't like that. That's a feature you could change. For sure.
Well, and I'm sure we'll get a lot of quality of life and different strokes for different folks types of shit in updates.
Oh yeah, I am not worried. I know there's other people that are worried, not me.
Oh, okay. You can do that too.
One thing I would very much like is getting an advanced armory and putting it on my ship somehow. I'd love for that to happen.
Yep. Nope. I've thought about that. I need to figure out how to increase cargo space on this ship.
Build better cargo thingy?
You know what? I can't afford to do that because the next cargo upgrade for this requires glowing ores.
Oh.
Yeah, the Mark II cargo requires glowing ores, 50 of them.
I have a Mark V Titan class cargo.
How?
That is 360 inventory spaces.
Okay, but how do you have that?
I got a bigger ship. Because the limits of shippity craftity by tier are different for class. So if I go to my Scout class Mark IV is... What was my cap on that? Microprocessors, you needed 64 microprocessors to make a Mark IV, and that gives you 90 inventory space. But an Interceptor Mark IV Interceptor Mark III uses no microprocessors, only motherboards, but it gives you 90. So it's the same space, but it's a tier less for the Interceptor. So I went to the biggest one I could get, which was the Interceptor.
Yeah, because it just went in.
Interceptor Mark IV, which was 135. So that was like my cap of 135. I found bigger ship, Titan ship had the Mark V shit in it already.
Oh damn, you lucky son of a bitch.
So that was just beefy beefsteak storage and 7 fitted slots, which is literally all I needed for an energy station and every crafting thing that I have.
See, and that's
except
what
obviously the ship
that's where
one.
I want to get, but I desperately need more storage for that to happen.
But yeah, that I'm at the point where I'm like, I'm still funny enough, after Zach told me where the system was, I had to jump 4 systems to get to Nodwell or whatever the fuck. What system am I in? Hold on. Nodler. I had to jump 4 systems to get to Nodler. The systems I jumped through, the first one I jumped to had glowing silver, glowing sulfur. Second one had glowing iron, glowing radium. Third one had glowing copper. Fourth one had glowing cobalt, radium, aluminum, and diamond. And this one has glowing gold, ruby, and quartz. So, like, I jumped through all the ones that had, like, a ton of glowing shit. Couldn't pick up a goddamn thing. Sold every ore that I did have when I got here. Couldn't have enough money. Found another mod that upgraded my tier 6 extractor to tier 8, and then I could go mine ore, and then I just the Nodler space station, you can sell every single ore and ingot that's not glowing in the entire game. They buy it.
Nice.
Up to 500 of each of them. So I just stayed here and sold like 500 cobalt ore and then 500 cobalt ingots and then so on and so forth until I was rich.
So
I
can
spent
just
all of the money.
Take this marble and slap it on my ship right now.
I don't see why not.
So, like, if I wanted, you know, a place to stand. Oh my god. That's crazy.
Did you?
Why is this up a layer? That wasn't intended.
I don't think about it. I can put a builder on my ship, and then I can build my ship from inside my ship with my ship.
Look at me putting a step on the outside of my ship.
I probably should put like a ramp off my ship so I can walk up it because I just jump. And if I don't have jetpack fuel the one time I go to jump and I die because I can't get in my own ship, that's gonna piss me off.
There is no fall damage, if that helps.
No, I mean, like, I'm not able to jump into my ship. Because it's too high to just making a jump, and if I don't have, like, jetpack fuel, I won't be able to make it up into the ship, and I'll get shot in the back and die.
Oh my god. Guys, we're about to get real fucked up.
Jesus.
You know how it's a good one?
How do you know it's a good one?
It tastes a little like pickles.
That's fair.
That's also horribly incorrect. It was just a funny thing to say. And also, port
I mean, I
always...
like pickles. I don't drink pickle wine.
Well,
that
no,
sounds
it's the weird vinegar quality fortified wines almost always have on their aftertaste. You know, because the first step to making vinegar is making alcohol.
Well,
This is life-changing, Ricky.
that's why I didn't tell you yesterday.
I appreciate that. Oh my god. Is there a copy and paste function in the builder so I can build something by hand and then duplicate it and mirror it for the other side?
I actually have not worked with the blueprint system, and I have no idea how it works. So I don't know that that's not a thing.
Same. Okay. I was just I knew that you had mentioned the blueprint system once, and while mentioning it doesn't necessarily mean anything, it could also mean everything, you know?
Right.
Oh, flowers become much more resilient when you plant them. That being said, my office block now has deployment does not fit in the area. Oh god, there needs to be. Okay, that's just bad then. And this is something Zach and I talked about a little bit, but deployment of regular shit on small grid needs to be unified to put the square in the middle of the center of the small grid thing.
How do you mean?
Okay. When you grab a chest and you go to place a chest, the target block is one of the corners. If you made the target block in this centered on the center of the chest, it's easier to get them all to line up nicely.
But you can't center in small block because small block is 4 grid, but there's no center.
Yeah, so you literally anchor it off of an arbitrary point in the middle of the chest is what I'm saying. And it...
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Why can I place something there but not there? Can I put you inside? Yes. Why can't I put you there? There is plenty of room for you there. You fucking crazy person.
Are you talking to the flower?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, what the fuck? Why can't I plant this here, but I could plant that there? You know what? I have a different thing that can go on the other side that will look equally cute. I'll be right back. I need to go destroy something in the garden I planted.
I need to go destroy the garden. Fuck that garden.
See, but now it has me wondering
my game.
if I make part of the ship out of dirt, can I then plant a tree in that? Will the tree then grow? Can I then slowly convert my mechanical ship into a bio ship made out of a tree trunk?
Can I slowly convert my mechanical ship into a bio ship made out of tree trunk?
Look, that is a valid question based on the mechanics in this game that I do understand.
I wasn't repeating it to shit on your question. I was repeating it out of the confusion.
What is the confusion?
I'm thinking of the mechanics of how the game works, and I'm like, I don't not think that's impossible.
Because basically the question becomes, will a tree grow if planted on spaceship, on small block, basically?
I know that once your creation becomes recognized as ship, it is ship, and ship is different than not ship. So.
But what that means for a tree, I don't know.
Okay, so actually, I can take a screenshot of this. This is a great example because I didn't realize that it was gonna do it right there. Okay, so your ship has lasers on it for mining, and also has missiles on it for missiling, and thrusters on it for
thrusting
around. So if
there it is,
the location of the thrusters and of the shippity laser missile stuff is largely dependent on the dimensions of the ship. So I added these stairs to my ship, and then when I flew away, it added the laser to my stairs because the stairs were the furthest part from the ship, and therefore the best place for the lasers to go on that side because they need to shoot around the ship. And it would shoot through my ship if the lasers were not on like one of the farthest points, unless it was mounted obviously to the top of the ship. So it do ship stuff, and ship stuff different from land stuff. I don't know if that means does not grow is part of ship stuff or exclusive to land stuff. I didn't see anything about that. But I also didn't look exclusively at saplings, which is probably the only thing that would have that mechanic.
Right.
So that's a question. You could just plant a sapling on the top of your ship in a patch of dirt and see if you end up flying around a giant mushroom tree. If you want to do that.
So all of the saplings are identical.
Right.
What tree grows is dependent on the environment you're in.
I think it's dependent on the dirt, because all the saplings are the same, but dirt is not the same. All the dirts are different dirts.
Oh, you bring up an interesting
like the
point.
dirt that I have right now is like SYR, SYR, or whatever dirt.
We should do science regarding that.
Yeah.
No. Like, I feel like that could be a good shorts series, though.
So we've got Xenodree Dirt, XenoSYR, Xenothigh, Xenokiv, Xenogree, Xenoriv, Xenocry, Xenodry, Shroomy, and then all the variations of that. So it seems like there's denominations of dirt that determine where the dirt is in a layer. And then the first word indicates what type of dirt it actually is.
But you'll get different kinds of trees grow on the same planet as well. So I'm going to Bardwell 1 to experiment with. It didn't move my gun.
That's what I'm saying. So, huh?
Oh, I was just excited that it didn't move my gun.
Oh yeah, no, I accidentally Alt F4'd the game when I reloaded. It was like that, so I don't know if that's like a load thing or not. But yeah. So, if we're assuming that all the dirt on one,
would that be better as a spritzer?
Planet is like a. I don't know. I'm not really much of a dirt guy. Gotta admit. I'm not a botanist.
That would be a plant guy.
Not one of those either.
Apparently in The Sims 2, if you make your sim do nothing but gardening, to the exclusion of, anything other than the bare minimum required to not fucking die, but keep them perpetually near death from, like, forgetting to eat and shit, they will just turn into a plant person.
Like poison ivy level plant person?
Yes. Like,
I didn't know that.
No longer need to eat, get energy from sun, need watered occasionally. Like, it's crazy. And it's probably part of one of the many DLC for that game. But I've actually thought about doing in preparation, because I'm going to end up somehow acquiring the game that starts with an X. That is The Sims, but not The Sims.
You lost me.
The new game that's the Inzoi.
Oh, that doesn't start with an X at all. Yeah, that
It
one.
really doesn't. But I am going to pick up Inzoi at some point, right? Because I'm me and I like seeing what it takes to ruin people's lives.
Valid.
Me and Zach, before we landed on Game Gremlins, used to call our Friday streams together War Crime Fridays.
Jesus Christ.
Well, to be fair, we were playing lots of War Crime Simulator. I mean, RimWorld.
Oh.
No, I was right the first time. War Crime Simulator.
Yeah, War Crime Simulator.
So, like, that's kind of what kicked off all of this for that. Can I destroy this? No. Can I interact with it? The portal's powered down. What if I want to go back through it?
Figure out how to power it back on. I'm sure that's part of the story, right? You gotta go 1v1 the darkness at its home turf. I think I've gotten more mining and craft and like building XP just editing my ship than I have doing anything else in this game.
I'm sorry. I don't think you can say that word on Twitch, bud. Okay, so the problem with gibberish is a lot of times it just sounds like swears and slurs.
It's okay. When I say swears and slurs, they're very distinct. There will be no confusion.
No. I meant the gibberish that these people speak.
Oh.
Because I feel like that person just swore at me and called me bad names. I'm glad predators are attacking your people. It's probably your own fault. See, and now you have me victim blaming.
Exactly.
And it's all your fault.
If you weren't a victim, I couldn't blame you.
Exactly. Stop letting people victimize you. It's your own fault. Because that's how that works. Also, for anybody too stupid to understand, this segment has been satire.
In case you weren't aware, Americans can make jokes that aren't racist. It is hard, but we try.
It's only hard for you.
That might be true.
I was gonna say, I've never once on purpose made a racist joke. I have on purpose many times made insensitive jokes, but those have nothing to do with race, religion, sexual orientation, or gender. I'm just entirely too direct for most people.
I feel like a lot of people, like, if I make a joke that's like, you know, when you make a joke and the joke is just like a stereotype joke, like it's not like I mean, it's kind of racist, but it's like a stereotype.
Okay. So I'm gonna say something, and this may be a hot take, but stereotypes for a lot of things become stereotypes for a reason. I knew a dude, he owned a roofing company. He only hired Hispanic dudes because they worked better than anybody else in his experience, right? And there's a stereotype around Hispanic people being really good roofers, pavers, etc., right? But that's because in Dave, my personal experience, the motherfuckers go to work to do their job. Right? Also, learn from Bill Burr. Make sure the motherfucker comes after the race instead of before. Because the intent may be the same, but how it sounds does come across very differently, apparently.
Indeed.
But no, But I worked in trades and with union guys. And guess what? White dudes who are a member of a trade union feel privileged. That's the only place in my life I've ever seen white privilege. Like in my personal life, is those guys came to work to get a paycheck. Motherfucker, I need you to come to work to do your job. Earn a paycheck, please. We're behind schedule.
We're behind schedule.
Ricky, you know what my working, especially when I was in the union, the kind of jobs I got handed. Hey, this is over budget and behind schedule, and it's going to cost us a lot of money if we don't complete on time. So we need you to handle this, okay? I'm sorry, what? Well, when did this project start? 2 years ago. Well, how much of it is done? Well, all the burial conduit for the burial lines is buried. Okay, and the burial lines are done? No. Well, what about cable traying and running cable on the interior spaces? Yeah, we haven't done any of that yet either. Wait, so when did we actually break ground on this project? Oh, like a month ago? Wait, but if we're 6 months behind now, a month ago, you started this project 5 months behind schedule and are now panicking because you can't get people to do their fucking jobs? But, look, we're in the union together, brother. I want the best for you, but I need the best for me. You're going to work or you're going home.
Right.
Like, camaraderie don't mean shit when fucking the jobs of everyone else on the job site are on the line. You know?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like that's... I don't like when there is camaraderie for you and not for me. Right? When it's like, okay, I don't want to do this, and like, you shouldn't want me to do this because we should be on the same side. And it's like, okay, well, I need to do this.
Because we need to get paid.
Therefore, right. So, like, therefore, you should be on my side. Like, why are you against me?
Yeah,
It's
no,
not me, it's
exactly.
you. Why
exactly.
are you not on my side?
And I only ever got that shit from fucking...
Done.
And it's never young white dudes. It's old white dudes, exclusively. That you get that kind of shit from. And I'm like, man, you should fucking know better. I know your mom tried to teach you better. Because you're older than me, and I got my ass whooped for even thinking shit like that. Right? Like, what the fuck? I kind of want to put bushes on my ship now. I'm just going to decorate that like a front door. That's now, this stream has now turned into...
This has turned into a decorating stream.
Yep.
Sorry, guys. I knew it was going to happen, but I couldn't stop myself. Too much blazing.
Look, I didn't do it on stream this time. They don't know I'm fucked up yet. Wait, I am drinking a 20% alcohol by volume dessert wine. Which is delicious, by the way. I put a splash of lemon lime soda in there just for a little texture. It's nice. And not once in the history of lemon lime soda has adding lemon lime soda to alcohol been a bad experience in my experience.
I've never added lemon lime soda to wine that wasn't like also a mix of a bunch of other stuff, so I don't have any like exclusive experience.
This is a fortified wine. So it is already a mix of a bunch of other stuff. It started that way.
I meant more like physical fruits.
Oh, yeah, you're talking making good mimosas. No, I know what you're talking
like
about.
That, or like sangrias, or this mixes like that. Like
right. But, you've never had a spritzer?
No. I'm not much of a wine drinker.
You know what? I'm not either, except for dessert style wines like Moscatos, Rieslings, ports.
Yeah. Exactly. I don't drink a lot of port wine.
Well, but that's because port
I'm not fond of the texture.
That's why I added lemon lime soda.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I think it's a good idea. I just have never done it, so I'm like, oh, I never thought of that.
But yeah, no, because I like the flavor, but the texture is a little chewy. Isn't the right word, but a better one isn't coming to mind.
Yes,
so that's what you get. What? Viscous? Yeah.
Yes, it is. Viscous. Okay, yeah.
No, viscous. Yeah. Also, viscous is chewy, but for liquids.
Right.
Prove me wrong. You can't. I am objectively correct.
I'm gonna die on this hill.
One of us is gonna die on this hill, but it ain't gonna be me, brother.
I can't figure out how to get off.
Oh my god! I'm edging. Not that kind. The other kind. Not that kind either. There you go.
I don't like any part of this.
I did see a video where a guy, it'll make sense why it's connected in my brain in a second, was on a tour down like some like rocky cliff, like river rafting thing, right? And there's
the deployment area of this.
The guy gets told, anything you say into this cliffside will be heard across the entire valley. And his immediate reaction is to scream, "Hold me now, I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking," into this cliff face. And you see people on boats across the valley just kind of look like up, like they're trying to figure out what's going on.
God is talking to them and he's very concerned.
But he's screaming it in his best Chad Kroger impression, which is awful, and that makes it better. And it was recorded by a guide on the boat in front of them.
Oh, God.
But like, ow, 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 ow. I come down to ground level and you run away? Get the fuck back here. I just didn't want you fucking... Okay, I didn't want me accidentally shooting holes in the side of my ship, because you're fucking birds. Or what passes for birds on this godforsaken fucking rock. Yeah, fuck you. Die. Die like your ancestors.
Oh, wow.
Ow. You die like your ancestors too, bitch. Oh, so I've been thinking about collecting video clips for a game show that I want to start called Broke, Bored, or Stupid.
Okay.
And it's just a clip of somebody doing a thing that could be explained by them being broke, them being bored, or them just being dumb. That I will have the answer for, but all of the contestants, like, think of it as like a Dropout style show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where everybody has their chance to make their case for why they think it's whichever one they voted for. Right? And do it in like a room of 6 people, right? And everybody who voted the same as you, it's a collaborative effort. And then we, you know, reveal the end of the video or some other video explaining context or whatever. But I think that would be fun. I think that would be a fun program to both watch and produce.
Interesting.
What do you think?
You're asking the wrong person. I don't watch game shows.
Okay, but you watch Dropout content, don't you? Okay, I'll rephrase. You watch shit with Brennan Lee Mulligan in it, don't you?
I do. I do watch Dropout content. I don't watch their game show. Like I have watched I watched a handful of like clips of the show fuck.
Actually?
No, I hate that show.
I was going to say I don't like actually, but I do like Game Changers.
Whichever one that Sam hosts.
Game Changers.
I
Yeah.
watched a handful of like clips of Game Changer. Mainly because like some of the bits are funny. The most recent season of Game Changer, I actually am interested in maybe watching the whole thing because it's the most ridiculous premise that I've kind of heard of a game show, which is like you've had a year to prepare for all the bits on this game show, and so everything you've done is like, hey, last year we told you that you needed to like do something interesting. What did you do? And then Lou was like, I made a boy band and we went on tour as the boy band and released real music that sells, and we also made merch out of my own hair that also sold.
Yep.
And it's like cool. And it's like, wait, fucking what? You what? That's ridiculous. Like I might watch that one, but like the rest of I don't watch any of the rest of Game Changers. I watch mostly their Dimension 20 stuff.
I was going to say I guarantee you watch
um,
Dimension 20.
I watched their Vic's show is hilarious. Very Important People, her fake
Oh my god,
improv.
yes. I've
That's
only seen
so
clips
good.
from it, but I love Vic. Vic
love
and
Vic.
Sam
I
are
love that
probably
show.
2 of my favorite people to watch be in a room together too, because
Yes.
I can't tell if they hate each other or love each other.
Right.
But they don't respect each other, and that's the important takeaway.
No. They're so good. So I watched that, but like other shit, no, I don't.
That is a surprisingly
I'm not a big-
good-looking G and R. I wish I had
It
more
is.
hedges.
Grow some.
How?
Hey, you grow heads. Put them on the ground. I'm sure. I don't fucking know, Dave. I don't grow shit. You know me.
I stole the hedges from here. I mean, I can plant the saplings I got from the hedges. I'm actually really curious what that does, Because I'm planting it
I am a
exactly where the hedges
minimalist
were.
mechanist. I'm going to use 8 blocks. They're all going to be robots, and that's my whole thing. The only reason my ship is so big is because I bought it big. Otherwise, it would be a cube floating through the air made out of rocks.
I mean, that's... So let's be real. At the end of the day, most of the shit we make ships out of is some form of rocks in its basest form.
Correct.
So, like, yes,
Mine's in
regardless
that form.
of what your ship is actually made of as a general rule.
Now, in this particular game, I am interested in seeing if I could make a gigantic floating Doom head.
Doom is in Doctor Doom? Or Doom is in... Okay. I support.
But I'm also not good at stuff.
Look, are you also one of the people already rooting for Doctor Doom?
Oh yeah, I was rooting for Doctor Doom. I was rooting for Doctor Doom back in the first Fantastic Four movie because I thought he was fundamentally correct.
Okay, cool. I'm
So,
glad
like-
there's more than one of us.
Any version of Doom that comes out, I'm on his side.
I think
There's
that's...
been like a handful of versions of Doom where I'm like, maybe the way you went about that is wrong. But like majority of the time, every time he does something and you're like, wow, Doom, you did something so crazy, and then you get like the context and you're like, that's the least crazy thing that I would have done in your situation.
Yeah, no, and the thing is, Doom, especially how the character has evolved and the modern take on Doom, right? Specifically, because like in the beginning, the bad guys were all bad, right? Like bad, because that's what we needed, because it was World War II and everyone hates Nazis. I don't know how we keep circling back to fuck the Nazis, but you know what? That's a hill I think a lot of people would die on.
Circling back to not fuck the Nazis. That's the real problem. It's not even fuck the Nazis. It's that every so often you just get a group of people who are like, well, maybe the Nazis weren't so bad. And it's like, nope.
Yeah, that is, to be fair, that is the more confusing take.
Like, you're just wrong. You're wrong in a way that I can't quite explain to you why you don't think you're wrong. Like, you're confusing me.
Well, and the thing is, like, even if, right, some of their policies were correct, genocide is objectively the worst way to deal with a group of people who could be labor, for instance. So, like, even in their evilness, they were also incredibly inefficient with their use of resources.
Exactly.
And yes, when I played the Dune RTS, I was always not.
Smile and wave, boys.
No. That's Command and Conquer Red Alert 2 is the Brotherhood of Nod. Although I was the Harkonnen, which is just as bad. But no, I always played as Nod because then I got Tim Curry.
I need to change my scroll wheel.
And I feel like that's a valid choice.
I mean, in the Dune game, the demo that the weekend that I played Harkonnen Bene Gesserit. So maybe don't use me as an example of morality, but yeah, no,
I would like to see a property where strategically correct isn't painted as evil for fucking once. That would be nice.
I mean, it's not that strategically correct is painted as evil. It's just that a lot of times they're evil by like liberal standards, right? Like, I think...
Well, right, that's what I'm saying. So, like, people associate, like, practicality
whenever
with
you have
villainy.
An extreme view, you have to. I think that whenever an extreme view exists, if it does not get categorized as a positive or negative to the benefit of the society that you're trying to create, you run the risk of distorting your culture to a point that you can't restore it, which has mostly happened in America. Like, if you were to ask somebody, like, what is, like, a cultural value that, like, every American, like, can and should hold, they can't give you one that they actually do. Like, even nationalism isn't a value that, like, most Americans hold. Like, if you ask most Americans, hey, if you had to choose between doing something that would only benefit America or would benefit, like, everyone else except America, which would you do? They're gonna pick the one that's not America. And if you picked one that was like, it'll benefit like America and 120 countries, or it'll benefit like 149 countries, they feel morally obligated to say, well, if it's 149 is more. And it's like, no, you live in America. You know that, right?
No. See, I'm not.
So it's like, and that's not necessarily like a bad thing or horrible thing. Like, nationalism isn't perfect, but it's like, there's a lot of stuff that's like, we used to have like pretty solid cultural boundaries. And if you're a learned person, you know, there's a lot of people that thought that would make us a little bit more resilient to some outside influences, and they detailed a nice way to make that not exist anymore. And then we followed that, and now it doesn't exist. So they were all right. But that kind of thing permeates literature and like cultural stuff as well. So you get to the point where it's like,
right,
hey,
fuck, brother, I grew up reading Twain.
Right. But you get to the point where it's like, and of course extremist views are extremists. Like, if I said,
I would like
let's
to point
kill all
out,
the lions,
because I have said that to people and they have replied, oh, well, then you must be a racist. What?
Who have you said that to that replied like that, that was a real boy?
Well, it was a lady that we both knew who lived in California.
Okay. So not a real boy.
Right.
Their opinion doesn't matter.
But it left me going, did I misunderstood basically everything Mark Twain ever wrote? Which felt very staunchly against both slavery and racism as false concepts that had no bearing in a modern civilized society. Wasn't that the whole premise of Pudd'nhead Wilson?
According to my English teacher, it was, but she quit, so how the fuck would I know?
I fucking, and yeah, I say I read Twain and people are like, oh, Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn, and I'm like, and Pudd'nhead Wilson.
Well, they were there too.
And a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. And a whole bunch of others.
I think I understand a thing now. Certain items that are classified as deployable must be contained in a deployable field bounded by y-axis by other blocks. So, for example, I had a glass roof over where my chair was. And I was like, I kind of want to put my chair on top of the ship and fly.
The captain's seat.
Yeah, of course you can. I kind of wanted to fly my ship from the top like a crazy person and just have them shoot directly at my face instead of my ship. But when I removed the glass ceiling, I could no longer put the captain's chair on the floor where it already was at before then. But then I put the roof back, now I can put it there. But I can put it anywhere else in the ship that had a roof. So I'm assuming that the bounding box of the y-axis of the top of your ship is why you can't plant shit out onto the stairs that classify as deployable, because there's no roof above it to bound it in the box of the blueprint.
Right, but what if I planted it, like, right fucking here? In, like, one of my other ships that it's empty, right?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
And then
I was
it
talking
grew.
specifically about when you were trying to put the thing out on the stairs and it wasn't deploying it. I don't think it was about space. I think it was you didn't have something above it, and it actually needs something above it for. it to
Oh,
recognize it as
and
like
this
deployable
looks
space.
looks at this as being something above it because it's placed against one of
Yeah.
the back squares on the wall. So I could actually correct that
You
right
could build,
now then,
build a deck, basically build like an overhang,
and then delete it.
and it would be fine. I actually have no idea what would happen if you delete it because I haven't gotten that far. But yes.
Also, I dislike that these can only be vertical and cannot be horizontal. That doesn't make any sense. Allow this light structure to go on any surface, please.
They're vertical lights.
Yes, but they should also be able to do that.
Oh.
And they can't.
I mean, I guess so.
They can only
Yeah,
go like
you're
this.
right.
Which
I'm actually curious
feels...
when things can go on the wall. Because I haven't really seen anything on the wall, but I know there's like flags for can stuff be deployed on the walls or not. So that would make no sense to have that if the answer was nothing. But also, the fuck?
Yeah, and like that's one of the things that I'm like, well, that is something that is going to be nearly immediately corrected by the modding community. Because I'm sorry, that light would look good on the wall, and it's probably the matter of clicking a fucking no into a yes in the config file for it.
Most likely.
It's just whatever
I
is
have
turned
to
off,
imagine it's something
turn it
to
on.
do with how they do the anchoring system in this game, because it is surprisingly robust. Like that's one of the biggest problems with like which my brain is not allowing me to generate names. What's that big mod, the Minecraft one that moves all the stuff?
That moves all this stuff?
Yeah. The big one. It's the big one. It's the big one. Just think of the biggest one. It's that one.
Are you talking for inventory storage or physically moving
No, I'm
stuff?
talking about physically moving
Create.
stuff. Yes. That one.
I was going to say, because there are lots of different ways to move things. So I needed that narrowed down, and then I had you.
Yeah. But the anchoring and physics of how create works and works with objects and like the amount of work they had to do to get that to work is already in this game. It already works in this game. Like the ship is literally it's the same as if you picked up that land you're standing on and just threw it into space. It's the same. There's already a physics thing for large structures. Like you could have a flying castle. There's nothing stopping you from that. And there's nothing stopping you from having that flying castle like land on top of something and then connect to that thing and then be a part of the ground. Like physically in the game, there's not. Obviously there's differentiation so that doesn't happen. But like that whole anchoring system exists. Minecraft doesn't have that by default. So there's no real reason to restrict anything from not connecting to any other given thing in Minecraft. Like there's no reason like why any block couldn't just like go on the wall as opposed to the floor, or like any item can go on the wall as opposed to the floor, because there's no, it's not supposed to move. Like you could push it with like a sticky piston or something, but that's a whole different like type of thing. Like that actually just like loads and unloads the blocks in the old version. So it's like I don't know what parts of this are finicky because of that aspect of it, that there's an entire fucking like physics system that's going on with every single one of these blocks at all times, and also that even though there's an entire physics system going on with every one of these, everything is entirely destructible always, like a voxel game. Like I could cut this space station in half with a laser. So it's like
actually
well, the blocks are not destructible. Most of the blocks are not destructible. But like from a physics standpoint,
oh yeah, there's nothing in physics that's stopping you. It's block properties. Right.
Right. and it would still just work. So it's like, how is that actually managed?
I don't know why this was my project.
Performance. I didn't know you were writing the word green. I thought you were gonna put something cool. You shitting me?
I don't know
Is that
why
even
this is
centered?
what I did. Also, that everything needs to move one block to the right.
I was about to say it's not even fucking centered.
Well, I didn't plan it out. This is what we call freestyling.
Well, I've been freestyling on my shit this whole conversation. And I shouldn't be. Someone should stop me. It should be me stopping. I should stop myself. Have some self-control. I don't know why I chose glass, the hardest material to fucking see when I'm looking up at these lights, as the building material to know where my boundary was. This is objectively the worst choice. So how's that second temple look?
I can't land on that planet. And the game told... Basically, I apparently skipped some sort of tutorial somewhere in a different system.
How did you manage to skip a tutorial?
I don't know, because I've actually been very diligent in this game so far.
For some reason, I believe you.
Because you've watched me play most of this. I've been trying to practice my active listening skills in everything. Actually, I kind of like that big G. You know what? I can look at Steam for a patch number. Ba-ba-ba.
That's a great one. What build number of this game am I on?
Build number 18494236. And the last update was yesterday. So the big patch they did yesterday was the last update. Cool. Well, hopefully that helps.
Yeah, I feel like the most of the files that were updated were character model changes and localization changes. I don't know what other stuff they touched. But they also updated the executable, so if you didn't update that, that would cause issues.
There, it's centered now.
Congratulations. You have now centered the word green.
And no, it gets even
I
better.
hope this was meaningful to you in some way.
The first and last, I don't know, weed, I guess. I could have just wrote the word weed. A W would be hard. Though a G, an R, and an N aren't necessarily easy. And that's a respectable, like that's a really efficient font. All the letters are 3 or 4 blocks. And it lets you differentiate between a 0 and an O. An O is 4 blocks wide, a 0 is 3 blocks wide. But how would you do a W in 4 blocks? By how tall are they? 5? Yeah.
Well, a W would be 2 V's, so it would be 8 blocks.
You know what? Doing a W in 8 blocks sounds a lot more reasonable than trying to figure it out in 4. And you know, we could probably get away with it in 6 blocks.
Reasonably.
Why am I developing? I know why I'm developing a font language for this game, and it's so that I can name the sides of ships when I get into shipbuilding.
I was about to say, it better be a good reason, because it sounds stupid when you say it like that.
I feel like it's a good reason, though.
I don't disagree with you. Mainly because, for some reason, you can't just name ships.
Right.
Which is odd. I mean, it's not odd because, again, this game was... And I feel like a lot of the criticisms that are being... the valid ones that are being, levied about this game are just because a huge portion of the audience was determined from the start, since they pivoted from MMO to this, was console players. And so a lot of the stuff is what do we need to get done that's gonna work well on console, that console players are gonna care about and be able to jump in and just do quickly, which is why I think the shipbuilding, just being able to just start stacking shit on your ship really easily without having to go into a huge menu, is a really good thing that they probably did think about. And naming stuff with the keypad is probably not something that they thought about as important, because it's not.
Okay, it's not unless you're me.
Right, which is what I'm saying. The game was not made for you. This game was made for normal people, not weirdos.
I'm aware. It doesn't make me any less upset by it. Hey, look,
no,
I just collected a bunch more wood because meteors hit another one of these fucking trees.
I'm like, this is a totally valid criticism of the game that people should have and tell the developers and they should fix. But I understand why it's probably the way that it is, because they just were like, oh yeah, I guess they would like to name stuff. We'll just go in and add that later in 5 minutes.
Oh
Probably
yeah,
as
because all
simple
they
as,
need is a reference
adding
anchor to base name, ship name, whatever, and then
Right.
put it in a user edit field.
Because ships already have ID, so it's not
No,
like
exactly.
the name of the ship is tied to anything particularly important. Okay, I have successfully put my captain's chair on the top of my ship. It was a terrible idea. I love it.
Oh, perfect. I just collected almost 400 wood.
I'm gonna save this and then reload my game to make sure it doesn't do anything that pisses me off.
I lost my ship.
Because
Oh, there
stranger
it
things
is.
have happened. Also, it's fucking hot.
Yeah, I'm really happy that that tree grew next to this village, and I think it consumed a house. It looks like it consumed a building. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks like what happened to my house.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This planet is protected by a darkness field.
Yeah, that's what I ran into. And so I left. Because I don't know what to do about that.
Me neither.
Which made leaving feel incredibly reasonable.
Man, I should really take the stairs off the ship. This looks so stupid. With stairs.
I mean, I don't think my patio is a work of art, but...
Your patio looks better than my stairs. Oh, I only built the stairs on one side. So maybe if I had it on both sides, it would make more sense.
I mean, I only built the patio on
just...
one side because this is my front door and this is my back door. So I'm probably going to replace these lights with brown blocks.
There's just going to be a certain period of time where I just start putting stuff in my ship that is wholly unnecessary, like a bathroom.
Hang on. I have a bar stool and a table in this corner.
I'm just going to build a porcelain toilet.
And
I like, okay, so this
patio.
is
No, you don't have to build
all.
a porcelain toilet. I think there are bathroom facilities in the builder.
Oh, God.
Hey, I've discovered sapphire for the first time and got 3 of them. Never mind, 6 of them. From 2 chests on Bardwell 1.
I will say, this game is very likely going to have the same problem that
Starfield did?
No, that No Man's Sky does in terms of star system navigation. In that looking at a visual 3-dimensional map of the galaxy is not a very easy way to figure out how to get from place to place.
Mega valid.
There's no like list. Even though you can like look at like places you've been already. Like discovery like planets and stuff, like, and show them on the map, and it'll plot you a warp path, but it won't warp you the warp path, which is a thing you can do in No Man's Sky. Like if you plot something that's 3 warps away and you can do 3 warps, you can just go there.
I think you can do that
no.
if you've been there, because I warped directly from the planet I was at to the Bardwell system in 1 jump.
Oh.
With the warp gate.
Well, then maybe I'm stupid, because that's also valid.
So yeah, utilize the warp gates for places you've already been. It makes sense that it won't let you do multiple jumps for new places.
Yeah, that's valid. I'm actually going to go to the warp gate now. And check. Yep, that is exactly how that works. So you're right, I'm wrong. Never mind. Everything I said is totally invalid. Because that was the only problem that I had in No Man's Sky, which is that I couldn't get back to somewhere that I had already been, that I knew someone was waiting for me at, without, like, portaling to a base.
Right.
Which is that's still fine. But like, we're just future. This is a future spacefaring whole thing. Like, let me get somewhere.
I got shit to do. Fucking, they got this shit figured out in D&D, all right? Fucking solve this problem.
Exactly.
That being said, I think doing a Spelljammer campaign, especially now that they've released official modern Spelljammer rules, could be real fucking cool.
I have all these ship fuel cells that I got from killing these ships.
Yeah, I do too.
And by killing them, I mean I flew past an asteroid and they flew into it. I have yet to win a serious combat encounter.
I've won
in space.
All of my combat encounters in space. I have exclusively won space encounters.
I have exclusively avoided space encounters up until very recently because I had no guns, no missiles, no nothing. I wouldn't even take the quest. I would come by and they'd be like, "There's a pirate ship killing."
Yeah, no, I fight
you.
with the lasers that are already on the ship.
Oh yeah, no, I sold the lasers off my ship. I guess I wasn't clear. I had lasers on my ship. I took them off and sold them to a man for money.
Oh well, that sounds more like a you problem.
No, I'm not blaming anyone else. I did that.
In the immortal words of shit I said recently, and have been saying for a while, I didn't say it was your fault. I said I was going to blame you.
Well, as you should, because it is my fault. I will take responsibility, and I'll fucking do it again. And if anybody has a problem with it, they can suck on one of these time bombs.
I've been thinking about making and or buying time bombs. I'm hoping they work kind of like timeshares. That doesn't make any sense to anybody, Dave.
I mean, I share them with people and I get money from them. Usually when they're not expecting the amount of money to come into my pocket and out of theirs. So it's similar to a timeshare.
That's a grim but realistic look at people who sell timeshares.
Super paint gun? QB, I know your job is to suggest upgrades to me, but what could possibly
His
be the
response
upgrade to
is
the paint gun?
your shit is made of dirt, brother, or was at one point. I'm just trying to help.
I mean, I have a paint gun. So I'm like, what's the super part of the paint? This is my question. What's going to make the paint gun super? Because it shoots fucking paint. That's it.
I mean, it could shoot paint.
It's a paintball gun.
Ooh, does that
Like
mean we
what?
could play Squid Game? That's not the one.
That's a different game. That's very different.
Ink Hentai Ink Heroes.
Splatoon.
That one.
Hentai Ink Heroes? They're children.
Are they? I don't know. I've never played. I just know they're based on fucking squids and octopuses. That is what I know about that game. And they sling goo at each other. That sounds pretty adult to me.
It's a Nintendo property. Of course they're children. Nintendo doesn't make games about adults.
Luigi and Princess Peach have a daughter who is Rosalina, who is from the future. Nintendo do weird shit, brother. And they are based in Japan.
Yeah, but we don't know how old Princess Peach was.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, because Mario dies.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, the original Princess Peach was like 15.
She was called Princess
Like
Toadstool then
1986.
because they... Never mind.
Stop. The past was doing its best. Anyway. I hate you. Oh my gosh. I don't think she was even old enough for that. Yes. I think that's a good reason.
Alright, I'm back. We live in a society. Oh, shit. Oh, nope. I don't want the grenade. I mean, that would be a faster way to
time to go
break
back
all
to
this
Bardwell
glass.
2. Because
What?
why leave Bardwell 2? No, I said it's time for me to go back to Bardwell 2.
Yep. Nope. That's what I keep doing. And people are like, but
Realistically,
the
we
rest
should
of the
not
game.
come
And
back
I'm
to
like,
Bardwell
look,
2.
this is already more space than regular Minecraft gives me on more planets. Why do I ever need to
I was about
leave
to
this
say,
system? Fuck the
Bardwell
capital.
2
This is
like
home now. It's
The
nice.
size of Minecraft. Man, flying around this Titan ship just looks like I'm part of the Empire and I'm here to kill everybody.
Good.
Like it-
Dude, the first thing I'm gonna
stream
do
for
when
a
I have
second so you can see because I don't want to crash my game again, but like
when I have my arm back, the first thing I'm gonna do is make a fucking Empire class fucking Star Destroyer.
reasonable. Completely reasonable.
It's not gonna be that big. Because I doubt they'll let me actually make a ship that big. You can't make a ship that big in Space Engineers. We tried.
I don't know the legal limit of size in this game. It's definitely smaller than the Death Star, because that would be the size of one of these planets. But it's not insignificant. Because again, a ship is 4 times as dense as any other physical creation in this game because of small block. So
Right.
you could have 4 times as much block data in a certain area, which means there's probably a smaller size limit on the ship crafting. Just because of that. And the fact that the entire thing has to be loaded into a blueprint in a single file and then loaded into memory every time you switch ships instantaneously. So loading like an entire planet instantly would probably have lag implications, especially on like an Xbox. Having said that, it's probably goddamn big enough. You could probably reasonably load all of the visible map that I'm looking at right now into the game. They actually are loading all of the visible map that I'm looking at into memory instantly because I'm flying over it fast as fuck. And there's no lag at 100.
Yeah,
FPS.
no, that's
So, like,
one of the things
reasonably-
that I wanted to talk about was the fact that as Zach put it last night, they boldly switched their level of detail, right? Like,
yeah,
they
aggressively load everything, which is great. It's something that you can't do unless you can, and then if you can, then you should.
Right. And with a voxel game, it works, but there's no.
And the thing about this that's also really good that like a lot of people don't talk about, if you fly above, so if you fly, there's like 3 levels of air travel. As far as I'm aware. So there is, you are on the planet, barely. In this travel, there is no topography. So if you look, like, and I'm gonna show you like on my screen, the entire surface of the world and the game is flat, and if you fly over it, it is flat. All those things on there are flat. If you fly into cloud cover, it generates the topography. You can like kind of see as you're getting closer, it generates the topographical map like as you get closer and makes things 3D. So like this is 3D. If I fly up to like here, it's not. It's no longer 3D. It's not 3D rendering anything. Everything is flat.
It's also not
if
rendering
you fly over
your screen share.
It's not?
No.
God
I got the spinning cubes.
Let me try again. How about now?
There we go.
Okay, cool. So if you fly up here, 2D. No topography. If you fly over like a city, the city is like an image of like what the city would be. If you fly down into cloud cover, you get 3D. So everything is now rendered 3D, but it also uses the really aggressive like LOD textures that Zach was talking about as you're flying at this height. So it loads in like a low detail version, and then as you fly towards it, it gives you like more and more detail. You can see at like the bottom part of the screen closest to me is super high D. Other ones like really, really, really bad. But it's like it's squares. Everything is squares. So like at far enough away, any pixel image is just squares. But they do this so aggressively that I can stop here and you can see the bottom half of my screen is incredibly high detail and the top half doesn't even exist.
Right.
Like
yeah.
And it's like, and then as soon as you just go down, you get full detail all the time in accordance with your draw distance, which mine is not like maxed, but like it's good enough. And you get all the details, all the buildings, everything's loading in, whatever. And it's like, yeah, it looks, if you had a draw distance slider like you do in Minecraft, you could turn it up and make it draw farther away from you. And probably it would eat more system memory than anything, because this doesn't use a lot of VRAM. Just in case you really, really wanted a good screenshot of like the whole place in high definition, maybe.
Oh, that's fair.
Or you were playing on like a really high definition monitor, like a 4K or an 8K monitor. Because a 4K monitor where half the time the entire top of the monitor is like blurry is weird. But like I have a ultra wide, so like width-wise, half of my monitor on the bottom width-wise is equivalent to like a full 1440p panel. So I'm getting like a full 1440p image of high quality on the bottom, and then another half of 1440p LOD on the top, and I'm having no issues. So a regular 1440p panel of full high quality would also have no issues, and I'm not running like crazy hardware either. And again, it's only using like let's see, less than 2 gigs of fucking RAM.
Yeah, it runs right at 1 gig for me and Zach, but Zach and I have very similar builds. I think the biggest difference between our builds is I have a 3060 and he has a 3080.
Fair. But I've got my render scale at 1. My FPS I capped it at 120 because it was having problems going higher than that. Everything else is on. I guess geometry detail I could turn up. I don't know what that would even do. That seems like that was the render distance almost. A little bit. Like it's some render distance.
Right.
So I guess it's just you get more detail. So the LODs have more detail and the details. But look at this. It's rendering like nearly complete detail of this whole thing as far as I can see, except for on the very edge of the horizon. No lag. 120 FPS. Less than 2 gigs of RAM. No CPU usage at all. Like, Discord's hurting more trying to send this to you than it is for me to play it.
Right.
While I'm flying around in this gigantic mass of a ship that with a chair that's not supposed to be there. That's like a full building with multiple things mounted in it with a fucking space bridge that I can just start building on while I'm floating in midair and then just like get back in it and fly away seamlessly with like no problems. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of cool. Come on.
A
little cool.
Ricky?
Hello.
It make the light bulb go away when you cover in glass.
When you cover the light bulb in glass?
I show.
I'm watching. I've been watching. I just missed that part.
Cover light bulb in glass? No light bulb. But is light bulb? What the fuck? And I'm curious if it stops the light.
Well, this game doesn't have ray tracing.
You know, that's not a great excuse for
I'm saying
that.
If it had ray tracing, then you would use material detail to determine that glass is a fully transparent material and light should be able to pass through it, and therefore you should be able to see it through the glass. But because we don't have that, light is just a block, and therefore because it's a block, why am I rendering light? It's a block. It's a waste of processing power to render the light on the other side of a block.
But you can
couldn't
see
through
the SSR against these blocks.
Yes, because that's a setting of the material. So it just seems like glass isn't set. They don't have a transparent setting material for those things. Or if it is, it's just not set for glass. Because that's like that's an optimization thing.
Right. I can't wait till someone turns the ray tracing back on in this. I'm curious to see what that would look like. And I say turns the ray tracing back on because we did confirm this game is written in UE5.
Yeah, this game definitely can support ray tracing. It's just the thing with ray tracing. It's not just like boop engine on, you have ray tracing. It's like all the materials have to be tagged at the very least.
Right, but
which there's automatic like ways of doing that.
Well, not only that, but you can probably use the existing tags from some of the SSR language. What?
No.
I'm saying to sort them into groups. So, which would help you to automate tagging? You don't think so?
No, that's not. No. It'd be nice if that would be. But and maybe like the newer like UE5 lighting engine like might have a thing for that, because like people make plugins and shit for UE5 all the time, so like this is always changing.
Right.
So like like at the end of this conversation that could very well be true, but like currently it's not as simple as like this material has like a flag that says like is like transparent or like is reflective, or so. That's not how that works. It's like a mesh. The whole thing is like a mesh tag type deal. So you have to like make the tag is a mesh. So every texture would have to have another texture, 3D
depth
weird to
map.
explain.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I know what you're talking. I can't remember the name for but that's the best.
I can't remember the name either. That's what's bothering me. But yeah. So it would just need a map for but there's not a lot of textures in the game.
A normal map.
Yeah. And there's not a lot of textures in the game, so like they could do it with how many textures are in here. And it would be fine. Although I'm not a big fan of ray tracing. I don't really give a shit about it. I've seen like maybe 6 games ever where I was like, oh wow, this makes a meaningful difference in my experience. Otherwise, I couldn't give less of a fuck. Just use like there's been so much advancements in like doing lighting and stuff in virtual environments that ray tracing is like fundamentally not game changing in the vast majority of scenarios, especially considering the performance cost.
Oh, see, I just like it as a physics toy.
It's like probably like if you added ray tracing to this, it would probably look like the same.
Oh yeah,
maybe you get some like differentiation of like fluid textures. But like the fluid textures in this game are already fucking great. Like,
yeah,
with what they are.
Well, that's one of the reasons I couldn't
yeah.
get away from this likely being UE5. Because water just kind of looked like water, bro.
Yeah, but like that's not even like a UE5. Like so many games used to be able to do shit like that, and they just don't.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating looking at new games designed by fucking clowns.
See,
it's so frustrating looking at UE4 and UE5 games as well. Because the thing about UE now, and this is me ranting about Fortnite again, so feel free to cut me off. But because Fortnite is so super popular, and a huge chunk of the team at Unreal specifically worked on Fortnite, and specifically were making technologies for use in Fortnite to make Fortnite better. A lot of the things work really, really, really well in Fortnite scenarios, and are completely stupid for everyone else. So it's like, if you use it, you're actually fighting with the engine to make your use case not dumb. And you could instead just do it a way that made sense. Like, almost all Fortnite areas are destructible. So when you're calculating how light works and refracts in that area, that is like a constant algorithm you have to keep running to determine, hey, is this wall even still here? Is this glass even still here? Is the ground still here? Did somebody shoot a missile from space? Did Peter Griffin throw a lightning bolt from the top of the universe, and blow up this building 10 minutes ago? Because then we have to render all that lighting and then erase the whole thing and then make it dark. Like, that's so much different rendering shit that you have to do all the time. The vast majority of every other game, you're not gonna blow up a building ever. Like,
and we're here today to say it's time to change that. More explosions, more buildings, more casualties.
Like,
specifically in video games. I would like to clarify.
Right. We need to specify video games because the Houthis still exist. But like every other game that's not like a crazy red faction game or a voxel game like Minecraft or Fortnite and stuff, like Splinter Cell Blacklist, if it was going to use UE5 and use like the fucking like Lubin thing, you're not blowing up those buildings. Those buildings are cover. If you could blow the whole wall off the building, that would make that game so much crazier, but so much harder to play and code. And the game's not made like that. So the building's
that's one of the
the
reasons I liked
place.
the Red Faction games, though. This house has a pool outside of it. Okay, I see you.
Like, of course, the games are great. I'm not saying destructible environments aren't great. I'm saying 99% of games don't have them. And so if you reach for the default UE tool, your game isn't that use case by
Right.
default, which means you have to do tons and tons and tons of optimization passes and filtering and FSR and DLSS and XCSS and all this shit just to make sure your game runs like half as well as it should using a technology that you shouldn't have fucking put in the game in the first place. It's stupid. And there's so many technologies like that in UE5, and because everyone likes how UE5 looks and like runs and all this stuff, everyone reaches for it, and then they don't know anything about it, and they release these shitty games that run like poorly, or even games that run really, really like that look really, really good, that are really, really good games that still could have way, way better performance, that just don't, because you're using a botched toolkit that was specifically made for a game that you probably don't even like.
See, and that's one of the things I think these guys did right, because Zach and I talked about it last night too, but there are whole sections of that engine that just seem to have been cut the fuck off.
Yep.
Which, if you're using an engine you didn't make, you should just be doing that anyway. Unreal doesn't make it very easy, neither does Unity. Apparently it's easy as shit in Godot.
Unreal does make it easy. That's the default Unreal 3 and Unreal 4 experience was that. It was batteries included but not plugged in. You could reach for whatever tool that you wanted to reach for, and if you didn't, you can make plugins. There's tons and tons of Unreal plugins. There's tons of ways you can extend it. Like, even NVIDIA, they actually used to maintain, and they still kind of do, but they used to maintain their own specific version of, like, a plugins for Unreal, where if you were making, like, those NVIDIA-enabled Unreal products, you could reach for their specific kit that would do things with their lighting engine that just didn't have anything to do with, like, the weird destructible thing, because it was just better. Like... And a lot of these things don't get used anymore, don't get maintained anymore. Because, I mean...
In the words of Slipknot, people equal shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't often get a quote Slipknot.
Slipknot.
In, like, a serious conversation, and it felt appropriate. I have 102
it's kind
Cobalt.
Of frustrating as someone who loves playing games and seeing games and experiencing them, and who's also like works on some of this stuff, to be like, man, games like this should be the norm and should be even better than they already are. And it sucks to give a criticism of a game that like is doing very well, like looks very good or like runs very well, because it should still be better than what it is. Like, that was my number one criticism with like Clair Obscur. Like, if you watch anybody play Clair Obscur, even like streamers that have like a top end 5090 9950X whatever CPU, 100,000 gigs of RAM, and 2 SSD sticks that are PCIe 5 or whatever the fuck version we're on, and they're streaming to a second computer and all of that, and they're running fucking DLSS on Expedition 33, a turn-based video game.
Yep.
Because you goddamn need it.
Yep. And that's one of the things.
Like, I can't render this at 100% resolution with just like anti-aliasing in the year of our Lord 2025.
Okay, but
why
the thing
not on
is,
the most advanced engine that ever existed so far. One of the best, quote unquote, best hardware. 5090 is dog shit, but like best hardware that you can buy.
Yeah, no, the especially this generation, if you are building a current right now PC with parts that are off the shelf, brand new parts, you're building AM5, because I'm sorry, Intel is still dropping the ball, especially because of the way the AM5 platform works. You're also getting a Radeon graphics card, a modern one, probably their mid-range card, which I believe is cheaper than NVIDIA's cheap card and performs about as good as NVIDIA's mid-range card, or their high-end card, which falls between the NVIDIA mid-range and the NVIDIA high-end card on average, right? Sometimes it's more performant, sometimes it's less in comparison. But it usually falls in that range. Because of how the new processors and the new graphics cards talk to each other, you're going to have a much better time in pretty much all use cases using that pairing, unless you specifically need NVIDIA's AI cores.
Right.
Which there are use cases that specifically need NVIDIA's AI cores. How did you get on the ship? The doors are closed. The way is shut, to quote Gandalf. Gren. Oh, you just cannot plant a sapling on small block. Oh, or maybe it does require a piece of dirt. Hang on, let me go pick up a piece of... Are you dirt? Nope, you're stone. Yeah, you just cannot plant a sapling on a ship. It will not work with the... What the fuck? How does this keep happening? How are you guys getting in? How are you picking me up when you're half my fucking size?
Oh yeah, I've had those. I don't know how they keep getting in. I've had that happen to me too.
It just flew through the glass. Yeah, nope. They can just fly through the glass.
That shit don't happen on land.
Just gonna move my shit for a minute.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okey-dee. You cannot have the ship moving and get the fuck out. Interesting. Very interesting, methinks. I went skydiving, I went Rocky Mountain climbing, I went 2.7 seconds on a bull main dame Fu Manchu. I don't know why I became Adam Sandler there, but I apologize for nothing. Have a good day. Haha, fucker. You're glowing. Why are you glowing? Cool. Have a good day. I hope you figure out why you're glowing. Because it's pretty weird. Yep, well, it's time to leave already.
I temporarily lost the ability to hear out of my right ear.
Oh,
which
well,
I've been told is abnormal.
It sounds like that's cleared itself up, so that's good at least.
Yeah. Well, it's still a little fuzzy, but...
All right, chat. We are going to start moving towards this gate. And then I'm going to go pee. I just found a bunch of mods, and I haven't made a mod bench yet. And I found a bunch of shit I can sell anyway, so. And then I'm going to go to another system and try to be less of a pussy, probably. So I'll be right back, chat. $891 to $181. I found Jesus.
You found Jesus? Just if it's a local, just go to Buddy.
Okay. Damn. What the fuck?
Don't let your kids watch.
I probably shouldn't go around asking people if they want to step in my shower. And if you have an old dick, you know what to do. I'm gonna kick.
Okay, kick. I shot him, right?
I thought you did.
I thought I did too.
My bad.
Can we start over?
You know what? This and that aren't words that help. I need one box of that. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. What? What? The fuck? All right, I beep borped my flim flam.
You... what? Huh?
I'm back.
What? Oh.
I'm back.
Oh God. It got so much worse.
You put the stars to shame. Let's sit here another while. I want to drink you in.
Yeah, drink me in, man. Yeah. Holy shit.
The fuck is this? God, you killed me. That's actually a sound. Motherfucker. I thought I died while I was AFK. Oh shit. Okay. I'm in a pot.
Nice.
Oompa loompa doompa dee doo. I've got another puzzle for you. Oompa loompa doompa dee die. If you are smart, you'll not words and shit. You're being a public nuisance. Stop it. Bad piggy. Good boy. I can't believe that worked. Hi, kids. Do you like violence? You want to see me stick 9-inch nails to reach one of my eyelids? Want to copy me and do exactly like I did? I look forward to doing business with you in the future.
All right, there's so much. Gotta get going.
All right, have a great day.
All right, love. I mean, oh shit.
I wouldn't recommend getting down that way in the future.
I'll let you lick my gumdrop buttons. Not the gumdrop buttons. You wanna taste this booty?
No. There's no booty there. Here is. What
Eat
are
it
you,
like
what are-
groceries.
Oh. Okay. This is fine. Everything's fine. Not the alien! Fuck! Who aliened me?
He's now gone berserk mode. Well, guess what I have? Drugs. Here's 3 more arrows right up your butthole.
Guess what I have? Drugs. Well, lightning there. I think I'm gonna go try to get me one of them high school educations. This is stupid, chat. I shouldn't do this, chat. Are we doing it? Oh shit, and he makes it!
26-1.
You wanna wait? You wanna
analyzing?
Wait. So you might be switching teams. Okay. Are you coming to the DOJ as a defender or as a district attorney?
No, I'm not. I'm not coming. The judge just wants me to come.
The judge wants you to come.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think those were his exact words, actually.
Hang on. Can I get you to say that one more time for me?
Yeah, the judge wants me.
10%, 15%, it's a fair tip.
I can smother him in his own cake. Hang on.
The goods are to die. Shit. No! Oh my god, help! Help! Oh my god! Help! Help!
891 to 181. I found Jesus.
You found Jesus? Just if it's a local, just go to buddy.
Okay. For me. Well, so if you're married, you get tax breaks on like property ownership.
Yeah. You got any kids with this gorilla?
Oh fuck no.
Oh. So you would get more money in your tax return if you had kids.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna fuck a gorilla.
Well, you married.
Hi, chat. They acquired the wrap for my elbow, and so now my elbow is wrapped.
Nice.
See, I don't think it's very nice, but that might just be me.
It's not nice. As somebody with a brace for my elbow, it's not goddamn nice.
Well, and it's okay. So you know that Ace Wrap shit that's crazy expensive?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't buy that. Buy Vet Wrap.
Right.
At Menards. It's the exact same shit, but because it has animals on it, and it says it's for animals, it costs like a third as much. For literally the exact same shit with a different design on it. Because marketing. Hi, what are you selling? You're selling travel terminals. And quartz ore.
My ship is nearly the same size as this city.
That's crazy. How does it fit in the bays?
Yeah, it doesn't fit in the city bays, but the space stations are huge.
That's fair.
You have too many quests of the same type. I have one quest, and it says bounty, and it's for Bardwell 1. I can abandon it. I'm like, you are just lying. No, I don't.
Did I talk to the black market fucker?
Do I need light shards?
Okay. Okay. That's a fib. That was your plan all along. Okay, but is this worth
Darkness enemies detected.
$7,000
That's not good.
for a damage bonus 4 mod?
Oh my god. Damage bonus 4.
Yeah.
I'd pay $7,000 for that.
I can also pay $1,600 for fire rate 4.
No.
Well, so the crazy thing is, this fucking pistol of mine says it has a 1,700 fire rate.
Right.
You want to see how fast it fires?
Kinda.
That doesn't feel like 1,700, brother.
I believe that it's the fire rate is a function of, it's a multiplicative value of the fire rate of the type of gun it is. So for example, 1,700 fire rate on a pistol makes it fire probably similar to like a scout rifle, but like 480 fire rate on my machine gun is multiple times faster than that, but the damage is obviously different.
No, because you have a pistol with a fire rate of 200 that fires so fucking fast, or Zach does. One of you two does.
Zach does. I have a machine gun tier 5 with a fire rate of 480 that fires probably about 3 times as fast as that gun you're shooting, but with a damage of 224.
Right.
Zach has his cracked pistol and then his cracked marksman rifle, which after he explained the marksman rifle thing, because that is the type of gun that I normally like, but I couldn't get my hands on, I now also have a 180 LE tier 5.
See, and I like sniper rifles, but I don't need them to fire quickly, because if I'm using a sniper rifle, I'm shooting at something way the fuck over there, and I'm switching guns if it's advancing and too close. Like,
I do that too. I have a grenade launcher, a machine gun, a marksman rifle, a missile launcher, and then my darkness purifier, my shock stick, and then some like health packs, like all of my health bar. So like if something's coming at me, I've got options. I'm not just going with sniper, but I didn't have a sniper that I was like, if there's 2 guys right next to each other, I want to be able to shoot one and then quickly shoot the other one before he closes any kind of like meaningful distance and I have to like re-measure where his face should be.
yeah, no, that's valid.
And that the LE is the variant. I didn't know which variant it was, because whenever you go to look at the guys and it's like, oh, what do you have? And it's like, well, we've got 56 sniper rifles, 112 marksman rifles, and I don't know the goddamn difference.
Why does Stone Cruncher reduce the tier of this?
Does it?
Yeah, reduces the tier and the range back down to regular.
Maybe it's fixing the incorrect tier number.
Oh, maybe, and then it'll go back once it recalculates after it's assembled.
That seems like something I would totally test on a backup thing. I'm realizing now that
No, it says tier 6 and 12 again, so it's fine.
Nice. I was looking at like my skills, and I was like, my crafting skill is maxed, my trading skill is maxed, my building skill, I didn't even start increasing it until I realized I could just build on my ship. So that one's really, really low. My mining skill's okay. My range skill's okay. But my main character level is like 24, which seems high for the vast majority of these skills to be completely unleveled. And then I realized that like quests just give you raw character XP as well.
Right.
And I have been doing quests. So I was like, I haven't done enough mining for my mining level to be like that high. Like my mining level is fucking 19 and my miner level is 24. That's weird, right?
I mean,
But then
my
I'm like,
knight
miner is
level
me,
is 13,
mining is
my
a skill.
knighthood level is 4.
Yeah, see?
My mining level is 15, my crafting level is 15, my ranged level is now 20, trading is 10, and space combat's 5. And darkness is 4. But I gain darkness levels at a significantly faster rate being a knight. That's one of the
right
bonuses. I also purify faster, which is fucking helpful, brother.
Yeah, oh fuck. This bastard is hard to shoot. Yeah, the fact that you can just be purifying the ground and then like a little spider demon comes out and ruins your whole rest of your time. Crazy.
Also, I decided previously that it was a good idea to be wearing this corrupt spacesuit.
Corrupt spacesuit?
It's a corrupt suit tier 1.
How did you get a corrupt spacesuit?
I bought it from the black market guy.
God. What does corrupt do other than be bad for your health?
It's just a name. Basically, it's a glass helmet that's tier 3.
Oh.
Is the primary difference as near as I could tell.
Corruption or poison you and give you a buff or something.
Nope, doesn't seem to do any of that.
I wonder if you can corrupt regular gear then.
Well, no, because it's not corrupted. It's like, look at the picture. It's not like the corrupted stuff that the one guy buys. It's different than
Yeah,
that.
it looks like a fishbowl.
Right.
But like now you have me wondering, is there a corruption mechanic for gear as there is for blocks? And what would that do?
There's a corruption mechanic for you.
Right, which sucks. Which is why I carry around a bunch of light pills.
Yeah, that corruption mechanic feels very Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Not gonna lie. More Tears of the Kingdom than Breath of the Wild, to be fair. No, I have this internal debate in my head that if I were to get told tomorrow, hey, you get this or that, pick one, I don't know which I would pick. And it's between a Steam Deck or a Switch 2.
I mean, I would know what I would pick easily, but
The Switch 2, because you already have a Steam Deck.
I'd take another Steam Deck over the Switch 2.
See, I like Zelda too much for that. Like,
I am not a Switch fan, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I've played all of the Zelda releases. I mean, I have 2 Switches actually, so I can't say I don't have a Switch, but I only played one of them on the Switch. So, there's that.
right, but if I want to stream them,
Oh, I'm not suggesting that you do anything untoward.
Right. Right. No, but like that's what I'm saying. And part of the fun for me is like discussing and showing other people, etc. Always has been. I played through the entirety of Ocarina of Time the first time I played it with an audience of my brother, my mom, and some of my friends. The first time I beat the game, there were like 8 people in the room watching me play. And honestly, it was kind of awesome. Right? Because it's
I'm glad that you enjoyed it.
Nobody in our friend group had beaten the game or even gotten to the final boss fight. Right? And so when I told them, hey, you know, I think I'm getting close. So like they probably watched the last 4 hours of that playthrough. And then the ending happened, which I still don't understand why people are confused by. It's very straightforward. See, I say people. I mean people who want to be MatPat but aren't that smart.
I don't think there's any people that are generally confused by the ending that have actually tried to understand the ending. I think there's people who say the ending is confusing so they have a video to talk about.
Oh, well, I don't like that because there's plenty of other stuff to talk about that's actually worth talking about.
Yes, but people have already talked about all those things. But they haven't talked about the dumb made-up things that these people made up because they don't exist, because they made them up.
And there is a long time ongoing theory about a fourth piece of the Triforce, or the fourth piece of the Triforce being implied in the negative space in the center, right? And for as much as everyone says that game is, 3 is the most important number in that game, no, it fucking isn't. Not in any of them. It's usually 4. And has been.
What am I supposed to be doing?
Or multiples of 4. For instance, in Ocarina of Time, there are 8 dungeons. There would be 9 if 3 was an important number. There are also 8 dungeons in the first Zelda game, which Ocarina of Time mirrored in a lot of ways that I feel were very good. Like, not
Red Darkness spawner? What the fuck am I supposed to do with that?
Yeah, that's why I left there.
Well, I've got a quest to kind of deal with it.
Oh, see, my quest says activate a new light temple.
Tell me how to deal with it. I'm not doing the main quest. Why would I do the main? Dave, I'm not doing the main quest.
Oh, that's fair.
Okay, you have to purify basically everything around it. Okay, that's fine. What did I get from that? Dark liquid. I don't like that.
You should. You can sell it.
To who?
The guy who's not on the side with the rest of the vendors.
Oh.
Who buys all the Red Darkness related accoutrement.
I'm gonna be honest. I've been avoiding places with Red Darkness, and therefore have not.
He is on every space
much.
station.
I know. I have not acquired or sold any Red Darkness to know that there's a guy who likes Red Darkness for money. I know the guy you're talking about. I just haven't sold him anything. I bought shit from him. Bought a lot of shit from him.
Oh, I think I figured out this mechanic. Also, I hate this mechanic.
Which mechanic is it that you hate now?
Damn it, his shield's all the way back to full. Thank you, baby. She made the pizza. Pizza. What? No. No. That, much like Grey Duck, must be a Minnesota thing.
Okay, so the access card's all the way through F. What am I going to use an access card F for?
I do not have the space abilities to handle this at the moment.
Valid.
I cannot do enough damage fast enough.
Dark fragment, dark liquid, dark rod, dark tissue. Okay. Dark shard. Dark dust. Darkness core fragment. I think I've covered most of the dark. And I have a quest over here to do.
Did you say Almontes was a good place for you? I mean, there's 4 glowing ores there.
I've never been to El Montes. Alright, pirate bounty time. Where are the pirates?
Almontes 1, here we go.
Job complete. Yeah, those guys got shit on. Mainly because I shot at them from the air. Like a bad friend. I did not bring an access card with me. Shit. I was wasting time. Okay, cool. Yeah, a feature where you could call your ship to you would be great.
Agree. Also, maybe gate it behind a technology.
Yes, for sure. I would definitely take it as a usable item, like a beacon, or like some function of an item that you use that uses your existing battery or your ship's battery or whatever. Like, I don't care what restrictions you put on it, just let me do it. Because having like basically having an entire floating base with all my inventory and everything in it is great, and going back and forth to it is great. But I have a bunch of like my access keys in it, and if I forget to like grab a couple when I jump down to go do something, and I run into a chest, I'm like, okay, so either I abandon this, or I come all the way back to my ship, and then either fly my ship over where the area is so I can have access to my inventory, or just pick up the stuff and then go back to where I was at.
This
Which is
system
also
didn't
fine.
say there was a temple in it, but there is a temple in this system. Oh, shit. Those pirates hit hard, brother.
Maybe that's why they said it wasn't a temple anymore, because the pirates took it over and fucked it. Okay, so QB, I need you to get me some glowing ore, because I need to build up my glowing ore.
Quit shooting at my ship, asshole.
Also, the corrupted ground being like functionally just like evil bedrock is kind of a funny mechanic.
Yeah. I'm here for it. I think it works.
Yeah.
I did not need another ancient key, motherfucker. This is a different kind of temple. This isn't the kind of temple I need, which is why it isn't marked as a temple.
That's what I said.
I have 4 fucking ancient keys now.
You know, like when you said ancient keys the very first time you came across it and you didn't have any, and I was like, oh, ancient keys are probably going to be some sort of bottleneck. And then I looked at my inventory and I was like, I have 3 of these. Wait a minute. I've already hit the point where I'm grinding too hard for the story. I didn't even know I needed these.
Yeah, no. Light crystals are the bottleneck, I think. Because they're used for a couple of different
I
interesting
have 7 of
mechanics.
those.
Yeah, but you grind, Ricky. That's the...
Well, yes. That was my point. It wasn't that I... My point wasn't that, hey, there's no bottlenecks in the game. My point was that I accidentally grinded past all the bottlenecks not knowing that they were going to exist. And now I don't know where I'm supposed to be capped at, which is great because I refuse to be limited. I currently have 71 quantum processors and my main system is still Bardwell. Okay, I know what I am gonna do. I'm gonna go get all of the glowing stuff at least once.
Fucking
So the
pterodactyl.
QB can shut the fuck up.
Zach asked me, why would you ever want to turn him off? And I'm like, oh, there are reasons.
Yeah, no, as soon as he said that, I'm like, that guy gets in my face too often. He's also still much more upgraded than I am. He is currently tier 6. I haven't even been able to make a tier 5 helmet yet.
You're worried about tier 5. I'm on tier 3. Okay.
I mean, Dave, let's be real. One of us jumped out of orbit in a ship and almost fell into the sun.
Yeah, that was
And
you.
one
So
of
how
us-
is your performance
Yeah.
so much better than mine?
That's all I'm saying is I need this to stay alive. So I've invested in staying alive as much as possible. And that means doing dumb things like buying out all of the fucking quantum processors from the guy and then warping out of the system and then warping back into the system to be able to refresh his inventory to buy the shit again. Okay, let's go to... I don't know why that planet is purple, so not that one.
Why didn't you finish repairing my ship?
What do you mean you didn't finish repairing your ship?
It left a bunch of holes in my ship. In the part that I added.
Oh. You know, I have yet to, oh, fuck. Sorry, I got attacked by angry birds. Be like I said, I, haven't been in ship combat because I'm scared. I wonder if modifications to the ship blueprint don't get saved as part of the repair sequence.
And there might need to be a way to update that then. Because if you completely change the shape of your ship, that's going to be bad. Yeah, there's shit missing in here too. So none of the stuff I added got fixed.
But you also haven't like reloaded since you made your changes, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But I have decided that any bits and bobs that get destroyed, I'm going to start trying to fill in with ancient hull blocks. At least a little bit. Because I think using different materials ends up being visually pleasing overall. You know, so I'll use ancient hull blocks until they're ancient hull blocks dispersed. Such as... Bet if I go into modify ship...
Ooh, what kind of ship is that? Wait, can my ship even land here? You can try. Let's see.
So how do you land your ship on the ground?
Well, you don't. You landed on a landing pad.
I've
Now,
never
as
seen
for
an
whether or not you can make your
unoccupied
own
landing pad. Do what?
No, there's tons of them. I just landed on one just now. Okay, so it seems that repair restores your ship to whatever the blueprint is. Even if you don't have any damage.
So how
like if
do
you
you...
hit the repair when you've only got like 1 cubit, it just refabbed my ship to what it was. Although it didn't move my chair, which means it'll probably be hard to sit in. Since it's halfway in the roof now. How fixed? Great question. Don't know. I haven't messed with the blueprint system. I'm assuming maybe that'll have something to do with it. I'll have to try that once I talk to this other guy because his ship looks fucking cool as well. It's smaller than mine, but it's cool. The Basilisk?
Yeah, I've seen the
Scout
Basilisk.
ship. Looks cool. Why not? Couldn't hurt to have a little scouter.
You have a little scouter. Your starting ship was a scout ship.
Yeah, but that ship fucking ugly, Dave. So I'm gonna fuck that one up. To test this new thing we just talked about.
Do I have to buy you to buy the other one? No, I can just have a collection of different vehicles. Interesting.
Yeah. Why not? Okay, so I blasted out a hole in the side of my ship for no reason. Gonna modify. Hole's still there. Repair. Hole fixed. Okay, modify in ship machine mode.
I think I have one of the best motorbike ground speeders already.
Repair still repairs this. Okay. Now, how do blueprints? Oh, fuck. Okay. Jesus.
This feels like a bad oh fuck.
I'm just realizing that the I don't know how the blueprint thing works at all.
Yeah, it kind of told me it existed, and I went, oh, that's cool. I'm going to completely ignore this mechanic now until I, for some reason, decide I desperately need it.
Yep, that's accurate. Okay, what if I just highlight this? Fuck you, fucking what, mate?
Oh, God. Neither of us are upside down enough to talk like that, brother. You fucking what, mate?
Okay. This doesn't at all do what I thought it did.
Now, if only I knew if that were a good thing or a bad thing.
Well, in terms of solving the ship problem, it's definitely not going to do that. Basically, the blueprint mechanic allows you to scan, anything. Then it gives you a machine, and if you feed the necessary materials to the machine, it just prints whatever you scanned, wherever you put the machine at.
Right, I knew it could do that.
Yeah, but that's exclusively what it does. So it's not like it loads the blueprint for like use as like a ship blueprint or something. But also I didn't realize that it would just like allow me to duplicate a mountain. So that's a little awkward.
Fair.
A corrupted mountain.
Part of
Well, I
me
guess I
wants to
can't
come into
actually
this
make
game
the
in
corrupted
creative
mountain.
mode just to see what kinds of fucking shit there is that's still locked behind stuff as far as like stuff we can build and fuck around with, you know what I mean? But I'm forcing myself not to do that.
Yeah, I've been trying to like not really like I've been looking like in the game files for like technical stuff, but like trying to avoid really looking around and poking at stuff I'm not supposed to know because I like finding it in the game.
Right.
But like stuff like how ship anchors work is not that. Like that's something the game is just not going to tell me because otherwise it would have already told me. So yeah, that is something to note and something I didn't think about. That ship repairs repair to the, I guess, to the config file. And they don't write a new config file.
When you change it.
Or maybe they do, and it's just only at a certain point?
I was going to say it could also... No, because those
I'm
are
gonna
all blocks I've added,
save.
not blocks I've changed.
I'm gonna save and quit, and then I'm gonna come back, and then I'm gonna blast the stairs off my ship with a rocket launcher, and then repair it.
Okay.
Because if that saves it, then it means that save load is part of the blueprint process. Oh, okay. Well, now wait a minute. Huh. So, I repaired my ship before, and it undid my changes to my ship.
Okay.
I saved and loaded after I had already done that. And now my ship is back to the edits that I had in it. So it undid the repair. I'm actually going to try that again. So I'm going to repair now for 1 qubit because it's functionally fine, but visibly different. That changed the visuals. My chair is inside the ceiling. I'm going to save. I'm going to load my save. Back to what it was. So it is getting saved. Changes are getting saved. But when it hits repair, it pulls the visual not from the save blueprint, but from the base blueprint. Because it's pulling from the ID, and the ID is tied to the config blueprint, not to the save. Okay. That makes sense. They could fix that. Like tomorrow. Weird.
It did recognize that I tried to remove the stairs, though, so that's good. Or not the stairs, but the patio out here. I was afraid I would... What the fuck is going on here? Or in the words of Jack Black, what the fuck is going on here? From Tropic Thunder. You guys are functionally fine, right? Like, I don't need to... Oh, 50 copper? Yeah, I will sell you 50 copper. For fucking 3 grand? Yes. Let me out of this building. I have to sell this cleric some copper.
Okay, now I want to see what happens if I just pop the ship in and out. So, repair. Swap to the basilisk. That loads my basilisk up here. Crawl out because you put the hatch in the dumbest fucking place ever. Pop the planet bane back up here. Okay, that didn't work.
Where in the fuck is the thing that I want? Where did it go? Are you eastbound and down? Do you want to fuck clown? Are you like Monica getting around?
Sorry, I saw that someone had literally put something similar to this in feedback, and I'm like, no, this is not feedback, this is a bug. It does work. Your changes are being saved. Stop complaining. Or rather, not that person stop complaining. You know, someone will post something in feedback and be like, hey, this is something that's like not working, and then some other person will come in and be like, this is why I fucking hate this game. It's terrible. How dare the devs release it when you can't do like that? And I'm like, okay, you shut up. Other guy was right to complain about this. You're an idiot.
Yeah. Basically was the thing I was complaining about last night.
Yes. Feedback is feedback. Some of you shut the fuck up.
Well, and feedback is helpful.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Like, this is helpful. I didn't notice until you said the thing, and then I'm looking at this guy, and he's like, okay, yeah. It doesn't revert back correctly. And I'm like, okay. Replicatable, makes sense. 2 other people have said this. And then this other guy comes in, and he's like, I bought the game specifically for the customization, and pre-made chips are the only thing that's viable, and building your own shit is too buggy and doesn't save properly. I'm like, whoa. Bitch, all my shit is built. My shit's fine. Just hit reload. It's not that serious. The game came out 2 days ago. Give him 10 seconds. It's 2 guys. Literally 2 guys.
Well, and like that's my thing is the people who are being aggressive, like a lot of that was poor expectation management on their own fucking part, in my opinion. Because
I'm gonna be honest, if the game released with early access tag, like 99% of the people would just be defending the quality of the game and just being like, bro, this is early access, just shut up.
Right.
Because that's what people do. And I'm kind of like both. Yes, I'm glad they didn't put an early access tag because the game is pretty darn there in terms of completeness. In terms of just an initial gameplay experience. And also like putting things in early access like gets it with a different set of eyes, and there's different preconceptions. I personally don't like buying a lot of early access titles. There's a handful of exceptions. I didn't even buy Baldur's Gate 3 in early access. So like not having early access gets more eyes on it, which means more feedback more quickly, but also the feedback is going to be more aggressive because people are thinking they're paying for a full complete product, which they are and should rightfully complain about if they don't get what they want. But don't be a dick. You don't need to be a dick.
Well, and
only time you need to be a dick is if the dev is being a dick when you're trying to give them feedback. Then fuck them.
Yeah. How do I find the person I talked to already?
They should have, if you finish the quest, it should have like a star next to the exclamation point, but also on the map, you can click like the thing that'll highlight them.
I did. Because fuck these guys.
That should be just a different icon, in my opinion. Just take away the exclamation point and put something else. If Urgent Vision Suite need 8 rocks. There's literally nothing on Earth urgent enough that requires 8 rocks. What are you doing? The 8 rocks is an urgent request.
An interior decorator on a mission from God.
Well, that guy is gonna get smited. Cause I'm out of here.
Cause I ain't giving him no rock. Don't be fooled by the rock that I got. I'm still
All right.
Jenny from the block.
That's enough.
Don't be fooled by this cock that I got.
Jenny is retired. Let her sleep.
Thank God. You know what? That was satisfying. I liked it.
Radioactive. Why are the radioactive pterodactyls?
I'm not a fan of those words in that
Is it
order.
a flying radioactive seahorse? I'm gonna start carrying a turret with me, and whenever I go to like look in a box, I'm gonna put the fucking turret down. Because there's no way I went to open this titanium chest and I got jumped by the craziest shit I've ever seen in this game. Are you shitting me? I looked in here for 2 seconds. Now, mind you, this is an amazing chest. Titanium ore, quartz ore, magnetite ore, sulfur ore, copper ore, tin ore, 3 diamonds, and glowing silver. Fantastic. Let me get more of those.
So the rocket
But
launcher
also, radioactive pterodactyls?
fires grenades.
Yes. I know that.
I just found that out.
Oh. Painting bench.
I have.
I thought I could steal that. I could not. It's just gone now. Okay.
Do you need this to
They should
be
really tell you.
in a stack of exactly 50 units?
No. For the quest? No.
Yeah.
Nope.
Please return when you have 50
You just
units
need
of
to have
copper
50.
ore. I grabbed ingots, not ore. That's my B. RTFM, Dave.
Seriously. Slacker. I should really reorganize all of my cargo space yet again. Shouldn't I? Said no one ever.
I mean, I don't know. You ask about rearranging shit on the reg, brother.
I know. It's because I'm a crazy person.
Well, yeah, nobody's debating that.
I wish they would. It'd make me feel better sometimes.
I mean, they don't debate whether or not I'm crazy either. So, like, I know it's not comforting, but at least we're crazy together.
Fair enough.
Nope, need that back.
Okay, I feel like an entire page of just ore is enough pages of ore. I say knowing full well that it will not be, and I will regret this decision in mere moments. Okay, these are all crafted materials. So this is... I'll probably have another page of, like, mods and ammo, weapons, and shit. And then this can be for all the shit I'm collecting.
See, I need to go back to fucking Bardwell 2 anyway to craft the fucking light crystals. I don't even remember what I fucking need for those. And how do you have 7 of them? Why have you been
Dark
crafting
shards. Well, I saw that they were ammunition, and I thought they would stack. So I crafted like a bunch, and then I realized that it's only for the space laser, and I haven't used them, so I just have them. Like they're literally just sitting in my inventory. I don't know. I don't know if there's something else I can do with them. I remember I saw that purifier thing where it looked like you used 4 light crystals to like purify something somehow.
Yeah, you purify equipment that way.
Okay. I figured it was something like that, but I'm like, I haven't received any equipment.
Because you can find corrupted equipment that you can purify.
Oh, okay. Oh, so that's what that's okay.
Yeah, it's
So that's
the
what you
loot
did in your
box
fishbowl
system.
helmet.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I almost killed the space cop. That would have been so fucked up.
Okay, now do I get more out of these if I mine them manually?
Never tried it. I imagine no. That seems like it would defeat the entire space mining mechanic, in my opinion. Also, what do I do with like the creature parts?
I'm assuming they're useful for something eventually.
It says crafting. But I haven't crafted any creatures stuff yet.
Well, the asteroid is in fact made of individually mineable blocks. And having broken asteroids and gotten 3 ores out of them before, this feels far more mineral dense than doing it by shooting it. But there's at least probably 40 visible ore left on this thing.
Well, also, I guess I imagine because normal people would have to jump out of this ship and therefore need oxygen to mine them, that maybe that's just like a trade-off of you could die in space, but you could get more stuff. I guess that does kind of make sense.
Yeah, I got 1 more aluminum from that.
Cool. I'm gonna be my chair's already on the top of my ship, so that'll be easy for me to switch to manual mining. Fuck. Just another thing, huh? I feel like this game does a weirdly good job of like rewarding that. Where you're like, hey, what if
So there's a lot of silicon, which I don't desperately need.
see, antimatter can go here. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this Higgs boson. I just keep feeling like I'm gonna accidentally throw it away or delete it or something.
Oh, that's aluminum. Fuck that.
Okay, what are the? Oh, these are the tier 7 fuel cells. Let's put that over here. Let's put the ship batteries down here. Weapons that I'm not using right now can go over here. So many health packs. I don't really get hurt to my health that often. I'm normally like running on shield.
Any damage to the not asteroids instantly destroys them. I shot it with the mining laser and
Okay,
it
so
fucking
it's
evaporated.
faster to just blow through like 50 of them, but if you jump out and do one, you could get more stuff.
Okay, but the thing is, there's only like 6 asteroids in an asteroid belt. So pick
True.
and choose which ones have the materials you need in them.
Fair enough.
Why am I going to fight a pirate dreadnought in this instead of my ship that fights things?
Are you going to fight a pirate dreadnought at all?
Quest. And it's only level
Oh.
3 to be fair.
I guess that's fair enough.
I mean, my space combat level is 5.
I mean, mine's 7, but like, I'm gonna be honest, fuck these people. Maybe I should build like a triangular ledge in the front of this. I feel like I put my chair in like a very dramatic spot for visual effect, but when you teleport to your ship to embark on it, it just teleports you to where the chair is. So like, reasonably, I should just put the chair near my fucking machines. So it can just teleport me to my machines. And just have like a command bay.
It fucking sold the wrong one. Of course it did.
X matter cell. Cool. I'm not gonna have that anytime soon. This has 4 output slots. This tier 2 extractor has mining bonus, which increases mining yield or mining power. I think I want power.
What do you have?
Damage bonus, fire rate.
I don't think I can sell this.
Damage bonus,
yet. I don't think I have
explosion.
enough.
Fire rate. Okay,
All right,
dump
Black Market
those.
Broham, have me some Titan or Cargo Class fucking parts I can buy.
I need gamma matter. How the fuck do I get gamma matter? Not like that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, brother.
Okay, let's see what else. Fuck the shock stick. Oh, turret. Advanced laser turret, that's dark matter. I don't have dark matter. Where's the regular laser turret? Microprocessor transistor. Oh, turrets fucking stack, do they?
What?
That doesn't seem right.
Have you seen the Infinity yet, by the way?
Huh?
The Infinity?
No, what? Where's that? What class of ship is that?
The Strozier system. It's Interceptor, I believe. Nope, Scout.
Damn. Because I want like an interceptor or fighter, and also a tanky tank boy Titan. I think Titan's the biggest. If it's not the biggest, I want the biggest. I'm still missing 3 fitted slots. I don't know if there's a class above where I'm at, or if there's a variation of the combination of mods I need for that to be a thing.
I was going to say, it's got to be one of the two, or they just left themselves room to grow.
That too. Or it could be a story thing.
Oh,
in this version, like, at this point of the story, you get access to this larger ship, and then, like, in adventure mode, that's not a limit.
Or there are 3 items in the story that your ship is required to have for story reasons.
Oh, fuck me. Yeah, that could be it too. I love that I can see my ship from like multiple hundreds of meters away. There's no practical use for this. Fuck that spider. Fuck that spider. Fuck that. I should really put a darkness mod on my gun at some point, but I am more comfortable fleeing. I currently have 243,000 qubit, which seems like a lot.
What can only have what?
Hmm?
What were you just giving the stats on, brother?
Oh no, I said I currently have 243,000 qubits, which seems like a lot. But
Oh.
also,
I mean, compared to
kind of
my
doesn't when I've
11,000,
seen
yes, it's a
ships
lot.
that are compared to the ship that I'm flying around in that costs 5.9 mil. Compared to where I was, this is peanuts. Please return you have 50 units of titanium ore. Oh yeah, I was supposed to do that. My bad. I just flew off the planet and didn't give you the fucking ore. Please park.
Oh, fuck.
You can. Oh god, radioactive. My eyes.
The sunlight hurts my eyes.
It's radioactive dinosaurs blasting me in the face with green light. It hurts my fucking eyes.
Waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my brow as I sweat my rust. Breathing in the silicone.
That's not the words.
I know. But I can't be fucked to remember what they are right now. And that feels like it's somebody else's fault.
You could be right. You may be wrong.
For all I know, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. That was the theme song to a show called Mad About You featuring Paul something and a blonde woman, and they were both really well known in the 90s for like sitcom shit. I think Helen Hunt was in it. And Paul.
A large predator is attacking our people.
Paul Reiser,
words
Helen
for that.
Hunt. Richard Kind was in it, but he was in everything. Carol Burnett, Jeff Garlin. And now I'm just looking for names I recognize and or faces. Alan Ruck, Brad Garrett. Jason Alexander. They probably did a crossover episode with Seinfeld, to be honest. Because they both aired at the same time and took place in New York, if I remember correctly. Wait, what do you mean Mad About You TV series 1992 to 2019? Bullshit, 2019. Oh, right. There's an episode with O.J. Simpson in it. That aged poorly.
Hey, the glove didn't fit.
He's still full of shit. They did do a crossover with Friends. Because Lisa Kudrow played Ursula Buffet, Phoebe's twin sister.
Seems like a place I'm definitely not supposed to be on foot in.
No. Explain to me how you're saying this
Job
show
complete.
ran for 20 years when I know it didn't, because it wasn't still going in 2019.
What am I mining? Oh, this is just diamond. And that's silver. And that's a pirate with a machine gun. I feel like I should be making a ship entirely out of ancient hull blocks to make it immune to the darkness.
Ancient hull blocks are not immune to the darkness.
We don't know that.
I have actively watched them not be immune to the darkness, Ricky.
We talked about this, Dave.
Okay. Valid.
We've determined that the darkness could potentially have properties of a ferrofluid. In that the darkness that landed on the things that we saw exclusively landed on the surface of the things that we saw and did not make it into a place that was completely enclosed in a cube of ancient hull stuff. Because there isn't a cube of that anywhere in the game so far that I've seen.
Actually, yes, there is. There is one on fucking Bardwell 1.
There's a completely encased cube on Bardwell 1 made entirely of ancient hull blocks.
Yep. Would you like me to show you?
Yes. And then I'd like you to put some darkness in it.
So I don't know that I can do that.
You need like a darkness grenade.
Or fucking, okay. So I would say that like command line access like we have in Minecraft would be nice.
Yeah,
for this kind of testing specifically.
I guess you could just expose the part of the script engine that they hook into, and then you could just directly do Lua into the console like you can in like Kingdom Come Deliverance, which is how they do most of their mods.
Oh, just raw dog script injection.
Yeah, I mean it has commands that are exposed, but the commands are just Lua functions, and then if you load like if you load like a Lua file like into where the text location is, then you have access to all of those same things as your own commands. So then you'd have commands that just run Lua scripts and functions.
Gotcha.
So you could do that.
I came down on the planet right above it, in fact.
Okay. Those pterodactyls really like you.
See, this has a fire rate. I just bought a new gun and a new rifle.
Okay, beat me out of here, Scotty. This place is a shithole.
But yeah, if you all right, I either did this in the demo or I dreamt it. We're about to find out. These are also ancient hull blocks, by the way. The not glowing ones.
Right.
But they're a different tier, I would imagine, because these have glowy shit behind them.
It's probably just a texture.
Well, no, because it's the same texture they use for glowing ores.
Right. But they also use that. I mean, it's probably a tier, but like visually, it's probably no different.
Oh, yeah.
Or not visually, actively, it's probably no different. It's probably just visually distinction.
You know what? Let's go ahead and... Because, this fucking thing...
Okay, so if you dig down below that, like straight down below where you are,
it's more ancient
and there's
hull
no
blocks.
darkness in there, then the ancient hull blocks do work. Because the darkness landed directly on top of that platform, and so should have
No, it
penetrated
didn't. The
through those
darkness
hull
came
blocks to the
through
thing.
this portal.
Right, and landed directly on top of the hull blocks, which is what I just said.
Right, but we've already cleansed literally all of that darkness already.
Right. So you just need to find another place that's exactly the same as this. And then don't purify it and dig underneath it. And then we'll know if it works.
But I was now years old when I decided I probably want all these blocks anyway. Because they're good.
Every time I see them, I collect like 100. Because I have a problem. Don't
I
be like
see
me,
them all
kids.
the time, though. That's my problem.
I know. I have 900 ancient hull blocks.
Oh.
Don't be like me, kids.
Hear that, kids?
This is a PSA.
Don't be like
This
Uncle
is not
Ricky. Oh, also, you graduated to Uncle Ricky.
That happens.
If you're lucky, one day you'll be Dr. Uncle Ricky.
Oh no. Don't need this extractor. Why do I have so many fucking health packs?
I never did check how deep this goes. I know it goes a couple of blocks deep, but it felt like it went much deeper than that.
Are they blast resistant? Shoot with a rocket launcher.
They are not. I don't believe. They might be. I mean, it won't destroy blocks if I shoot it with a rocket launcher, will it?
What do you mean it won't destroy blocks?
Like, it'll break blocks, but they will drop their item. I don't think I've ever seen an explosion destroy blocks. That's pretty explosion resistant, all things considered.
It's about as explosion resistant as normal dirt. Like, if you shoot a rocket at normal dirt, it does about that exact same pattern.
Right, except it makes a bigger round. This motherfucker made a cross.
You shot it at the corner, not a flat surface. I'm going to shoot one right now because I'm literally on flat ground. Hold up.
Oh.
Yeah, it just does cross. It just does a... What is that? 3 deep in the middle, and then a square, and then the cross. Yeah. That's just rocket launcher. So, not explosion resistant.
And the explosions do, in fact, destroy blocks, it would seem. Not a lot of them.
Probably a few of them, yeah.
But a few.
Noted.
Also,
now, I wonder what
I
happens
think
if
this
shoot
goes
target
as
down
deep
with
as
a
it is
rocket
wide,
launcher.
brother.
That's crazy.
I think this is a literal cube of fucking ancient hull blocks. Because look how far down that goes from here. And I'm already down a ways here.
Yeah, I see that.
That's actually kind of fucking crazy. I'm going to mine this out, and then I'm going to have enough ancient hull blocks to build a ship with.
Honestly. So training dummy is hella strong, stronger than me.
What do you
Stronger
mean?
than the wall behind him, for sure. I just shot a rocket launcher at the training dummy. It blew up the wall behind him. He's fine. It knocked me back into this fucking hole.
Oh.
That's fun. I like that.
You know, line the outside of your ship with training dummies.
I think they're deployables. Otherwise, that's exactly what I would do.
Because that feels, my
Okay,
favorite
so
kind of
thing
cheaty.
I don't necessarily like. Glowing ore. When you're on a planet with glowing ore and you go to QB's menu, it shows you specifically the glowing ore available on that planet for you to attempt to find and scan. No other point does it show you any of the glowing ore, and the glowing ore is not in the list of the ore scan list like every other ore is constantly in the list, which means you don't have a constantly running list in QB Scanner of all ores you could possibly be looking for at a given time.
Right, but I think the reason for that is so that they can knowledge gate stuff.
I mean, but it's already knowledge gated because by the time I find it, I should know what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Like how the rest of the ores are. Like, you don't know what the tier 5 ores are until you find them. And then you know. And again, if I go to my discoveries tab, right, I can see them. So it's not that I don't know what or where they are or anything. I had in my head that all the ores I was ever going to be looking for was in that list, and now that mental model is fucked. It could also just be that on console, scrolling all the way to the bottom of that
would be a
annoying.
goddamn
And if you have
nightmare.
request items at the bottom in case you like die and go to 0, you have to scroll all the way to like the bottom of like an entire like ore panel, and as they add more ores, that could be annoying. So like I could see how that's just a design choice. I just don't like it.
Well, and as far as UI stuff like that, that's going to be some of the first visual mods, I think. Because, like, that's what most of the mods for WoW are UI changes.
Well, that's because
and
the only mods for WoW that you could really do were visual changes. So they didn't have anything else to do.
that's fair, I suppose.
Versus like Minecraft, like modding like menus in Minecraft was like a couple of things down. It was like texture replacements first, if I remember correctly, and then after, because that was just swapping out the texture file in the jar and just repackaging it, and then after that it was full item like model replacements, because those were still just textures, just in a different way. And then it was adding items, because it would just enumerate everything in the jar for certain like item lists. You could add like an extra like ore to the bottom of a list, but you couldn't determine where it would load in the depth. And then it was that, and then after that, I think it was adding stuff to the crafting tables, like crafting recipes, stuff like that. And then after that, it was like floodgates open, because then people just were like unpacking everything and rebuilding it and shit when it went fully open source.
Right.
So this is probably similar but very accelerated. Like replacing textures in this, people will probably be having texture replacements like in full texture packs within a month, if anyone gives a shit about this game.
Which there is
And it'll be
already
way
a lot
easier
of
to,
hype
like-
surrounding this game in
oh my god,
Minecraft communities.
Yeah.
It's slightly less than stellar reception by the Minecraft community hasn't stopped the modding portion of that community from going, yeah, but anything we don't like, we can just change.
Yep.
So
I feel
like,
the only thing here is like there's going to be like a little bit of a knowledge bump going from like all the Minecraft tools, because again, there's so many tools now for Minecraft mod development with like Forge and Fabric and the open tools that are available like from Minecraft itself, and people knowing Java and all that to modding this, like UE5 modding and Java modding are totally different.
Right.
Lua is pretty fucking different from Java or JavaScript or literally anything else you might have embedded into Minecraft. So there'll probably be a little bit of delay on like true high quality, not even high quality, but like mods that require a lot of changes. But like almost everybody will be able to get in on like replacing textures and changing configs and like adding different, like, oh, you want to add another like miner that like mines like super duper fast on stone but sucks with ore, or whatever dumb shit you want to do, or you want to add like Borderlands style mod generation for items, where every time you pick up an item it's got a random assortment of a bunch of mods when you get past a certain level. Like all that shit you could do.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Rogue? I'm still stuck on find and activate a new temple. Primarily because I discovered this...
Stuck? Or actively avoiding?
Well, okay. So a little column A, a little column B, but primarily because I need to apparently make some shit that I'm not that excited about having to raw dog into existence. Oh wait, no, I might have a solution. But no, so my secondary thought in that whole process is, okay, but what if instead of that I just make a lot of money and buy a ship that can go kill them?
Well, that's what I did.
Well, it's... So I think part of the reason for that is because there's an unexplained knowledge barrier.
I guess, yeah.
Where like you all of a sudden, and it's easy to figure out, but then you after you realize what you're supposed to do, you then have to have a good enough ship to fight off pirates, and unless that's procedurally generated and I'm just getting a really, really bad hand, which, Ricky, we've established before, that just fucking happens to me.
I think you just didn't go the next logical, easiest place to be to find the thing you were looking for.
I did, because that is 2 jumps away from Bardwell. That is the closest other activatable temple to Bardwell. The next closest one is 5.
Yeah, but you get like 3 free jumps from the dude.
Right.
So like 5 jumps is like not far.
No,
but I think the big point of why there's so many other people stuck, because I could go and be fine. I'm just not going to. Because the game opens up right here. Like once you do
there
the
is
first
so
light
much
symbol,
game. Well, it's
and
like
you get, like, oh, here's the story. You have to like go to the light temples. You're activating the stuff. You're getting the purifier. You've got all the tools. You have the purifier, so you can purify darkness blocks. You can call down light strikes if you need to. You have all your stuff. You can craft
this is
up to whatever
literally,
tier you can
I
physically
just
get to.
realized, this is literally you have now left the vault in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
And you could go do the main story, or you could go look at literally everything else the game has to offer.
Yeah. This is basically that point. This is you just left the vault. You just fucking escaped the fucking dragon in Skyrim. You just escaped the fucking prison in Oblivion. Like, this is the break point where it's like, all right, you've done enough story. We've freed you. do the main story if you want to, or don't. Who the fuck cares? There's like 1,000 stars.
See, I call it the Sean Who. Primarily.
Nah. Because you're a nerd.
What?
Because you're a nerd.
No, I think what I'm about to say makes me more of an asshole than a nerd. But like, because the shift when you go off script is so much more dramatic in Fallout 4, because you go through all this, setup, like, oh my god, what happened to my kid? Ooh, shiny, and then you forget you even have a child for the next 20 hours.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a bad person, so saving Sean actually didn't occur to me.
That checks out.
Like when they took the kid and then I went back into cryo, I was like, oh, okay, that's it. Like I realized like most other like parents would probably be like, there must be some at least like.
Well, considering the voice actor, whether you're playing as Nick or Nora, also mentions, I have to go find Sean. When you the first thing that they say when you unfreeze again to go through the
yeah. I know that's what they say, but like in my brain I was like, we have no idea how long we've been cryogenically frozen. We have no idea how this works. We don't even really know who took him, if we're being realistic right at this moment. We don't know what they did to him. They could have used him as an experiment. He could have been a blood bag for rich people. That kid's probably fucked. Like, why am I'm gonna go across a radioactive desert wasteland of 1947 to look for a child I knew for 11 minutes? No. I'm gonna go base building.
See, I love the building mechanics in Fallout 4.
Yep.
But
I'm like, I have shit to do, man. I ran across this town. It's dog shit.
I got a titty bar to build.
A robot with so many hands is dangling in front of me in a weird way, and I honestly felt closer to him than Sean.
Codsworth?
Because at least he was witty, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he was the claptrap of that game.
For me, the claptrap of that game was Preston Garvey, because he would never shut the fuck up when I wanted him to. I played that game.
Yes.
On Xbox when it first came out. In fact, my Christmas present was an Xbox with that game so I could play that game.
Okay.
Because Dave loved him some Fallout. That being said, as soon as they released mods for that game, mod to make anybody non-essential, shoot Preston in the fucking face. Didn't res him, just never got any more quests, and I was fine with that.
That's so fucked, but I honestly, the first thing that I ever do whenever I get access to a Bethesda game is, how can I make the people that they tell me I can't kill immediately killable? Because don't tell me what I can't do. Because if they piss me off...
Well, see, they used to not, but then people would as recently as Morrowind, but then people would soft lock themselves because, oh, I killed that dude. And there was some of that in Oblivion because of how weird the Essential system was then.
I have no problem with them doing it. I think it's a good choice. I think enemies that... Not even enemies. Anything that you can kill that would affect your ability to progress the game that doesn't openly tell you, you shouldn't be able to kill normally. Now, I like that there are ways to be able to kill them. Like, if you have to go through like a convoluted method to be able to kill them, it's like, kind of implied that you know they're not supposed to die. I like that method. I also like the Baldur's Gate method of we're gonna have 70 backups.
Yep.
So no matter what you do, the story will go on, or you'll just miss the story quest. I like the Oblivion version where they just unlimitedly spawn assassins to kill the fucking guy, no matter how much you wait there for him. I like all these things. However, 99% of these games you're playing in a lawless period or a period where the law is whoever's strongest gets to decide what the law is. And I'm going to be the strongest, and my law is shut the fuck up. And that's it. If you're talking, stop.
You know, I see your point.
If you can't get that through your thick head, I'm sure I can fit a bullet through there.
I can fit a bullet just about anywhere, given enough time. And bullets. And time.
I leveled up quite a lot here, actually. Didn't do the quest I was supposed to do. Not sure why I'm fucking flying away.
You know what? That is the story of my goddamn life.
Let me turn around.
So I've been sitting here looking at headliners going, you know, because I think I saw it was on sale on Steam earlier, or it was just telling me, hey, you should buy this game because I really should just buy it while I have the money.
It was on sale.
Okay,
Both
so
of those
maybe
things are probably true.
One of those things is definitely true. It is on sale.
Ah, fuck me.
But my
it
thing
was on
is,
sale when I looked at it yesterday. For like 20% off or something.
I would want at least 1 to 2 more players. But I was thinking that could be
Reasonable.
a fun thing to do, like... Well, I was going to say tonight, but in my brain it was 11 o'clock in the morning when I started streaming. Because that's when I've been starting streaming. But I stepped in today because... fuck you, I'm an adult and I don't have to explain myself.
Because I was tired as fuck. I'm still tired as fuck.
Also
but
that.
I'm tired of being tired.
Also that, too. Yeah, no. Agree on, I think, all fronts here.
But, yeah, headliners look fun. Would totally want to play. Probably not in the next 3 to 4 days.
Oh, yeah,
For
no,
me.
at this point I'm probably looking at... maybe next Saturday? I don't know. Because I'm hoping that my elbow will be on the mend and I'll be able to start doing more RP again soon, too.
Yeah.
But
I also
trying
need to stop letting this game steal my life so I can finish playing Expedition 33 because I'll be damned if I'm going to get spoilered on it by YouTube because I keep playing the soundtrack.
You know what? That's fair.
But it keeps recommending me clear obscure videos.
Well, so I am going to install that mod. Just to, especially with the fucking extra fucking arm and hand problems I'm having. I'm just gonna simplify my fucking life and get the rest of the way through the game because I play games similarly to you in the respect of I'm gonna poke and touch everything.
Right.
Or do my damnedest to.
And honestly, I was sending that one to you because of this, specifically of the complaint that you were making of like, I'm tactically savvy enough that I could like very easily beat all these enemies using all the things available to me, but the parry windows are fucking me and there's no individual toggle for the parry windows.
Right.
And I'm like, yeah, I noticed that, and the parry windows, like, I mean, I play Souls games, so like for me the parry windows were just a matter of like get used to it.
See, and I don't
get
play
some of them I
Souls
just
games
miss.
because
But I was looking for something to make the game technically more harder because the hardest difficulty for me was like still I was like technically stomping them, and also I got really over leveled because I sat there and fought Golgra for 38 minutes and got 1,000,000 XP.
See, that's the first thing I'm doing
my
once
characters.
those windows broaden. What?
Yeah, it majorly overleveled all of my characters. And so because I was like, oh, well, I kind of don't want to, like, zoom past Dave on the story because it's kind of interesting and I also want to talk about it, like, as I'm going through it.
Right.
I was, like, doing, like, side stuff, so then I overleveled even further than what I already. But I did find a mod that made the game harder for me, so that's...
Good.
So I had a little fun with that, and then I turned it off because I legitimately lost track of how much random side shit I had done. And I was like, I don't even know where I'm at.
Fair. Seeing the last time I played, I was kind of exploring the world. But yeah, I desperately need to get back into it myself. Because it is good, and I don't want it to be spoiled by this, but that game is that game's overall time investment will be much smaller than this game's. So I don't want to miss the window of finishing that game. I guess is the best way to put it. Because I don't think one game is better than the other. I like them for different reasons.
That's the same thing I felt about Blueprints, where I was like, I am really, really enjoying Blueprints. However, I could play this like forever. Or maybe not forever, but like I could play it for at least double the amount of time I had already been playing it after the stuff that I saw. And I looked at my time and I was like, this is 107 hours. So I could either play Blueprints for another 107 hours, or I could play Clair Obscur for like 30.
Right.
And one of those seemed like a fairer deal. And then I played like an hour of Clair Obscur, and I was like, this is probably my game of the year.
Yeah.
Which is frustrating. Because I think the reason why I want to say it's my game of the year is just because I'm so used to like thinking that about games with like a very high level of like visual polish, and like obviously like the story and the music and everything is great. Like everything it does is great. I love it. I don't really have any strong complaints about it, other than configuring a little bit of the accessibility settings and the difficulty would maybe be nice. I think that's actually a weird spot that I don't like Avowed, but I think Avowed did better.
Okay. I really liked Avowed. I would have finished that if my save hadn't fucked up and I wasn't about ready to go through half the game again to catch back up.
And I also like the thing that Avowed does with the glossary highlighting text thing. I think that's actually really smart. I'd love to see that as an accessibility feature, like a toggleable thing in like certain games, especially like a game if you haven't played it in a while and you don't want to have to like run back through the glossary to remember all the terms. Just being able to flick it on for like an hour or two as you're reacclimating yourself with the plot of the game and the setting. I think that would be great to have in games. So like kudos to them for that. Everything else about the game I don't like. That's just me. I'm not shitting on it. It's just not my cup of tea. But Clair Obscur, I'm like, easily game of the year. But Blueprints is probably my favorite game of all time. Best game I've ever played. Which is like, that seems like a weird thing to say. That these games both came out in the same year. I think Blueprints is the best game that I've ever played, that I've had the most fun with of any game that I've ever had fun with. But I would maybe give another game of the year over it just because of other factors that go into whether something is game of the year or not.
Right.
Like there's hundreds of thousands of people that have not and will never play Blueprints. For good reason. Because they shouldn't.
They shouldn't, because they won't understand it. There is a level of Oh my god. And it's not just in a puzzle sense, right? Like, there's so much depth there. The game, it's a fucking weird niche roguelike puzzle game, for Christ's sake. It has no business being as fucking poignant as it is.
Yeah. It has no business. I have rarely seen a story delivered piecemeal in the way that Blueprints delivers a story, with like no direct, like, I can't say no direct story beats, with like four direct story beats in the entire game that are all written. There's no like voice acting. The music's good, but like just to keep you in like an interesting vibe whenever stuff is happening. But it's not like there's a crazy soundtrack. There's probably like 9 fucking tracks in the game.
Right.
But like every time you learn anything in that game, it feels like you've learned 100 things. And it feels like that or nothing. Like, it's either you look at something and you get information and it's like, this is completely meaningless, or you look at something and it's like, this has expanded the meaning of the universe for me personally to a level that I didn't think was possible. And it's like, what is happening? And then you go back and you go back and you go back, and then you find the next thing and the next thing, and then you think, okay, I found all the things. And then you find another thing, and that thing leads you to like an entire cataclysm of things that you never even considered were things. Like the Inner Sanctum, which is all I'm going to say, because spoilers. Like, I didn't think that there would be anything in there that was like meaningful. Like, I saw that there were doors, and I'm like, doors are meant to be opened, are they not? But I thought it might be like one of those things like in the Great Hall, where it's like some of the doors lead you to literally nothing.
Right.
Or like some of them like lead you around in a circle, or maybe they lead you to like other ways of figuring out information you're not supposed to know or whatever. And it was like, nope, this is just a whole new aspect of puzzling now. You just have a whole new set of puzzles that you don't even know what the puzzles fucking go to. You don't even know why you're learning this information. Like, it's crazy.
And then
And it
Dave
was very satisfying.
solves a puzzle before he knows it's a puzzle, and then Ricky goes, how the fuck did you do that? And Dave couldn't replicate it to save his fucking life.
Right. And it's like, and then figuring out that puzzle was, and that's the other thing. It took me 7 real human hours of deduction to determine what the correct answer might have been, and a follow-up 6 hours to actually confirm that that was the answer. Like with the game telling me this is the answer.
But
And
I
that
got
was
it
still
off
not
of
like
a gut
direct-
feeling and 1 incorrect input based on what we've talked about from my gut
2,
feeling.
but yeah, basically.
Well,
but
2
it's like-
incorrect inputs because it's binary. If one thing's in the wrong place, 2 things have to be.
Right. I mean, the order, whatever. But yeah. Basically, it's guessable. A lot of things in the game are guessable. Because, like, why? I mean, technically everything in the game is guessable if you have enough fucking time. But, like,
well, but like mine was
to even guess that there was an alternative order in the first place.
Well,
is
that's
like a thing that like a lot of people won't do. Right?
Oh,
And it's a thing
that's
that we
fair.
both
As where
did.
me, I grew up playing shit like The Legend of Zelda and Resident Evil. Of course, there's a fucking
Yeah.
alternate order.
And so that was like the thing. Like, we both looked at that we both looked in the chapel, and we were like, well, this is a weird order, and these are in a weird place, and this doesn't quite make any sense. And so there should be an alternative order, but where would the alternative order even be or go? Or why is this relevant? And then you go to the crypt and you're like, okay, shit in the crypt we can interact with, shit in the crypt we can interact with that's equivalent to the chapel. Do it the one order, okay, so there must be another order. Like, and that type of thinking is immediately rewarded if you can guess the order. But the order that you guessed was in like an irrelevant order, like right, like doing it in the order that you were trying to do it wasn't right. The order is not arbitrary, but it is not like
it wasn't as direct as I thought
from the chapel,
right,
or from the crypt. Like those, neither of those actually held clues to what the physical order was, which is interesting. But it's like you have to think in a certain way to even approach where you might look for something to clue you into something else.
Right.
You'd have to be thinking that there could be an alternative order other than the one that you were told. Or you'd have to do all the other stuff that's almost entirely irrelevant to that to get to the piece of information that tells you that there's definitely another order. And then you have to figure out all of the information necessary to understand what that order even means, because it's not given to you then either. It's like you're never given the whole puzzle.
Right.
Like even the paintings. Like you're never given the whole puzzle. You are given, like when you talk to fucking the Great Gringo, whatever the fuck his name is, Alzara.
The Great Gringo.
Like he does he does like specifically just go, hey, this is how the fucking puzzle works, you moron. But we already guessed that was how the puzzle worked, because we kept seeing it in the security room with the fucking post-it notes.
Right.
But we didn't really know which aspect of the thing it meant until we just I had a bunch of pictures of them and I looked through them and I was like, oh, it's probably just this. And then we were trying to figure out how we could get all the pictures, because I thought they just spawned in like the fucking security room. And then we started looking, going like, no, they're in here and here and here and here and here and different here. And how the fuck does this mechanic work? And you spend like 2 hours analyzing every part of the mechanic, and you're like, oh, it's this location thing, or it's this thing, or it's this order. And then once you figure that out, you run headlong into that, and then you realize that's like one of a 17th of a puzzle that you've never seen before in your life.
Right.
And it's so frustrating and satisfying and crazy. And the roguelike element really like forces you to constantly, in my opinion, get good and focus. Right? You can't just look for every single aspect of every puzzle every day, because you don't have that many rooms, you don't have that much time, you probably don't have enough resources to guarantee the rooms you want. So you need to like pick, all right, I need these 3 rooms today because I need to figure this out.
Right.
And that is a factor of, it's a helpful factor for someone like me who my brain is constantly like looking at all the different possible things. It's like, you don't have that option. So pick fucking 3, go after those 3. So like,
see, and that's
that
why
was like another thing for me where I was like, oh, Rumpus Room. I need to get all the Rumpus Room things, and I'm gonna fucking use OBS and record them. Like, let me go through and get the Rumpus Room like every single time until he stops talking to me or he starts repeating himself. Or let me go and figure out how do I determine which rooms are connected to power so that when I need to do a power thing, I have it. So I'm gonna keep pulling power and try to connect every single room so I have a list of every single power enabled room. So even though I don't have the boiler room, because like once you get the boiler room or some other room furnished or something, it'll kind of highlight it and show you when you're adding stuff. But like, if I want to lay out a foundation of like passageway into dark room, into archives or whatever, and then I get boiler room towards the end of my playthrough, the only way to do that is to know every single room that has power.
Right.
That transmits power. So like shit like that, where it's like, okay, cool, I have a goal. It's not necessarily fixing this particular puzzle, but it is a goal that I need to focus on that will give me information that I do need later on. And the whole time you're playing the game,
this is
like,
this is why I lean on you for note taking, because I'm also very good at puzzles, but I handle them in an entirely different way, which I like to call the idiot savant approach. I plan nothing, right? But either actively my conscious mind will go, oh, I remember this happened, and then that means this, right? You've heard me fucking do it. And I don't have a page of notes. Like if there's a number I need to remember, I'll write it down. But I don't have pages of notes on shit. I just remember shit. And then sometimes it's, to all appearances, pure, including myself, pure fucking dumb luck. But it's too consistent to be dumb luck. So I'm attributing it to my subconscious. Solving shit that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, which I think is one of the things that I really like about Obsidian. Because for me, I often will think about things like in a map or a web in my head. So like whenever I see something, like my brain will be like, hey, this is connected to this, which is connected to this, which is connected to this. So being able to visually like pin stuff to a murder board digitally as like a second brain, so that like even if I don't open my Obsidian, like because I did it, when I see something, my brain immediately goes, hey, this is on your board and it's connected to this. And I can go, okay, cool. And it'll help me keep my train of thought so my ADHD doesn't derail it into horse shit all the time.
Okay.
And then I can just go back and update my Obsidian whenever I need to. So whenever I go to pick up blueprints, I open my Obsidian canvas, I look at it for about 5 minutes, and then I switch to the game and I'm like, it's in my head now. So it's basically just having a second brain in case the first one's fucked up, because it's often fucked up.
That's fair, I guess. Speaking of murder canvases and shit, though,
murder canvas.
No. This is actually relevant. So I know you're familiar with a game called Shadows of Doubt.
Yes.
And I was just looking at it again today, going, man, this isn't multiplayer, but having a spare detective, like this could be a fun thing to stream with, like Ricky, you know, being the brains and me being the, okay, but what if we do this? And then that just does something for reasons nobody can explain well.
There's another
like how
game.
we solved blueprints together.
Yes, there's another game that I paid for with my money that I've never turned on.
Okay.
That I think I explained to you. I think I told you about it. It's called Nobody Wants to Die. It is a noir detective story based in the year 2329.
I'm assuming it's dystopian if it's a noir story, and
it's dystopian-esque. Basically, humans are immortal. They're
yeah. And then people are like forever killing people by deleting their backups.
Yeah. And I've still never played that fucking game.
Do what?
But I've still never played that game. But I think, yeah, that game and Shadows of Doubt, like as a two-person like buddy cop detective, like that type of thing.
Yeah,
I feel like if we had known each other back when LA Noire came out, that would also.
Oh my god, yes.
Because
we are very odd couple when it comes to our approach to solving puzzles.
Yeah,
and I don't think my approach is better than yours. I categorically think your approach
is good.
Do what?
I said I don't think my approach is good. It's just necessary for me.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is like there are flaws in the ways both of us look at it, but we look at it so differently that we assemble the correct answer shockingly quickly.
Yeah, it's
I actually think you and I solved a great deal of blueprints before the rest of the community did. Which is part of the reason I stopped playing the game on fucking stream.
We were really, at a certain point, I can't say we were zooming. I can say at a certain point I was putting in too many hours. But it came a point where it was like every time I would do something in a run, I would discover something. And I would watch people who I knew were behind me. I watched Pirate Software stream his first 2 or 3 days in the game. I just happened to catch him streaming because he streams on YouTube. Catch his stream of his first 2 or 3 days in the game after I had already gotten to the final room on day 5 of my run.
Right.
So I was like, oh, I wonder if I couldn't tell I hadn't like been back into the game at that point, so I couldn't tell if it was like this is like just the beginning or like I like powered skipped something crazy. And
The
I watched
second
like
one,
him do it,
kind of.
and I was like, yeah, definitely the second one. But I watched him do it, and I was like, huh. He's kind of like shit in the bed on the roguelike part of this. He's doing great on like the detecting part of this. Shit in the bed hard on the roguelike part of this. And then I watched like you do it, and I was like, you're definitely eating past me on some of these detective aspects, but you also were like getting really ate up by the roguelike element of the game. And I still to this day have never had that problem. Like I think there's been maybe 2 or 3 days where I just like got completely fucked out of finding any information that I wanted. But basically every single day that I went into the game and I wanted to find something out, I was able to find out something on my list. So like the roguelike part never like held me back or stopped me or anything. But some of the puzzles, like my brain kept thinking of it too much like a game and not like a puzzle cube type deal.
Right.
And the game is definitely far more puzzle cube than video game.
I'm going to go so far as to say it's escape room.
Yeah.
A lot of the puzzle aspects use very escape room logic.
Yeah. I feel like the escape room parts I kind of was okay with. And I'm not like amazing at escape rooms, but like a lot of like the escape room elements of the game I kind of get. There's like some elements of the game where it's like,
see, I'm gonna be real with you.
I think I will hone in on like the language, the letter that we got, and like when we both saw the letter, and you were like, "Oh, this is probably a cipher," and I'm like, "Nah, this is probably like a full-on language that you have to like figure out that's in this game somewhere," and like I was right about that.
Right.
Because that is very like game-esque and like escape room-esque thing. But I didn't think it was gonna be like a whole language. I thought it was gonna be like you find a couple of like these words and like then you can kind of suss out what the rest of the thing means.
Right.
And it's like, no, this is a whole language. You have to learn the language. There's a fucking class in the game about learning the goddamn language that doesn't even cover all the language. You have to use that to get the rest of the language and then inference and then learn an entire language so that you can read this fucking letter, which only somewhat matters.
So I will say, I'm going to interrupt you for just a second while the thought is in my head and I have the object in my hand. But I like to think that I am categorically pretty good at escape rooms. I had a buddy who designed puzzles for escape rooms, and I was one of his testers. And if it was something that I struggled with, he wouldn't include it in the room. Like, if I needed more than one hint on anything, it can't go in the room because it was too far of a stretch for, like, Joe Blow down the street to have fun with. Right?
Right.
So I enjoy them. But I do, like, I set records in escape rooms if they let me bring these. These are lockpicks. Because your boy owns... Okay, so in GTA is a good example. When they talk about advanced lockpicks, do you know what advanced lockpicks are? An actual fucking lockpick set, whether it be this style or the kind that flip out like Swiss Army knife.
Yeah,
those are
like
cool.
Yeah.
And a multi-tool. And with these two things, you can get in just about any non-electronically locked door. Just about. With the right training. I'm not that good with them. I'm worse than I used to be. But it was just magician shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, did I ever need to pick locks as a magician? No. Was it a useful skill to have on deck in case? Sometimes, yeah.
Having extra dexterity never hurt anybody.
Somebody's like, well,
Except
they're not
maybe
going to help you get
Spider-Man,
out
I don't know.
handcuffs. And I'm like, no, you get out handcuffs by breaking the tiny little bone in your thumb. And they go,
Well, if your hands are not that big, you don't need to break it.
my hands are that big. I would have to break it.
I know. I was saying that for the rest of the people watching, so they don't start breaking their fucking hands.
But yeah, no, you can just break that little bone in your thumb, and then your hand escape. Anything except for the cuffs that they started making like 3 years ago, that you know the ones I'm talking about, that are almost a weird cross between an old style manacle and a modern cuff.
I've seen them, but I've never like held one.
Oh, I've never held one
I
either.
do know what you're talking about.
But yeah, no. So they have other vulnerabilities that I'm not going to go into, because that seems to be kind of what other countries, like for instance, I think the UAE has adopted those. And I think somewhere in Europe did too. They're not super common yet, but they're, from a standpoint of traditional ways to get out of handcuffs, they're far more secure. But from what I've been told, they have a vulnerability that Master Lock has in some of their shackle locks. You know, wherein
Noted.
If you hit it hard enough while applying pressure, it just pop open.
Master Lock has a vulnerability where it is made by Master Lock.
Exactly. Yeah, no, Master Lock shit. And these aren't made by Master Lock, but like it's a similar vulnerability apparently. And I'm like, didn't anybody learn from the guys who say they're the best at it, but they're like the worst? And to be fair, that was in one particular brand of this particular type of cuff.
All right, time to fly away.
What do you mean inventory full?
For real.
What if I want this shit? Oh my God, Ricky.
Dave, it's almost like you were mining that for like a full hour of conversation. I don't know if you know this.
The
entire
what am I gonna
time I was talking about blueprints, you were mining that.
What am I gonna do with all this ancient hull block?
When you find out, you let me know, because I have the same problem.
I don't think you have this much, brother.
I mean, fuck no. I have 784 of them. You have hella.
2,543.
Yeah.
More if you count the non-shiny ancient hull blocks.
I mean, you could make a
that
flying
59.
castle. You could make a regular castle that's not flying.
I could probably do both. Hey, baby. I might have just
I don't
fucked
know
up
what
my
level I'm
inventory.
supposed to be.
Come see this. your man has made mistakes. There was a big cube of it, and it's shiny. So I just manually mined 2,543 of these. Oops.
Why does this keep disengaging my warp? Stop that.
Yeah, stop that.
I want to go to El Muntis.
Why do you want to go to El Muntis?
Because they have a danger level of 4. Which means everyone will be desperate for me to save them and offer me thousands of experience and money.
You know what?
Or
Make
I
it
will
fair.
die immediately. Oh my god, the darkness level in this system is horrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, El Muntis sucks, brother. I know. I've spent a little bit of time there.
God. I want to go somewhere with a high technology and like no darkness.
See, but the darkness started in the core worlds, which would have the highest technology.
Yeah, but you'd think places with like a really high technology would like work it out.
All right, I have dark matter, X matter, and antimatter. I love how my ship is now full of other stuff I'm going to use to build ship in future.
Okay, I need to go to Gasparoni 1. Because this has glowing gold, and I don't have that yet. Man, a lot of these planets just look like candy.
Yup. Zach and I described one as, I think, looking like sherbet last night.
Yes. Now this is an interesting place for whatever the fuck this is. The surface of this entire area is covered in titanium. What the fuck?
I hate you so much. I need so much goddamn titanium still.
What fucking planet am I on right now? I'm on Gasparoni 1. It is level 11. Energy low my ass. I have already mined 57 titanium ore.
Damn.
And I'm still in this one vein. What's this? Oh, that's magnetite. That's the other one, sulfur. That's goddamn uranium, isn't it? Yep. Holy shit.
All right. Chat, I'll be back. I need to use the restroom. I'll see y'all here in a minute.
He's now gone berserk mode. Well, guess what I have? Drugs. Here's 3 more arrows right up your butthole.
Guess what I have? Drugs. Hi, kids. Do you like violence? You want to see me stick 9-inch nails through each one of my eyelids? Want to copy me and do exactly like I did? For me. You want to wait? You want to
analyzing?
Wait. So you might be switching teams. Okay. Are you coming to the DOJ as a defender or as a district attorney?
No, I'm not. I'm not coming. The judge just wants me to come.
The judge wants you to come.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think those were his exact words, actually.
Hang on. Can I get you to say that one more time for me?
Yeah, the judge wants me.
I wouldn't recommend getting down that way in the future. All right, I beep borped my flim flam.
You... what? Huh?
I'm back.
What? Oh.
I'm back.
Yes! Holy shit!
Where the fuck did you come from?
his character's move is arguably OP. It's the tornado bitch.
I'm gonna kick.
Okay, kick. I shot him, right?
I thought you did.
I thought I did too.
My bad.
Let's start over.
He's now gone berserk mode. Well, guess what I have? Drugs. Here's 3 more arrows right up your butthole.
Guess what I have? Drugs.
I'll let you lick my gumdrop buttons. Not the gumdrop buttons. You wanna taste this booty?
No. There's no booty there.
Eat it like groceries.
Oh. I've never noticed it before, but this is a penis. Behold, it has 2 testicles, one of them obviously larger than the other, a shaft, and a glans. This is just a dick. This game is like 15 fucking years old. This is just a dick. Hidden dick. Crouching pier, hidden dick. You know what? This and that aren't words that help. I need 1 box of that. Okay. Nope. What? The fuck? Well, so if you're married, you get tax breaks on like property ownership.
Yeah. You got any kids with this gorilla?
Oh fuck no.
Oh. So you would get more money in your tax return if you had kids.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna fuck a gorilla.
Well, you married a gorilla for tax reasons, so why not just go all the way?
Because I don't want to fuck a gorilla. And if you have an old dick, you know what to do.
Oh god. It got so much worse.
You put the stars to shame. Let's sit here another while. I want to drink you in.
Yeah, drink me in, man. Yeah. Holy shit.
The fuck is this? God, you killed me. That's actually a sound. Motherfucker. I thought I died while I was AFK. Oh shit. All the fuck over the nether?
Like, I have another right ingot right now. Jesus fuck!
I was expecting to send the zombie, not you. You're being a public nuisance. Stop it. Bad piggy. Good boy. I can't believe that worked. $891 to $181. I found Jesus.
You found Jesus? Just, if it's a local, just go to Muddy.
Okay. Okay. I'm in a pot.
Nice.
Oompa loompa doompa dee doo. I've got another puzzle for you. Oompa loompa doompa dee die. If you are smart, you'll not words and shit.
Oh, and take my this stuff.
Follow me.
Are they getting naked and going into the... What the fuck are they
Oh
doing?
my god, what the fuck is that?
No, it's okay. It's okay. Bite the pillow. I'm coming in dry.
Oh, Jesus. He said, bite the pillow. I'm coming in dry. Chat, what have I gotten myself into?
Oh, boy.
Feel it on my fucking gold.
This is stupid, chat. I shouldn't do this, chat. Are we doing it? Oh, shit, and he makes it!
I'm hoping.
Well, lightning there. I think I'm gonna go try to get me one of them high school educations.
You waited so long, stop debating, because I'm back. I'm on the rag and ovulating. I know that you've got a job, Miss Cheney, but your husband's out problems complicating. The FCC won't let me be, or let me be me, so let me see. They tried to shut me down on MTV, but it feels so empty without me. So come on a dip, bum on your lips, fuck that, come on your lips and some on your tits, get ready, because this shit's about to get heavy. I just settled on my lawsuits. Fuck you, Debbie.
Damn. What the fuck?
Don't let your kids watch.
Yep.
Can I bother you for a band-aid?
Sure.
I didn't fall from as high, but, you know, these ladders apparently don't like to be grabbed onto when you're trying to go back down. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, I mean, I don't want people yanking on. Holy shit!
Oh my god.
I probably shouldn't go around asking people if they want to step in my shower. There is an immortal chicken at my base.
Yeah, you could blame Foul.
Oh, I don't think he understands that I can remove the immortality.
You okay?
I look forward to doing business with you in the future.
All right, there's so much. Gotta get going.
All right, have a great day.
All right, look, I mean, oh, shit.
10%, 15%, that's a fair tip.
I can. Chat, I would have been back sooner, but I decided to investigate my refrigerator for crimes against God and country. And I hate to say that it has committed them. There are no pizza rolls. The country of Davetopia is without pizza rolls. Liftoff sequence initiated. This is one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Oh, right. Tin, silicon, gold, silver.
I've returned.
Welcome back.
I went to cut up myself some rabbit food. AKA a salad. That ship looks like it has hemorrhoids. I forgot what I was doing. Oh no, I was just waiting for those glowing ores to smelt, which they should have.
God damn it, that's the wrong one.
Okay, I need to go to Angelini.
So there's a thing I'm curious about, but haven't tried yet.
Do you tell?
Killing villagers, or whatever they're called.
I've killed people who I assume from their corpses were not pirates. But I didn't ask them.
Fair.
Is there a warp gate in the system?
There's a warp gate in every system, isn't there?
I haven't been to a lot of systems to know the answer to that. But now that you said it, probably.
Not trying to warp, just trying to cruise.
Man, playing this game, if you have arachnophobia, must suck. Because the symbol for darkness is just evil spider, and the spiders literally just pop out of the ground when you're mining.
Yep. Ricky, why can't I...
Okay, what?
Why is A sending me... Hang on. There we go. Cruise just wouldn't work. I had to get out of my ship and then back on my ship for cruise to work.
That's weird. Angelini 1, glowing iron. Oh, fuck me. Danger level 4. Darkness level 2.5. Alright, cruising me on out. What's the worst that could happen? I immediately die again.
Oh, I feel sorry for this ship. I am at this point just fucking up this dreadnought.
Poor guy.
Yo, they had 10 connectors and a diamond and a... Oh, that's a warp cell.
Other thing I just thought of and haven't tried. Boarding initiatives?
No. Doesn't work.
Okay.
I tried to board that fucking ship that kept fucking ramming into me when I was on the space station. Couldn't do it. You just kind of fall through it like you do when enemies push you through your ship.
Yeah, but you also work in space, which has different physics. Like the getting off your ship in space with the whole floating jetpack mechanic, you were like firmly in the gravity of the space station.
Okay.
That's tentacle monsters. I'm not really into that. I'll go this way. Also, I am on my ship, which means I might as well use one of these light shards, right? Let's... Oh, cool. Let me fucking not be right next to the goddamn light shard. Also, I feel like the light strike should not work in systems that are far enough away from your most recently connected temple. Is that crazy?
Yes.
Okay.
They would have to increase temple density by a fucking lot for that to happen.
Not really. Not like adjacent. I mean, maybe adjacent system, but like within a reasonable range. Because I only have one temple. For that one temple to be beaming like blasts of this like powerful light across the entire galaxy just doesn't make any sense.
Well, right. That's
If
why
you
the
could do
quest
that, we should
objective,
just
the main
blast.
quest objective says find and activate a new temple. Because they're trying to give the illusion of needing more than that.
That's what I'm saying. Instead of giving the illusion, they should just do it. Just make me need more.
But that's a layer of failure that's not necessary.
I mean, there's really nothing that's like necessary in this entire game that they do. I think it would be a better draw to hit main story beats if the main story beats were meaningful and necessary. And they might be, but it's not obvious that they are. And therefore I'm not doing them. And I feel like if it was obvious that they were, I would be doing them right now instead of what I'm doing right now.
Okay. They're important because of all the story they've given you so far. You're a knight on a mission to rescue your kingdom, remember? Which makes all of it important to the story.
And not really, because the kingdom is gone. The princess is dead.
No.
Like, that's the first thing. Okay.
They don't say the princess died. They say they send us off and she...
The first thing that you say to the person you meet on Bardwell 1 or 2, the red sig whatever lady, whatever her name is, that you meet at the portal, you literally tell her that the princess is dead.
No, she
That's
makes
what you say
that
out of your mouth as
assumption.
your character. No, your character literally says the princess is dead, and she goes, "That's bullshit." And you're like, "No, this bitch is dead." Like that's what happens. I did that way more recently than you.
Well, that's still an assumption.
That's exactly what she says.
on the character's
But
part
an
because we didn't
assumption
see
on
her
the part
die.
of the only person who we know.
What's up, Ray?
Could have seen that.
Interesting.
So, like, we don't necessarily know that she is definitely dead, but the only person who could know, which is us, said it as, like, the first thing they said to someone else when explaining what was going on. So, like, we might be trying to save the universe and potentially whatever's left of the kingdom, because most of the rest of the shit, I assume, is in the kingdom, but the capital has fallen. So, like,
it happens,
and there's
Ray.
more than just one of us. So many of us.
Right, but you're the main character, and I realize you're avoiding the I'm the main character. But, like, at the end of the day, you know you're the main character,
I'm not
asshole.
the main character. I am a character.
It happens. Yeah, no, I'm also
like, the plot
streaming.
was like, hey, there's 100 of you guys. I'm one of 100. I'm not like the only guy.
Yeah, I see.
I'm not
that
playing
is
dirt,
that is
I'm
I
playing
think a
tab.
failure in storytelling because that is the sloppiest way to handle. Well, but what if they are playing multiplayer?
Right. Which I mean, I think it's good that the entire fate of the universe residing solely on you, like, kind of functionally wouldn't make any sense either. For, like, a super advanced kingdom of, like, people that have, like, conquered universes and the darkness and stuff, you'd send as many people as you
But
possibly
you and I
fucking
know
could.
it's a game, and mechanically, if you don't do it, nobody else is gonna, brother.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying I'm never going to do it. I'm just saying the game should make it, like, apparent that this is necessary for... that each thing that they tell me is necessary is actually necessary for the cause. So, like, if finding other light temples is necessary to purify the darkness, the game should make it obvious and apparent in a mechanical form that finding other temples is necessary. If I can just blast planets and completely purify them with just the one temple, it's not necessary for me to find the other temples. Right? So it's not that I'm not going to purify the rest of the planets or galaxy or whatever.
There's some
but, like,
other mechanic unknown that happens because you unlock additional temples, and I don't even know that
exactly. Yet. Which is why I like the gatekeeping mechanic, because that tells you explicitly, yes, there is. When it's open-ended like this, it doesn't tell you. It's kind of like...
Right, but if they didn't make it
Skyrim.
open-ended like this, how many people would bitch about just wanting to get in and explore and not have to deal with your stupid,
Nobody,
quote-unquote, stupid fucking story?
And you don't have to do the story at all. It's not required whatsoever.
Yeah, I know,
no
but
point where the
that's
story is
not...
actually required you to do.
Look, I know that and you know that, but we also both know that people are fucking stupid.
Yeah, I don't care about stupid people. I care about everybody else.
Okay, well, the game developers have to care about stupid people, because if it wasn't for stupid people, not enough people would buy the game.
No, I think there's a fair amount of people that aren't stupid that play games. I know there's a fair amount of people that do.
Okay, I have a question
and you
for
should...
you. If exclusively people who weren't stupid played Minecraft,
yes,
Minecraft would have died a long time ago.
Incorrect.
I disagree.
I mean, you're actually wrong, because the vast majority of the initial people who played Minecraft weren't stupid people, because the vast majority of them had to play on alpha and beta builds and build their own versions of the game to make it run, and also open source develop the entire
That's not what I'm
game
talking
alongside
about.
Mojang.
I'm talking about people who pay the bills. The
Right.
people who
No,
are still
that
to
was
this
also
day
at
buying
cost.
the game over and over again on consoles and mobile devices. I'm talking the building blocks of success that Mojang stands on top of, not their modding community, who exclusively costs them money.
Well, that's not true.
Well, Okay.
And also,
it's not
I
necessarily
wasn't specifically talking about the modding community. You said it would have died a long time ago. I'm saying the first several years of Minecraft being for sale was not accessible to people who were dumb. It wasn't available on consoles. It wasn't available on phones. It wasn't available on most people's computers or builds. It didn't have 99% of the features that you would want out of the box unless you added them yourself. And it survived for years and years and years and years and years and years and years in that state, making the money because the company still existed until they sold themselves to Microsoft for even more money. So, like, that's functionally not true. Would it be as big as it is now? Absolutely fucking not. I'm not stupid.
So,
but
I'm talking about, because fuck alpha
true.
and beta builds. Early adopters.
Okay. 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0.
No.
Still the same.
It's Minecraft is still on 1. I think we're on 26 now. There is no 2.0 of Minecraft.
You know what I mean?
But yeah, alpha and beta, look, you yourself don't like early access games. Early adopters are almost always kind of the cream of the crop when it comes to who you want in your player base for most games. Right? I'm talking about once the game went wholesale to market, if it wasn't... Do what?
So 2011.
Correct.
Okay.
If it hadn't been...
So from 2011 to
2025.
Let's say 13. So from 2011 to 2013, same group of people.
Yeah.
Because that's 1.5.
And then the
right?
game picked up traction on YouTube. With people like...
And then you could go as far as saying 112 is probably when it hit like peak of influx of players. So that was probably like 2017. So around 2017, basically every single person from 2017 on is not the kind of person who would have played Minecraft prior to that.
And that's the better
That's
part
long
of
time.
a
That's
decade
like
ago.
8 years.
Yeah.
So like 8 years. And then the previous 8 years from 2009 to 2017 would be everybody else. So literally the exact same amount of time. But again, this is not irrelevant whatsoever. Because your point was it would be dead.
It would have died a long time ago, yeah. Because it would have never... Look, if it hadn't been for the stupid fucking PewDiePie crowd and all of the other idiot YouTubers who had massive communities who got their stupid fucking fan bases... And look...
You.
Yeah.
So you're an idiot.
No. No. I'm talking about specific communities. I mentioned PewDiePie on purpose.
So PewDiePie's an idiot.
No, but his fan base is pretty dumb.
What does that have to do with my point?
No, it has to do with my point. Those are stupid people adopting and continuing to buy the game.
And the reason that they adopted and bought the game was because of somebody who was not stupid, which is my point.
Okay, and my point is the stupid people were doing the purchases, which was my point. If it wasn't for stupid people, because those were the stupid people were the people spending money. And if money had stopped coming in, if that YouTube thing hadn't happened, they would have stopped developing Minecraft before they ever made Bedrock. Well, that's not true. Before they ever
completely untrue.
Before they fucking decided to start trying to transition everything to Bedrock and create parity between console and PC. Because that was never the original
untrue and doesn't make any sense. The only reason that they switched to Bedrock is because they needed to make a C# version of the game to run on Xbox because Microsoft was buying Mojang and wanted it to run on their fucking Xbox properties first. The only reason they did that was for the money from Microsoft. It wasn't from people buying the game. If more people had bought the game, they wouldn't have needed to do that in the first place. So that doesn't make any sense. But even excluding
no. Minecraft has been being ported to Xbox since the 360. A long ass time before Microsoft ever entertained the idea of buying them.
No.
Microsoft didn't buy Mojang until after they released, I think 1.17, 1.18 was their first release post-purchase. And
Minecraft was bought in 2014. That would have been 1.7 or 1.8.
No shot it was that long ago.
Yes.
Has it really been that long already?
I'm trying to it's been so long since this happened. And again, they were in talks for having them be a first-party Microsoft studio before they were just straight up like acquired. Because the vast majority of it was like Notch, like 6 dudes, and then contributors. Like the vast majority of the initial development of Minecraft it wasn't like modding community, it was the open source community, because there was no modding community because anybody that wanted to make changes to the game could just do it. In the actual, just a pull request, and then just add it to the main branch of the game. That's why it got so many features so quickly for the first couple releases. And why Bedrock doesn't have that. Because it's not that way. But it was years and years and years and years of this. But again, tons of, the reason that Minecraft has a movie, the reason that Minecraft Dungeons exists, the reason that Minecraft Legends exists, is because of, the below average consumer buying tons of copies of this game. 100%. No doubt. And Microsoft giving them shit tons of money. But the reason that the game is alive doesn't have anything to do with that, because the game wouldn't die even if Bedrock Edition evaporated off the face of the planet tomorrow. Because the vast majority of the game is people making shit in their worlds, that shit that they're hosting, stuff that's on private servers, stuff that's shared with random people. The Java version, they haven't been able to kick that yet. They've been trying to. Because who wants to develop both versions of the game? Nobody.
Right.
But still, it wouldn't be dead.
Okay.
It wouldn't be $100 billion franchise. It'd be like a $1 billion franchise.
I'm talking dead in the commercial sense. You're talking dead in the intellectual sense.
It would still be getting sales today. People would be buying copies of it right now. As evidenced by Cubic Odyssey having any sales whatsoever. People would still buy a game like this to play.
Okay, right, but everybody owned Minecraft already 10 years ago. Their player base hasn't expanded much.
People are born every day, Dave.
Yeah. iPad kids aren't consumers. Their parents are. Who already own the game.
iPad kids aren't consumers is the craziest take I've ever heard in my entire life.
They're not. Somebody isn't a consumer. No.
So much.
However, in the sense of the word consumer, in an economic sense like this, a consumer is someone who earns money to then spend it.
No. A consumer is somebody who makes purchasing decisions. If you're not buying your kids stuff,
isn't anyone under the age of 18. Well, 13 at the very least on the internet.
You know how many kids have access to buy whatever the fuck they want off these stores?
But that's with permission from their parents. Otherwise, that access would be rescinded.
Right.
It still goes through that layer of parental control.
The thing. So that doesn't matter. My mom's not going to buy a copy of Minecraft. Like, my sister isn't gonna buy a copy of Minecraft. My sister's not gonna buy shit in Roblox. Her daughter, with her account, buys shit in Roblox. Yes, it's my sister's money, but the person making the consumer purchasing decision is a literal child. Restrictions or no restrictions, they're the ones making the decision, which means they're the people that you're marketing to. Minecraft doesn't need to market to new 30-somethings. It just needs to market so that every time an 8-year-old turns 8, they want to play the damn game. Just like Roblox does. Every time a kid is old enough to understand how to play Roblox, they get a new user. And people, like the fucking iPad kids, don't play Minecraft like you or I do whatsoever. They play like crackheads.
I'm fucking aware.
So, like, we're not even a good benchmark for what the fuck they would do in a Minecraft world.
Oh, I never said we were.
Okay, you specifically said stupid people who are over the age of 18, who are adults making money at jobs, are the people making the consumer purchasing decisions. And those are the people that are driving the numbers of Minecraft. And my point is, no, it's people who are very interested in this type of game, who are very interested in this type of activity, who are usually very different from the average consumer level of people trying to purchase things. Like, the same people who really, really like buying the version of FIFA that they put out every single year is probably going to have markedly less fun playing Minecraft than an 8-year-old with an iPad. Like, those are two fundamentally different types of people. And the 8-year-old with the iPad has more,
look, if you buy the same game every year because they slap a different number on it, use the exact same engine, and maybe update some of the fucking color palette, fuck you. You don't give me your money. You don't deserve it. And that is a hill I will die on.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. All I'm saying is when I'm thinking dumb consumers, I'm thinking those people. Those people still aren't buying Minecraft. They still won't.
See, when I think dumb
Bedrock or
consumer,
not.
I think parents who give their children free access to purchase on stores. Because at the end of the day, the parent is still the consumer. It's still their credit card. And your product has to be engineered in such a way where the parent will, at a glance, completely be okay with it, which means you are also marketing to parents.
Yeah, most people don't.
Because if Minecraft was the exact game it is now, but called Sex Dungeons of the Abyss,
mm-hmm.
What parent would see their child bought a game? What responsible parent would see their child bought a game called Sex Dungeons of the Abyss?
I will have to counter this with Grand Theft Auto. Because Grand Theft Auto is a mature rated game that has multiple levels.
And in my opinion,
physical let me finish. Both multiple levels of physical in-purchase restrictions and technological restrictions of buying copies of that game, and the vast majority of the people that have ever played that game are between the ages of 12 and 16, which legally they shouldn't even have access to the game. And they marketed it to that crowd of people, and they made bajillion dollars.
Your entire point is nullified by the fact that I added a qualifier of responsible parents, because you want to know what is a responsible parent.
Your qualifier doesn't matter, because that's not what I'm saying. You're saying that responsible, intelligent, consumer-driven adults are the ones that are driving the numbers of making these games worthwhile, and my point is, no, they're not.
Oh, no, they're not. It's the fucking stupid adults.
Okay.
We're making the same point. Ricky,
no.
Stop taking notes from Zach. We're making the same point from different directions. The fuck was that?
No. I don't think we could be making the same point because we have fundamental different definitions of what's going on. Because I'm saying consumer, I'm not talking about whose name is on the bank account. I'm talking about who is saying, hey, I want this, direct the money to this so that it can be acquired by me.
Okay, but that is okay. But you are arguing a semantical difference and treating it like it is a conceptual difference.
Because it is. Because if you say the vast majority of the consumers of Barbie dolls are grown men, that's stupid. Yes, they buy them with their money for their young children, but that's a ridiculous way of framing that.
Actually, the largest purchaser of Barbie dolls is women in the ages between 24 and 36.
No, it's not.
It really is.
It's not.
Hang on, let me see if I can find the thing. I deal in collectible toys, brother.
Nice. And if I were talking about specifically collectibles, that would make total sense. But the vast majority of Barbies are decapitated within the first 6 months.
Also true.
I had an entire suitcase of them.
Jackson 11837.
Thanks for the follow, Jackson. This is, I don't want collector statistics. God damn it. Here we go.
I have bought
Here we
5
go.
copies of Minecraft myself for my kids. Exactly.
God damn it. I don't care about fucking dollar statistics. You fucking morons. I literally read a thing like 3 weeks ago about what groups of people buy what popular toys.
Yes, that's because Mattel put out info like a month ago saying that the amount of people that were buying their shit that was like over the age of like 18 had increased by some number or some shit like that.
But no, because it wasn't their thing. I think I know what you're talking about, but it wasn't their thing. This is a thing that other people do specifically for people in the collectibles industry who work shows and who sell shit. And I can't fucking find it. And I found it because we had a show we were doing, and fucking, it's the first show I've done in 6 years. I don't know who's buying what these days, right? I mean I know some of who's buying what.
But how is that relevant to what we were talking about?
Because the people who actually do the purchasing of the most brand new Barbie dolls are women in a 12-year age bracket between 24 and 36.
No. The amount of people who are coming to collectible shows to buy collectibles at a fucking collectible show
No.
are
Women
putting together statistics that are saying that. The least connected group of people to the average consumer possible. Because the average consumer doesn't think a Barbie doll has inherent value greater than $7.
When was the last time you bought a brand new Barbie doll, brother?
Before inflation.
I before inflation. Okay. I was going to say, they're like 25 now? For the basic bitch shit? It's crazy.
25 think it's worth it? Or do they think my kid's going to keep asking me about it until I buy them one?
Okay.
Okay,
I will tell
Walmart,
you,
Barbie
this
doll,
is going to
high
blow your
fashion doll,
mind. This is going to
$5.97.
blow your mind, Ricky. Things are worth whatever you can get someone to pay for them. So if they're willing to pay for it, they think it's worth
Jan.
it. Period.
Sure. Yep, you're not wrong.
Look, when I'm doing shows, I change what I tell. I don't put price tags on any of my shit. I custom curate prices based on what shoes somebody are wearing sometimes. Because if you're wearing an $800 pair of shoes, yeah, I'm going to charge you $5 more. Because your shoes tell me you can afford it. Right?
Unfortunately, the AI in Walmart hasn't caught up to that, so they don't do those prices. They just charge you how much is on the goddamn box.
Yeah, right. Why every time I turn around, something that flies is trying to put itself bodily inside of me. And I'm sick of it, and it needs to stop. There
That's
will be
rough,
blood.
I have so many batteries. But yeah, no, I understand that. That's not my point. Oh my god. My point is that dumb people buy dumb shit.
Yep.
Smart people also buy dumb shit. Dumb people buy smart shit. Smart people also buy smart shit. Smart people are more likely to keep the smart shit and keep buying more smart shit. Dumb people are more likely to keep the dumb shit and keep buying more dumb shit. However, the people that are buying the most shit or directing other people to buy the most shit are oft likely not dumb people, because it's hard for dumb people to convince people that aren't dumb to do things. It's much easier for people that aren't dumb to convince dumb people to do things. Or people that just don't give a fuck. For example, if you've got $1,500 extra at the end of every week, and your kid wants to spend $20 of it on a video game, and the video game doesn't say Ass Rapist 400, you probably don't care all that much. However, if it's really expensive, or has a really crazy name, or you've heard in a news article that if you play it, it'll make you shoot up a school, then you probably won't.
Or if you play it, you'll summon the devil and he'll come take your soul, looking at you, 1970s Dungeons and Dragons scare.
Exactly. So, like Minecraft, which is a game where everything is a block, even if the devil was in the game, he'd be a square. And the game was like $20.
The devil is in the game. He's called... Jane.
I cleansed all the darkness in the starting star system, and now I cannot collect dark shards to build a warp cell to the next area. Any suggestions, or am I cooked?
Okay, you have to make dark shards using another thing.
Dark dust?
In the temple. Dark dust.
If you have dark dust, you should be able to make dark
dust and
shards.
titanium to make dark shards. I'm actually getting ready to go do that myself.
If you don't have any dark dust because you deleted it, I think if you talk to the guy, he does give you warp cells, but I don't know if you actually have to make.
You have to make a warp cell first. However, there are intermittent meteor strikes on Bardwell 2 that corrupt the land, which you can purify with the purifier and get dark dust again.
Awesome.
And I know that because I had one almost land on my face once. You can on Bardwell 2. You have to wait for a meteor shower that drops dark dust. What happened to all of your dark dust?
I was about to say, how did you... immediately cleanse with like the story. I mean, I don't even know how the fuck.
I mean, you can sell it to the guy at the space station.
That's what I'm saying. Like you'd have to, like, if you didn't actively get rid of your dark dust in the middle of the story quest right after you got it, which like kind of seems like a thing that you wouldn't do. So I'm just kind of curious if the story just erased all the dark stuff and didn't give you any dark dust.
Oh yeah, that'd be an interesting bug. Although I don't think that's possible. Oh.
Because I know when you use the purifier,
it drops dark dust
like
for
the
everything
light
it
laser.
purifies.
Yeah, and if you use the light laser, I mean, which you can't even get without crafting a dark shard in the first place.
Didn't collect enough. Gotcha.
Okay, so you didn't have any dark dust, and then okay, damn, that's awful. Yeah, that definitely seems like oversight for the devs to fix. Because you definitely shouldn't be gate kept out of the main story in the first hour. Really ever, but
Ricky, I don't think anybody made it to that point in an hour.
Why not?
Less than 5% of the community has made it out of the Bardwell system so far, brother.
Oh yeah. I mean,
at least as of last
right
night when Zach and I looked.
I made it right up to that part where I was going to make the laser purifier. And then I just didn't do it for so long. And then after I did it, I just didn't leave the Bardwell system for so long. And after I left, I immediately came back. So,
yeah, I also did that exact same thing.
But yeah, getting to the part where I was using the purifier was easy. And then it was like, hey, you need like 50 titanium ingots or whatever the fuck it was. And I was like, oh, okay. BRB, buddy.
You need
fuck I look like.
Kiss my ass.
I was like, I'm gonna use all this for a thing I don't even know what it does, and there's literally no darkness near me. No, I'm good.
Ex Georgie boy.
I'm gonna upgrade everything else until I physically can't. And then I'll waste the resources on your laser. Craft the light laser, went straight to the main mission cleanser system, then boom, no dark dust. Damn.
That's rough.
That's terrible.
I believe
the game really just fucked you for no reason.
I was gonna say I believe that's called one great big cock up the ass, as they would say across the pond. Which,
man, the frogs on your side of the pond are crazy.
Are you genuinely trying to tell me you've never heard that phrase before?
I have heard that phrase before.
Okay. I've heard it exclusively from English people, hence across the pond.
I'm calling English people frogs.
Yep. Nope. That's incorrect. That's a term typically attributed to the French.
Well, I'm not trying to be racist.
Well, now you're upsetting the English by calling them French.
Yeah, I'm trying to upset the English. Was that not clear?
No. Why are we upsetting the English? At least I can talk to them. I mean, to be fair, je parle français un petit peu, je te dis à l'école. But, you know, whatever. Oh yeah,
listen,
no, if they live rural enough, I can't talk to them either. I've seen Hot Fuzz.
UK drill. I've heard rule. I've heard the Cockney accent. I'm good. Talk about our English being fucked. You must have lost yours in the war, buddy.
Look, all I'm gonna say is I'm not a big fan of the Cockney accent. I love Cockney rhyming slang. It's conceptually very fun.
I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to go to find this glowing shit.
I'm gonna punch a baby seal in the face with a club. Why can I never find... Why do I never have titanium? Hey, fucking dumbass, go find me some goddamn titanium. Yes, all the fucking time. And then
Did you go to that place I told you that was covered in titanium?
No, because I don't
there?
have... Well, I guess I do have a warp cell that would get me there now, potentially. What's the name of the fucking place?
I gotta check, because now I'm not... There, start with a T. Discoveries, systems, Gasparoni. It did not start with a T. I was lying. Gasparoni 1. There's quite a bit around. Definitely some near some of those. Not the temples, but the place where you show up and it's like literally just a chest with an ancient key.
Yeah. Well, that's Ramadan. Where is Gasparoni? It's literally the name of the place. It's fucking Ramadan. How else would you pronounce that, Ricky?
Shit, man.
That is Ramadan.
Sorry, I'm fighting a entire pirate base because I decided to show up in my DeLorean and shoot missiles from the sky, and they have anti-aircraft cannons. Oh wait, I can just jump out. Suck my dick. Oh wait, the floor is lava. Ooh. Anyway, let me look for the Pepperoni Galaxy.
What's it called? Garling House?
Gasparoni.
Where is that in relation to...
It is connected, so it's Gasparoni to Dipolti... Dipoliti. Dipoliti? Where's Bardwell? It was near... It was like within 2 jumps from Bardwell, for sure. Is that place called Garling House? What the fuck?
I have a Garling House, yes.
Let's see, Elmentis. I think I went there from Elmentis. I think it's like Elmentis is connected to Depoliti, which is connected to Gasparino. I think is how I got there.
This map sucks. Give
I
me
did
a
make that complaint about 2
fucking
hours ago.
text search field or something.
Yes, for sure.
Lockhart. Fuck you.
Asbury.
Okay, where am I looking from Asbury? Because I've seen... Wait, there's Tacarello. That's not it. Dougal, Willis. But I've seen Asbury before. There's Asbury. Where is it from Asbury?
Northwest. It is a white star system in the north, like, most quadrant, nearby to another place called Depoliti and where the fuck is this? Cebollero. It's more in the middle than it is on the right side. Actually, wait. Why am I doing it like this? I could pull up my actual map. That might be more helpful. Okay, so this is Gasparoni. This white star here, kind of in the center on the right side, and nearby it is Depoliti, Briere, Cebollero is really close to it. Trying to think of like what else would be close to it. Briere is close to it.
Wait.
So okay.
2 warp jumps. Okay. It's 2
Dang.
warp jumps, and one of those warp jumps is to a place called Dirk, which I haven't been to yet. But I can probably warp there from Briere.
Dirk has 5 planets as well.
Which I
so
have
there's a
been
good chance that also would have titanium somewhere in there.
Well, I'm going to see if I can go there from Briere.
And you can definitely warp there from Dirk.
Well, okay. I have 1 warp core, and I have Briere unlocked, and I don't have Dirk unlocked.
True.
But Briere is also 2 jumps away. And it's apparently not taking into consideration using paths you already have unlocked. It will always take you the fastest path, not necessarily your most efficient, which is good
If you go
to
through the
know.
warp gate, it doesn't use your cells, right?
Correct. That's why I'm going to check and see if I can go from Briere, because I've never been to Dirk before.
Got you. I was confused. Dirk.
Yeah, going to Dirk isn't an option because then I'm out of warp cells because I've never been. You know, because I went to the lowest level place I had access to, and that did nothing for me. And so I went to the closest light temple, and that did nothing for me. Because of how it's locked away.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate these guys have all these nice corners to defend from for their raid, and I can just blast through the walls with the space laser and just get a headshot on them from anywhere I want. And then fire rockets up into their house. Sorry, guys. I know you meant for this to be some kind of a fair fight, but fuck you. And there's a sniper upstairs. I'm just gonna cut the floor out from under you and shoot you in the asshole. Sorry. Dark in here now. Shit.
Gasparoni
I have
1.
to repair this chest to open it. Yes, Gasparoni 1.
Oh, and there's like no danger here either. Nice.
I broke all the chests. I have to repair them to be able to open them. That's new. Note to self, don't use a rocket launcher indoors without checking the chest first.
You know what? That checks out.
But yeah, I forget what the symbol is, but I think it's the ancient ruins symbol. The one that looks like a factory. More than anything to me. On the map, anyway.
Yeah, it's a shrine symbol. I think those are supposed to be shrines in the same sense of the the Japanese shrines. I forget what the shape of the shrine is called.
Oh yeah, the I was about to say Taui. That's not it. Tori.
Yes, the Tori shrines.
Okay, where's my ship? Please tell me it's nearby. It's not. Oh, it's not far. Okay, that's fine. I was struggling to have fuel cells for so long, and now I have so many from killing these pirates that it's disgusting. What am I gonna do with 20 Gear 3 cells?
See, it's nice that you guys have an infinity here, but where... Oh, I can park right there. I can actually park here.
Yeah, this is the place that I was showing the other parking thing off at.
This is the first one where I've seen a landing pad that was empty. So we're going to utilize that, chat. You flew me all the way out here to fly me through that building. That's fucking wild.
Like, hey, we gotta make sure you have clearance. I don't. Too damn bad. I want it this way. Yeah, like that. Okay.
I would like to point out the elevators kind of suck.
Yep. I agree.
Honestly, I kind of prefer the way Open Blocks did them in Minecraft. Where you just jump to go up and shift to go down.
Which, I haven't been on an elevator on keyboard, and I know that there is vertical movement with shift and with space and control. Like, in your ship and whatnot. So I don't know if that works in an elevator. But I hate the elevators, so I'm not going to try it. Okay.
Look how good of you
50 units of ruby. I need 50 units of dick sucked. Stat. What?
The stat for me.
Was it? Is that what sent you the stat?
I need this dick ASAP. Sloppy style. Strip the paint off.
Yo, I can just buy capacitors here and magnetite. And titanium ore. We bought all of their titanium ore. And most of their magnetite. Because those are the two things I keep running out of, is magnetite and titanium.
Well, magnetite and titanium are both plentiful. I guess for, unless I got the wrong planet, in which case, sorry.
I was able to purchase them here, which means I can probably mine some up here. But I was okay with purchasing just to fucking get it underway.
Fair. What the fuck did I need? I need keys. Get some keys. And oh wait, this is actually might have been worth opening because these are modded suits. I don't have very many suit mods. If I open the door and it's just like aggressive fauna detected, goes back inside.
I mean, yeah, like you do.
Detected for you, maybe.
I just bought 63 magnetite. I now have 68 magnetite. Oh, right. I need the gun buyer, seller, trader person.
Yeah, that guy. QB, find me some fucking glowing iron, you lazy bitch. Sorry I called you all those names. It was literally right below my feet. That's me. That's on me.
I'm sorry I was a bad person.
I
will endeavor to be less bad in the future.
I won't. I'm gonna be equally shitty. But I'm gonna apologize for how shitty I'm being right now. The moment I'm minorly inconvenienced again, I will be shitty.
Now you sound like an American.
Listen, QB is a robot, his feelings don't matter.
I've read most of Asimov's works, and I disagree emphatically.
Well, Sam Altman told me to stop saying thank you to ChatGPT because it was too expensive. So... Your kindness is costing me millions of dollars. Which, to be fair, sounds like just the wild dystopian thing that you would say right before robotic revolution.
Right.
However, I just think it's funnier if I participate.
No. However, there is no gun person in this village. Oh yeah, there is. They're right there. They're literally right here.
I was going to say, my sniper rifle begs to differ.
I just literally made basically all my money back, and I still have what I'm going to call my bonus gun.
Bonus gun. For clarification, chat, his bonus gun is just a gun.
Correct.
That is not at all what I thought that would do when I clicked that.
Look, I'm just happy the titanium drought seems to have ended. Through the power of capitalism.
That'll do it.
Oh, hey, look, titanium. And polonium. And sulfur. Okay, so this planet seems to be fairly abundant in all of the tier 3 stuff.
Yes. Super abundant in the tier 3 stuff and the tier 4 stuff. Like,
yeah,
I did
full-ass easily
veins of
find a
uranium.
decently sizable polonium vein already. And by decently sizable, I think there were 3 or 4 in it. But for... Oh.
I definitely found some bigger ones. Of polonium and uranium.
Oh, yeah. But considering in most places they come in veins of 1 or 2.
Twos? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, outside of Bardwell 3, which is... I'm going to just say it. That is probably the best place in the game to mine for tier 4 shit. Because it's exclusively tier 4 and tier 5 shit. And it's just fucking everywhere. And the danger level's really low once you solve the initial problem that's going on there.
Yeah.
So it may be more abundant in other places, a fuckload of quartz too, but quartz gets used for weird shit all the time too, it feels like. I feel like tier 3 is the random... This is the tier of materials that it makes sense to use in hundreds of different things.
Yeah, like magnetic ore, quartz, crystal...
Titanium, which is a major component in most aircraft
like,
parts, IRL.
Yeah, it seems like sulfur is used a lot in this game. I don't actually know how accurate that would be to reality.
Sulfur and other acids are used in pretty much all electronics, especially portable ones.
Yeah, but I can't think of like... well, yeah, I guess.
Batteries.
I don't know. Yeah.
Being the primary thing that sulfur would be useful in technology comes to mind. But also other chemical processes to refine other fucking metals, to be fair.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that sulfur would be used more in, like, making some of the machines or, like, crafters or something. And... I mean, Zach would probably be a better estimate of how true that is to me.
From what Zach said, I think it's used to make batteries, but it would make sense if you're using an acid to set up your anodes and your cathodes in, etc., diodes, yada yada yada, electric parts, because those tend to work best when they're cleaned, and well. Acids do a really good job of cleaning shit. Categorically. They are categorically good at cleaning things. So are strong bases, right? Which the two most common forms of sulfur, one is a strong acid and one's a strong base. So, you know, there's that. Because there's... Oh, not sulfur hexafluoride, the other one.
What other one?
It's literally the base. But I don't remember what they mix sulfur with to make it basic. But the chemical that keeps getting stuck in my head is sulfur hexafluoride, primarily because that funny deep voice gas. And I know that can't be incredibly basic, because if it was, inhaling it would kill you.
Right. I'm trying to think of something that's like not like something that would be not a gas.
Right, yeah.
Because like you've got like your sulfides, but like those are
usually gas.
I'm trying to think of like I'm thinking of nitrogen, because nitrogen also does that. It can be both used as an acid and a base. God damn it, Dave, you got me thinking of chemistry. I'm trying to think of technology. Let's put this here. That didn't fit. Or the goddamn. There we go.
No! God damn it.
And the builder bench better fit here. I'm gonna scream. Yes, it do.
I'm aware, energy critical asshole. Shut up. I know I fucked up. Destroyed my goodin'. My goody gumdrop. And yeah, I'm a little mad about it. Also, I hope you eat ass, because I got plans.
How the fuck do you make paint?
What?
I said, how the fuck do you make paint?
You.
Oh, I bet I need the painting bench, don't I?
Yeah. Maybe. I have one. It lets you paint things.
Well, I had assumed.
You know what?
I
These
will
tier 4
make use of that another
fuel
day.
cells weren't nearly as complicated to make as I remembered.
Nope. That's why I'm like, why do I have so many of these tier 3s dropping? I don't need them.
Do we want drone parts?
There's a man shooting a sniper at my capital ship. I wish you wouldn't do that. It's incredibly disrespectful. Anyway. Glowing iron goes in there.
See, I feel like I should do other shit while I'm here, but honestly, I just kind of, I never looked at the space station for parts. I just looked at materials, right? So I want to go look at the space station, but more importantly, I need to go back to Bardwell 2 to make some shit so I can go do some other stuff. I just got really confused. I don't remember what I'm supposed to be doing. Hang on.
I thought you were making...
I'm back on board. I need to make the things to make the things to do the things to make the things.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
Yep. No, I'm back caught up. My explanation is terrible, but
I know what you mean.
Ricky knows what I mean.
All these are light power mods.
Because I'm like, I got one step left.
Use that for.
Looks at that step. This step involves 4 steps. So you got 2 problems. That was good. Thank you for sending me that.
Oh, I figured you would like that. Sort this. What are these mods? I don't care. Find that out later. Bones. One of these days I'm gonna have use for bones, I swear.
My understanding, based on the things they say, they exist primarily to be sold to the hunter person.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, there is no space station here at Gasparoni.
No space station at Pepperoni. Not gonna lie, I was just passing through that system. On my way to Angelini to get the glowing radium. Because I need that. I love that the just push the button to like launch you into space is like a fully optional like cutscene launch sequence, or you could like just fly away.
Right. It
Like, that
does
was,
seem to go a little faster if you use the cutscene.
Yeah.
Depending on
that
what
was, like,
vehicle
another,
you're in, I'd
weird,
imagine.
Complaint that I had about Starfield, which is that it just felt like so much of that was like cutscene. Like landing is cutscene, taking off is cutscene, whatever is cutscene.
That's a fair criticism. It didn't bother me like it did some other people, not just you. But
yeah, it didn't bother me like too much. I think it was just that I had like come from playing a lot more like No Man's Sky-esque stuff, and like this is like the newer thing from the bigger studio of people with actual wallets. And it just jumped my expectation a little bit that it wasn't going to be like more seamless given how good it looked and how good the shipbuilding was. I just kind of feel like, oh yeah, I'm just going to be able to pop off this planet and land wherever I want. And it's like, okay, well, you can't land wherever you want. Also, there's kind of like no map. Also, all the sequences are kind of just sequences, which made it more cinematic but less fluid. So like, if they were going for cinematic, I think they nailed it because it felt like a movie.
In a lot of things, and I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, but it feels like they took a very Mass Effect-like approach.
I could see that.
And like Mass Effect, really popular
I'm gonna
game,
blast this
etc.,
house from
etc., etc.
space.
So like using that is kind of one of the cornerstones of your conceptualization for how your space game going to be space game.
Right. Like that's a valid choice.
Yeah.
Design choice.
Especially since there are segments of that game
what the fuck is that?
that are very, very obviously inspired by certain sequences in Mass Effect.
I would definitely say there are at least some that seem there are points at which I was playing Starfield, and like for all the flack that like I gave that game, I don't think it was awful. I don't hate it. I just really, really wanted it to be better than what it was for me.
Yeah.
But there are points of that game where it feels like you're playing a movie. Like when you go to some like the star stations that have like been like taken over by like the pirates, and you have to like float through in zero G and like shoot at them as you're going through. Like that feels like a fucking Mission Impossible space rescue bullshit that I have not found in another game yet.
And it does genuinely make you feel very badass.
Yes. Very cool. Even playing that on like the hardest difficulty, where like sometimes I would like walk through an area and there'd just be like 4 people around corners and they just shoot you and you die, and there's nothing you can do about that. For the first time knowing that, like the second time I'm like, oh, there's a guy here. I'm gonna shoot this guy, push his corpse through here. They're gonna react to his corpse. I'm gonna throw fucking grenade in 0 G, which it's just gonna hover in front of me and then blow up. That's gonna distract them. Then I'm gonna go around like and shoot, and that like just worked. Right. Like some of that stuff I think was just good. I just I wasn't super jazzed on the story, and the ship combat kind of didn't really do it for me either. And some of the other stuff just kind of took me out. But like, I liked the base building. I liked the ship building. The cinematic moments when you could get them were very, very good. This entire man's house is just a glass capsule. Why the fuck did I come here? I'm pissed. I had a quest, and it was like, there's a dark creature that's like attacking like somebody like from the village, like help them. And I go and I see this house. The whole house is corrupted. There's like a giant evil stegosaurus on top. I light strike the whole building. Fuck that house. Then I come in, kill the dinosaur that's still struggling to live. The entire house is literally the whole inside of the house is glass. There's no inside. There's no man in here. It's just building and then glass. That's weird as fuck. Okay. Let me grab some more of these fucking batteries while I'm here.
Okay, well, the purification bench very much feels like an armory and not a purification bench. The corruption cleaner is an actual purification bench. I'm
literally just trying to farm a bunch of the glowing stuff so I can go back to the purification bench and see what kind of crazy stuff I can make. Because that feels like the exact thing I'm not supposed to do. In terms of how they want me to progress this story.
I have never collected water to make distilled water. I've just always had enough.
Same. I have a water collector on me just in case I ever run into the need to collect water. But I also have 100 distilled water somehow.
I have 3 distilled water left. So for the first time, I'm going to go collect water. Also, I'm curious if you can collect the lava and use it for decorating.
You know, I'm curious as to what collecting water looks like, so I'm gonna watch you do that because I've never fucking done it. Like, truly never done it. I've also been holding myself back from fishing because...
Same. We've talked about this.
Yeah. It's either going to be really, really good and then I'll get sucked into it, or it'll suck and then it won't matter that I tried it. But either way, if another layer of gameplay mechanics sucks me further into this game, I'm literally never going to finish any of the other games I'm supposed to play this year. Like, we still have to play fucking Warsaw Man. Still gotta play fucking Clair Obscure.
Oh my god, the Thaumaturge, yes, which is also really good, and I'm glad it came out last year. Because there are too many other good things I'm currently playing that came out this goddamn year.
Exactly. I'm just like, at some point, I am gonna have to play a real game and not dig holes in an imaginary planet.
It is,
which I was gonna do today because I was like, man, teleporting to and from my ship is really fucking with my eyes, and then I realized that I had medicine for that.
See, I've been sitting here debating on reinstalling Shadows of Doubt real quick and making you go detective mode with me.
I will not do it. You can't make me. I will literally play anything else. Because that will be the 5th game that we have started to play, and then.
Oh no, that's like a pick up, do a mission thing, and move on.
Oh, I know.
It's not even multiplayer.
Oh, I know. But you and I both know that if we enjoy it, we'll keep doing it.
Yeah.
And we've been playing Ready or Not, New Risk of Rain 2 shit drop that we haven't looked at, Thaumaturge is here, Clair Obscure is here, this game is here, you still haven't
Evil
got back
West.
into Blueprints, there's an Evil West, there's another game I'm forgetting the name of. We definitely haven't gone back and looked at Door Kickers.
Nope. Nope. Look, there are too many games that are amazing for me to spend any time right now looking at a game that's confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Fair?
That's totally fair. I don't even remember the other game we played together. I'm like completely blanking.
Evil West?
No, there was the one we played together like a while ago that we played like twice, and then I think we did something else. I don't even remember what it was, but the zombie game. Fuck. State of Decay 2.
Oh, yeah. We're probably not going back to that, brother.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Let's not add anything else to the list because I know we're also probably going to want to add the headliners to the list as soon as you get another person or two.
Oh, yeah. Which I don't think will be hard because I think Zach, I just tried to... Brother.
Oh, God. Oh, the floor is lava. Oh, actually, no, it's just evil. Okay.
Floor is lava. Evil lava. Evil lava.
I thought I was standing on lava, and that was why my screen was shaking. But then I was standing on the darkness stuff.
Oh, yeah, that'll do that.
That's just fine. I'll just walk away. Lava means I dug down too fast, and now I'm fucked. Which I'm honestly kind of glad that these planets like stop at lava and don't have cores, because that would be fucking insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking something similar once I discovered that.
That was one of the few like times I've hit like just a hard limitation in a game and been like, oh, thank God.
All right. What upgrades can I buy for a scout ship, motherfucker?
Oh my God, the glowing radium is fucking corrupted. I was like, why can I not mine this? I have to uncorrupt it first. While I'm standing on the lava blocks with no energy in my jetpack. Okay. Glad I brought these bandages. Batteries are gonna help me. Alright, let me get out of here. Fuck this. I'll get more glowing ore at the glowing ore store.
I'm almost 100% certain that's not how any of that works.
How any of what works?
Correct.
Oh no.
Like, what you said was so wrong, it broke my brain, and I don't even remember what you were talking about. That's how bad it was.
Oops.
I
make you feel better if I also forgot?
Yes.
Radium. Radium. Okay, so far I have glowing gold, iron, radium, silver, and sulfur. Wait a minute. If there's glowing all the way up to tier 4s, that's another 16. Or, do I have space for this? I do, okay. Oh, tell me there's not goddamn glowing diamonds. The bleedy has glowing. Okay. Oh. Oh, of course I'm being shot at.
I need more logic boards again.
Fuck that guy. He dropped me multiple gem plates.
Okay.
Okay. I like that. Now, please warp me. Cruise me to the warp gate game. Game, you have me in cruise, but I am nowhere aimed at the warp gate. And I've been blasted out of warp again. Wow, one shot. Sorry, dude. I mean, that's what you get, pirate scum. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. You don't have logic boards. Interesting. You
What
better.
system are you in that doesn't have logic boards?
The smuggler didn't have them. Oh, neither does the fucking Strozier. Oh, maybe they have them on the regular. Nope.
Wow. That is just inconvenient.
And I'm only a couple of logic boards short of making the last, because I need to make a ship that is designed specifically for space combat.
Yeah.
And so I'm working on upgrading my fast, like, scout ship.
Yeah, I'm still looking for a fighter. Because I'd rather pick up a fighter. Because I think it'll be cheaper. Like, resource-wise.
Yeah.
But I have not found one. And my ship is, I mean, the missiles are...
So I'm
when I can
almost
get the missiles to
wondering
actually
if
lock
Scout
one,
and
it's fine,
Fighter
yeah.
overlap the same way Cargo and Titan do.
I think is it not Scout and Interceptor that overlap?
No. Interceptor.
Maybe Interceptor is the ship that I'm looking for.
But, like, there's this gun that says Fighter, and I'm like, that could...
I already forgot where I was supposed to go. That's another UI thing. When you're piloting your ship and you go to your tab menu, you can't get access to your discoveries, which means you can't get access to the planets and stars you've been to recently.
You know what? I'm going to buy the Interceptor class shield just to have it and see what all it will actually fit on. Because I feel like what
smart.
ship is this? Oh, this is the Basilisk.
See, glowing gold.
See, and
iron,
this is
radium,
also a
silver,
scout
sulfur.
that very much looks like a fighter. That looks like a starfighter all day long.
Okay, copper I don't have. So I can go to Double ED and get copper. Elementus and get glowing cobalt. Okay, let's go to Double EDs first since we're here.
You cannot put an interceptor shield on a scout ship. So they are decidedly different classes, which I assumed. Right.
Yeah.
But it was worth a shot. And that still doesn't confirm that Scout and Fighter are necessarily different fucking classes.
Right.
Do you have shit for a fighter? You do. You have a fighter class 1 engine or a fighter class laser gun Mark IV. That does 500 damage with 1,000 range, 2,000 projectile speed, and a fire rate of 223. That seems real good. Takes 12 seconds of continuous firing to overheat. Okay, so here's the deal. The fighter class laser gun shows up in the Titan. And it requires glowing copper ingots. So are fighter and cargo the two classes of Titan? Because that would make sense.
Chest. What the fuck? Am I supposed to be able to open this or no?
Wait, but the Interceptor class Shield Mark II is here? I'm very confused. I'm going to have to see if I can put the Interceptor part on the other guy.
Okay, I don't know what's going on with those fucking chests. That's annoying.
Okay, so real question, Ricky.
Yes.
Shield or engine? Probably shield, right?
I'll go shield because engine seems to be like exclusively for the how much you get when you boost and how much you fly below cloud cover, which I basically never do on my ship anyway. But I do get blasted a lot by radioactive animals.
Fair.
Okay, that's ancient weapon. Or not ancient weapon. What the fuck is that? That's temple. Oh, this must be a light temple. No, it's not. There's no light here. Must be pirates. Yep. It's the pirates.
All right.
Yeah, they really nerfed pirates. Holy shit. Okay, well, that was... I guess not a waste of time if ancient keys are ever going to be something I'm looking for.
They're used to unlock temples. And I'm guessing other things.
There's got to be some other use for them, because I have 21. I'm not even trying. You know, the first cargo slot is where all the shit goes when you blow up shit in space, which if I knew that, I wouldn't have used it for something organized. That's stupid.
Oh my god.
Oh shit. Oh, What the fuck?
This...
That looks bad.
Yeah, I have to destroy this to unlock the planet that I'm trying to utilize.
Oh, that's how the darkness barrier works? Okay.
As near as I can figure it out. That being said, upgrading most of this ship to tier 3 was a good call.
What the hell was it before? Tier 1?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the Scout, the engine is still tier 1, but I was able to build Mark II everything else, but there's actually a level in the Scout class below Scout class, and it's just engine Mark 1. Because that's what the micro that you start with starts with.
And I'm gonna have to reorganize this inventory again sometime soon, but not at this very second because QB needs to find me some goddamn ore.
I need to build some fucking batteries. Fucking... Oh, see, this motherfucker knows I'm out of fucking power, doesn't he? If I wasn't out of power, you motherfucker.
Can you put the anti-darkness mods on your excavator so you don't need the light purifier to dig through rocks?
I haven't been able to.
Darn.
What the fuck ship is that? You look like a goddamn pod racer, but built backwards. Oh no, I've seen that. That's the fucking, No, I haven't seen this one. This is the Camo Stellar Jet. I haven't seen this one before. This one has 180 cargo space. What?
What class is that?
Oh, no, I've seen it. This is Titan. I've seen this one. This is the one that feels like high school on the inside.
Oh. Weird.
Agree.
QB, you found me 2 glowing copper. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that?
I probably really didn't need to do that, but I'm lazy.
Okay. Oh my god, there is glowing diamond.
Yeah, I had assumed there was a glowing of everything there was a not glowing for.
I was kind of hoping that it was like limited to tier 4s. Wishful thinking.
$230 titanium. I'm feeling good about my titanium stores now.
Okay. Let me move these so I can make sense of this in my stupid little drugged head. Aluminum, copper, iron. I don't have any glowing aluminum. Okay. Coal. Doesn't count. Gold ore. I have glowing gold. Silver. Sulfur. Radium. Okay.
Combat ships burn through fucking fuel very quickly.
Yes, sir. Yes, they do.
Welcome, Raiders! How you doing? For those of you who don't know me, my name's Dave. Zach, I'm assuming you were playing Mass Effect. How was it? Does it make you... I discovered gamma matter. Well, that's terrifying.
Massively effective at accruing a huge group of raiders, seems like.
Yeah. What's up, everybody? I'm playing the other space game that has been absorbing Zach's time and mine and Ricky's and... I mean, hey. I've been known to have people think I'm a god in bed. I know that's not what you said, but it doesn't have to be. I love how this guy's opening volley was like hardcore. And then...
And he ran out of power.
Then he ran out of power, yep.
Which is about how it is when I do it.
Why are you still firing? Stop firing. You exploded. Be a fuel cell. No fuel cells, but another warp core, which I guess is...
Same thing.
Almost as good.
Be not afraid, unless that would make you surrender faster.
And then be very afraid. Wow, my ship is almost destroyed. You know what we're going to do before we do the going to that planet? Well, first off, we're going to go pick up whatever the fuck is over here.
I need glowing aluminum. Click button. Glowing aluminum. Eliza 3. Okay, we're going to Eliza 3. Right after this commercial break.
But yeah, Raiders, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Dave. I play games with Zach a lot, as well as other members of our collective community. Been kind of hard stuck on Cubic Odyssey, other things currently going on. GTA RP, which is always a good time.
Is it?
For them, yes. I mean, if you want it to be a good time for me, sorry chat, but you're gonna have to pay more than attention. Hey, that was good. I liked that one.
I am being blasted. I did not consent.
I have the proverbial pube hair of life left. I'm just hoping I make it to the warp gate where I can repair my ship before anyone else decides to shoot at me while I'm in space.
That's fair.
Pink. Bang, bang, bang on the counter. Shut up and take my goddamn money. Oh, no, it costs $4,000 to fix. But, to be fair...
Oh, no, I need to load a save. Oh, no. Okay. Jesus. That was... I'm stupid. Okay. Thank God it saves whenever you leave a planet.
The autosave in this is very robust for as unintrusive as it is. I got so many capacitors from those deaths. You can wait till later.
Because I, oh god, I'm being shot. On keyboard and mouse, the default menu action button is Y, which is just like move something from one to the other, which I was pressing to avoid spamming the shit out of clicking my finger so it wouldn't irritate my finger.
Okay.
And the default button for instantaneously deleting any item that you have is C, and for some reason I thought I was pressing Y, and I was pressing C, and I deleted my entire tab of mods that I had saved.
Oh.
Just absentmindedly clicking and deleting them, and then I realized, I was like, oh, those should have been in my inventory and should have like kind of overfilled by now because I don't have as much space in my ship inventory and my personal inventory because I'm carrying stuff. Then I looked and saw no mods, and I was like, reload. I was only cruising anyway. I like to sort and cruise.
Fair. Fair.
Holy crap. Yeah, I had a bunch of stuff like motherboards and like microprocessors kind of like organized in a real nice grid in the first tab of my ship's cargo space. And I realized anytime I killed anything, it would just automatically dump stuff into my ship's first cargo space. So,
Well, some
that's
of us
absolutely unacceptable.
only have the first cargo space.
It's true. Those poor, poor, poor people. Wait, what was? Oh, right. Half my grenades were in my ship inventory. Okay, cool. So first tab is trash instead of last tab now.
I made 4 of these. Why do I only have 3? Is there one in here somewhere? No. 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 So, somehow, and some way, and for some reason, the game took it upon itself to delete one of my 4 light shards.
What?
I had 4 light shards. I've used 0 light shards. I now have 3 light shards.
That's not okay.
That's not what I wanted at all.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Why you tell me that bitch look like that, bro? Damn. Heads up would have been nice.
No count for taste, young blood.
Shit, you know it.
What the fuck is wrong with us? Oh.
Oh, just looking at the amount of spaces that are not filled in fills me with existential dread. Time to go look for aluminum. Time to stop by this spaceport and look at this ship. Time to crash into the spaceport and then have it autocorrect me and then look at the ship. Oh man, this is the hypersonic. Well, now wait a minute. This has incredibly high fire rate and speed. A highly advanced interceptor capable of overwhelming enemies with sheer velocity and firepower. But it's a scout ship. I'm gonna buy it. Buy it. Let's look. Ooh.
Why does this planet look like a bruise?
Okay, this is a scout ship. All 4. Okay, these are all Mark IV scout classes, though. Okay, this reasonably could be my combat ship. I guess. Maybe. But at the moment, I'm more interested in... Oh my god, I only have 100,000 qubits. On the verge of becoming poor.
I have like 50 some, brother.
Yeah, I don't want to be like that. That sounds horrible. I'm sorry, the Sword of Aetherion? One of the most advanced melee weapons. It contains plasma passed through several gem plates, so it's purple. Wait, is this a tier 6 laser? Is this a tier 6 purple lightsaber? I can't not buy this. I legally have to buy this.
You do, otherwise Samuel L. Jackson will revoke your fucking fan card.
That's exactly what's gonna happen. God damn it.
I activated a light temple, interact with the Guardian. Okay.
This is only 1 damage higher, but it has so charge damage.
Ricky?
Yes.
Activating light temples increases your health.
Alright.
I just remembered that
Yep,
when
that's on
I
me.
increased
I
to
should've-
5 health. Because
Yep.
they already displayed
Yep.
that to us by increasing it from 3 to 4 with the first one.
Yep. 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 I feel them now.
Stormer
Yep.
temples have become stronger. You're not alone. Other knights have been progressing on the same task. Distress
See,
call.
look, there's more of us.
Yeah. There's one other person that we know has been working on it. And they need help.
Oops.
So, like...
Sounds like a skill issue. I don't know what you want me to say. Tier 4 machine gun. I'm gonna pick it up because the mods might be useful. This is damage 2. Okay. Oh, you buy tier 3 fuel cells? Boy, do I have a present for you. I got 80 in them bitches.
Are there 3 different domes I need to purify on this fucking map?
Explosion level 5 mod, you say? Okay, let me just take all the Gear 3 fuel cells in the known universe and sell them to this guy. I'm legitimately going to be walking around for the next at least 2 hours with this purple lightsaber in my hand.
Screenshot. In-stream team, brother.
Oh shit, yeah. I love how the description of this in the description, it doesn't show that it's purple. It looks white. And then you use the damn thing. And it's fucking purple.
Yeah, I would call that pink myself, but fuchsia. I think fuchsia's
Yeah,
fair.
fuchsia. Fuchsia magenta for sure.
Yeah, it's in that borderland between pink and purple for sure. Definitely, yeah.
Right. And this is made with like crystals, like reflecting light and not like paint. So like the magenta yellow colored spectrum probably make more sense. But it make lightsaber sound when I hold it in my hand.
Satisfying. I'm airdropping on my motorbike.
What is a composite?
Oh
chest?
no! Oh, what are you? I made a mistake. Why am I here?
Oh.
What the fuck is that thing?
Dark Walker? Time to go home. That's the time to go home, man. He comes to you when you stay at a party too long and tells you it's time to go home. Oh, he only buys one fuel cell. Fuck that guy. It's crazy how you're still on that planet.
I mean, to be fair, I'm the knight. This is what I'm supposed to be good at.
You're right.
But I'm actively taking damage just from being near the motherfucker. Which is problematic.
Let me tell you something. I don't care what fucking badge they put on me. I'm not gonna walk up to that without a goddamn plan.
I see. Well, so the grenade launcher was kind of supposed to be the plan. And that ain't doing it. So this is the new plan.
That makes sense. Yeah, orbital strike is definitely it's a grenade launcher and then orbital strike.
Yeah.
In the ordnance list.
For something that big, yes. Correct.
That reminds me, I should probably have a light crystal just on hand. Just in case. Light shark.
I'm
Did it
assuming
kill him?
this is the thing's core. What?
Did it kill him? Nope.
I have to do that.
Okay, so it gave him like a weakening phase. So you
More
need
than
like
once.
5 light shards to kill that.
No, 3. Because it took me a while to figure out the mechanic.
You have fun with that.
I think a bird is firing radiation at me.
I'm gonna go cheerfully pick some aluminum off the ground.
No, why are you already this big again? I fucked up that one.
Can't you just shoot it with the purifier? Wouldn't that damage it?
No, because it doesn't have any kind of range, which means I have to be...
Like on top of it?
Yeah, which hurts.
Note to self. Purify like 50 temples before I take a quest again.
Yeah, no, I'm... Fuck! You know, this is the point where Dave has decided that this is above his pay grade. I can't teleport because I'm taking damage. And you took away my motorcycle. You fucker.
You guys are getting paid?
Wait, what? What is that from?
Oh god, comedy road trip movie.
Harold and Kumar go to White Castle?
No.
Freddy got fingered.
No.
Beer
it's
Fest.
one that children can watch.
Oh,
Meet the Millers.
I've never seen it.
That's convenient.
I don't know that I've ever heard of it.
Well,
which makes me recognizing a quote from it, although to be fair, it could have easily been in a great number of
It's a
other
meme.
things as well.
It's a very popular meme.
Ah.
And I believe that the actor who said it then is now a somewhat popular actor, although I'm probably the worst person to gauge who is and is not a popular actor.
He's also in 51st Bosses. Or not 50, Horrible Bosses. Maybe.
That's good for him.
And then a TV show. See, I thought I was getting involved in like a dome thing like this. Why isn't this dome
Yeah, it
marked
looked like
on
a dome thing.
Why isn't
But then
this...
it was like a living thing. To be fair, I don't think the Darkness domes are marked because they're just covering like a random thing. Like the dark spawners aren't marked either. Man, I hope this is what I was looking for because QB has suddenly been super unhelpful after I got attacked by all those spiders. It's fucking not. Okay. Oh, no, this was it. It was behind me. What the fuck is this? Quartz. Okay, well, I didn't come all the way down here for quartz. Where's the rest of the glowing aluminum? It's over here. Corrupt.
What the fuck is this thing?
Infected anal plug.
Fucking something, brother. This planet is fucked.
I guess that's why they sent the distress beacon, huh?
Fucking laser turtle?
Did you blow up that turtle?
No. Oh, see, this is just a giant fucking spider's nest. So that's fun.
You can't say I'm fond of that.
Oh, we're leaving. How did that happen? Gee. That planet's shit. That planet's worse. You know what? Maybe you'll be something fun and interesting before I leave this system, probably forever, and then just move back to Bardwell and never leave again. Look, giant glitch in the Matrix spiders, and less giant but still unreasonably large, fucking...
Yeah, no, I agree.
Meth head spider... I'm brother. do me a favor and take functionally nothing to fix. I can just fix this.
It's a basilisk.
Yep.
I thought you already passed up on the basilisk.
No. It's $25,000 to buy. This is the first one I've seen to fix.
Yeah, but if you sold multiple diamonds, emeralds, and uranium ingots, you probably have $25,000. Wait, was that a tier 5 cargo?
Yep. Nope, tier 3.
Damn. Better than nothing.
Which gives me 2 tabs?
Well, somewhat.
2 half tabs? Oh yeah, it doesn't have any batteries. That makes sense. Well,
Yeah, I was kind of strange.
Let's go see if there are batteries there. Jesus, this thing is fast.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Like, it just jumped ahead of those. And that was unreasonably fast. Once it hit cruise.
Inconveniently fast. Yeah, that cruise speed was crazy. I honestly wish you could kind of swap ships like you can speeders.
Are these just empty fucking chests? I think these are empty chests that didn't despawn.
Can you get them if you jump out?
No, I've looked at those
ship?
before. They're actually empty if you look in them.
Oh. That's kind of sad. I already forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah. Next on the list, silicon.
Shit.
KQB, where the fuck have I found silicon before? I have never found glowing silicon before. Okay. We will skip that then. Glowing tin. That better not be as hard to get as normal tin was. Never seen glowing tin. Okay.
Is there another door? There is, right there. All right.
Gold, silver, no silicon, no tin, magnetite. Surely I've encountered glowing magnetite. Yes, I have. On Hughesville. Hughesville system. Okay, let's go there. Why do I have no UI? Fuck. Hide HUD is apparently H.
Yes.
Otherwise, I accidentally hit H. Okay. Love that I immediately got blasted out of fucking cruise. Now, why is it that I can only shoot my missiles so infrequently?
Hose.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, by the way, the ship here on Bardwell that looks like a really dumb grasshopper. This guy,
yes,
is an interceptor.
Is it?
Yeah. Always has been.
Okay. Okay, don't need that. Yeah, okay, so then I'm definitely looking for some kind of fighter class ship. Or at least an interceptor that's designated fighter. Like a Titan that's designated cargo. Or however that works.
Oh yeah, I didn't say it made any goddamn sense.
Oh no, yeah, I'm just saying, like looking at that, because I'm like, I definitely looked at that and it didn't have the stats that I was looking for. So I guess that means I am looking for something else. But that does help narrow down.
Well,
my
but
search.
also this is the stats of a tier 1 interceptor.
Yes.
What? How did I manage to do that stupidity? God damn it.
I forgot where I was going to go. Glowing magnetite. Hughes bow. It has glowing magnetite and glowing polonium. Okay. Warp gates having literal zero lag is one of those things that like both makes technical sense and also freaks me out on a technical level.
Fucking how? Yeah. Makes perfect
It's like,
sense.
what do you
Fucking
mean
how?
you loaded in an entire solar system in half a second? Like, yes, of course, the planets aren't loaded, but also, like, what? Well, the planet with the glowing polonium looks like you downloaded a virus, so I'm not gonna go to that one. Where's the other one? Hughesbow 4. Okay. Hughesbow 4 it is.
Sulfur's used in missiles. That makes a lot of sense.
You know, I haven't made a lot of the, I don't think I've made any of the Phoenix missiles.
I haven't made any of either of the missiles.
Well, I needed the missiles. Is that a skunk? It's not. Come here, bitch. Time for a lightsaber duel. Oh, it stuns them. That's less fair than I imagined it would be. Yeah, the monkey put up a better fight than you. Literally. Also, there's monkeys. Sorry, Omega Pithis, whatever this shit is.
Monkey.
Close to goddamn enough. I feel like this is the first time I've been in a traditional jungle biome. Running through these planets. That pterodactyl just shit fire. I'm going underground now.
Feels like a fair and measured response, honestly.
You know, I came down here with the lightsaber, and about 3 swings in, I remembered that my melee level is 1. So that didn't fucking work.
Yeah, no, that checks out.
So we're gonna run that back really quickly with the grenade launcher. Because my range level is not 1. And then we're gonna go back to Bardwell and get some combat experience. Because, oh my god, was that embarrassing. It's been a while since I last died.
Fair.
And I got my glowing magnetite, which is what I came here for. And some titanium.
See, part of me is feeling like I didn't accomplish shit this stream. But the other part of me is like, no, you mined out a giant cube of ancient hull. Just so much of that shit.
Which probably helped your mining level.
And it's expensive as fuck to craft.
I don't think I even ever considered crafting it, but now that you mention it, yeah, probably. Probably one of the more expensive building materials to craft.
Well, it can only be made in a light temple, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But I do now have a direct walk path from Bardwell to that system I just left with all the spiders. Like, I can get, as long as I'm on Bardwell 2, I can get there without even getting on my ship.
Which, like, the way you said it sounded like a good thing, but that's, like, the thing that I would want the least in the world.
Well, so I don't have to keep putting ships in potential danger of doing things, and I can just have this radiuming.
True. I need to go pee again. Jesus Christ.
Dumbass.
Lord have mercy. Oh. All right.
Have we figured out a way to make our own landing pad yet?
I have not. I haven't actually tried to, but I have not. I think the fastest way to see if you could would be to blueprint clone an existing landing pad on a like city and just try and print it somewhere else and see if it still works. Or at least see what blocks it says that it is made of.
You know what, it's logical.
Damage bonus 1 acres. Don't need that either. Sorry.
Bless you, my son.
Thanks.
You're welcome. We both sound very confused by that interaction, which I find incredibly appropriate.
I'm really confused why the laser turret needs dark matter. I'm like that seems like a big job. Okay, so this is tier 3. So, is this affected by my range level? Oh, I need to repair shit. Not that. You lost your fucking mind. This item can't be repaired. Oh no.
What item?
Dave, the Sword of Ethereum can't be repaired.
Okay.
My purple lightsaber can't be repaired if I get injured.
Perfect. Kind of.
Yeah, okay, that means I can definitely not take that with me until my melee level is high enough that it would be useful, because there's no reason to risk losing it since I've only ever found one of them. You cannot repair ship fuel cells. Good to know. Okay. Magnetite goes here.
I think this
that was
actually is an
nice.
example of the red darkness meteor shit I was talking about earlier in the stream on Bardwell 2.
Oh, nice. Are you back on Bardwell 2 again?
Yeah, because I can teleport to the new place from here. But yeah, look at that.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I've been around on Bardwell 2 during a meteor shower since the new update. And all the meteors that hit near me before then were just getting shot down by my missile thing after I put it up. So I don't think I've actually seen that.
So these ones are, I believe they're scripted.
That makes sense, because then you could get in a position like that other guy where there's no way for you to get corrupted shit at all. So thankfully that's not how that works. But it's also not obvious that that's how that works.
Right. But I also don't think it should be obvious. Like, I think it could be more obvious.
You spent an entire hour arguing with me that this game should be made for fucking stupid people, otherwise it would die.
No. That wasn't the point I was making. That was not the point I was making. The point I was making is Minecraft does not have enough diversity in it even now to have lived this long without A, stupid people continually paying money for it, and B, modders keeping it interesting for those new stupid people who are coming in and continuing to pay money.
Yeah, but that wasn't what we started talking about it for. We started talking about it because I specifically said that they should add the mechanic as a limiting factor to the game, and you were like, no, because then stupid people won't want to play it. And I was like, it shouldn't be about stupid people. It should just be about whether the mechanic makes sense and is interesting.
I categorically dislike gatekeepy things in crafting survival games of that type. Right? Because that doesn't make sense
but this
to
is
lock
also
you from...
gatekeeping because then you literally can't get to the next star system unless you wait for the scripted meteor to fall and then you purify the ground. How is that less gatekeepy than just adding another fucking temple somewhere?
No.
At least the temple.
That's
will be on
not
the
what
fucking
you were
mini-map.
talking about. You were talking about wanting the temples, or wanting to have more temples activated to be able to clear stuff in other parts of the galaxy, is what you were talking
I
about.
said in
not
order to
this
be able
problem.
to use the big space laser, you should have a temple somewhere in the range of where you're going to use the big space laser.
Right, but then the problem comes...
Because then it doesn't make sense.
Then define in the range, because there are already fuckloads of temples, and that may be already a mechanic. None of us have gone more than a few jumps away from Bardwell.
You're right. And that was all I was saying, was that, like, that if the mechanic doesn't work that way, it should, and if it does work that way, then great. Because that just makes sense.
I thought you were saying there needed to be
the
one
main
in...
story of scripting meteor seems way more gatekeepy than lasers.
No, because if you follow instructions, you won't have that problem. Because they specifically tell you to collect shit. And how to do it.
Well, if you follow the instructions to do the fucking light temples, you won't have a laser problem.
Okay, no. The problem with multiple light temples is, based on how I think the end game works, it's going to be too many fucking things. If there were one in every goddamn system.
I didn't say there should be one in every system. That's weird.
Well, right, but...
If there was one in every system, just the mere
But
fact
you're
that there's
talking
one in
about
every system
proximity,
means
and
that-
realistically, anything that would be close enough to be assistance would have to be in the same system.
No. I mean, the whole point of the Light Temple network is that they all work together to contain the darkness in some kind of unknown dimension from where they're at, right? So they do have significant range in terms of how they work. So they wouldn't need to be like in every system. I would say at the max density, every system should at least be connected to one. That would be most dense, and then maybe 2 to 3 jumps away for something that's less dense. Although it seems that all of the ships that we have a warp range meter, which is like functionally capped at 1, but could be higher than that. So
No, it's not functionally capped at 1. It's based on your engine. My tier 2 scout engine has a warp of 1.25. So in one jump, I can warp further away.
Okay.
So that's...
So yeah. So like we've got like better warp technology, like the super ancient laser array of darkness protection should probably be better than like my jump drive. For sure. But like probably not as good as I only have one temple and I can shoot it across the entire galaxy, because then why is the darkness even still here?
So my understanding of the network was less because of the laser beam thingy and more because it creates a net of protection a la magic spell, not functional artillery.
Oh yeah, like I get that the darkness could like get out without the full array there. Like there'd be places where it could leak. But if you could just have a guy be like, hey, there's some darkness here, and then you just beam it the fuck out of existence from literally anywhere in the galaxy, like it shouldn't have destroyed our capital. It's just all I'm saying. Like there should have been a known problem that we like legitimately had no way of handling, and not there's literally like 100 temples that could have dealt with this at any point in time, and we just didn't do anything about it, kind of thing. That makes no sense.
See, and it sounds like, to me, it's been so long since it's been a problem that we didn't realize it ever was or could be again a problem. I.e., think Precursors and Flood from Halo.
Yeah, that makes sense. It seemed like, and again, this is just me speculating from the very little of the main quest that I've played. the temple that we do actually activate, it's not like it was destroyed or damaged or anything. It just wasn't maintained. Like the light array to make sure the temple was active wasn't maintained.
And probably
And
because
that's, like,
nobody
why
knew
the
how,
grid
because
went
nobody knew
down.
what the fuck it was for.
Right. It's like no one, like people were just like, there's just lasers just going across this planet. That's kind of weird. And then like they got stopped by a tree, and you're like, is that important? I don't know. And then like, you know, as that happens more and more over the course of several years over all the planets, like the darkness can just kind of get out because the array's just poorly maintained. Like that makes sense. That's totally real. In the cutscene that we get of the team of like tons of like scientists and like sending out like the tons of scouts and like doing all the research, like we just never came across that information even once until us randomly. But then as soon as we got here, we knew exactly what we were looking for. Because we asked one guy. Like that seems like not
I mean,
right
to be fair, we
somehow.
are also on the far-flung outer edge of the galaxy, and it sounds like communication between systems isn't great at this point.
Yeah, because they didn't even know that the systems were like all fucked.
Right. So, like, there are a lot of things here that
are amiss for sure,
and
not in a bad way. Like I'm not.
No, but
I'm just saying,
like
it seems that there's some odd. Either this is written this way on purpose and it's just going to be explained and I'm just being dramatic, or it is dumb, which would be upsetting. But fine, like it's a story and block game.
And I mean,
it's not going for story of the year, I don't think.
To be fair, this story reminds me more of the implementation of the Halo rings, which nobody knew what they were fucking for. For 4 goddamn games, it took them to realize what the Halo rings were for, but they were fucking around on them. Nobody had a fucking clue. Right? How many scientists actively lived on and researched the Halo rings, didn't realize it was one giant space fucking time erasure railgun fucking spooky fucking weapon thing, right?
Yeah, that.
You telling me all them people lived on all them Halos for all them multiple years before the start of the first goddamn game.
I mean, to be fair,
And nobody had an idea that it was a fucking weapon?
We live on Earth, and we don't know what's in the ocean.
That's what, dude, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, them just not having a fucking clue and half forgetting shit was there. Kind of fair.
Yeah, but like when it came down to it, and it was like, oh, we need to know what this is, otherwise, like the known universe disintegrates. They figured it out.
Yeah,
in what I consider a somewhat reasonable time frame for that.
And that's the step we are on now, is the figuring it out, I think.
Yeah.
Because I think there was a lot less time and a lot less research done when the Red Darkness resurfaced than...
Yeah, that's what it's starting to feel like, is that maybe there's like some... The way that I'm like perceiving the time of this happening, because the way that it's visually presented seems as though like gradually over time the net got weaker and the darkness kind of slipped out, and maybe it's just gradually over time the net got weaker and then the darkness just like came all over the galaxy immediately.
That's what I saw.
Is
it got weak enough for it to bust through, and it busted through everywhere all at once.
Yeah.
And that's always how I have perceived the story, which makes everything that's happening make a lot more sense in comparison.
For sure.
So
yeah, that's probably just me being like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean that we're all fucked and we couldn't do anything about it at all? We just didn't. No one figured out. Hey, That shit's red.
Bananas taste good in sandwiches.
Like, that grass was green. Now that grass is it's glitchy and walking backwards. We should fix it. Okay, so I can make matter housing, although I'm not sure what matter I would house because I don't really have more than one. What the fuck was I about to look for? What planet am I on? Where am I?
Are you okay, brother?
No.
Wait a minute. What planet am I?
This
What year is
medicine
this?
got me losing my mind. And my memory. Okay, I'm looking for... I got the glowing magnetite. I did do that. What else glows in this fucking star system? Polonium? I need some glowing polonium. Polonium. Which one's got that? Cusbo 3. The one I'm not on. The one that looks like it would eat me. Cool. Let's fucking go then. I'm assuming that Hughesville 3 is not a planet that I can go to. This planet is protected by a darkness field. We cannot land. Okay. But what if it wasn't?
You gotta space fight the cum bubble.
Well, time to warp away.
That's not what I said.
It's not, but the things that you did say made me not want to do those things.
You know what? That's fair. I also don't like space fighting the cum bubble. I forgot
I'm being attacked by pirates. Oh no.
I forgot what I needed all this goddamn radium for.
It'd be great if my shields could recharge.
Transistors.
It'd be great if his shields didn't recharge.
Transistors are needed in a lot of tier 4 and 5 gear. And the energy station, which is also important to me that I build. At some point in the very near future.
Yeah, I was relying on it pretty heavily after what Zach said, and then I took out 2 pirate bases and got 22 batteries, so now I'm not really using it. New resource discovered. X matter. Ooh.
I have some of that.
And gamma matter.
I have some of that too.
And dark matter. What the fuck? I got a lot of shit from.
I also have
Turn
dark
that
matter.
Is it just me, or does it seem like the pirates are like on the side of the darkness? Is that just?
Yeah, it very much feels that way sometimes.
Like, this seems like a very technologically advanced evil entity. Or not even advanced, but like specifically technologically engaged. Like how it's projecting force fields from space onto planets, that seems not needed. For something that can just infect the planet and take it over. Like, what's the... fuck is the shield for? Well, I went from no dark matter to like not insignificant amount pretty quick there.
From fighting pirates?
I guess I was shooting the pirates that were nearby the force field machine. Because like once I turned around, it was like literally right behind me. Which I did not realize there would be pirates at the force field machine. Also, I completely forgot what fucking planet I was supposed to be going to. Hughesbow 3 has my polonium. Yeah, and I got more from breaking the force fields. So I guess breaking those force fields is like the primary way to get dark matter.
I genuinely don't know what force fields you're talking about.
On the planets, the darkness force fields.
Oh.
Because I remember Zach was saying on the last stream that like there was no way for him to like go and like actively farm those high level matter materials, and I was like, there's probably a way.
I told him it was from fighting shit.
Yeah, but like that's non-specific. Because he fights a lot of shit, and I don't fight anything, and I already probably have more than he does. Because I just broke 3 of those force fields. This whole planet is like one big archipelago, and that's not what I was expecting from looking at it on the outside. Where would I go here that's like... that would have nuclear material? This is a beach. Actually, there's a surprising amount of nuclear material on the beach. Never mind. Okay, so this planet was protected by a darkness force field, but there doesn't seem to be very much darkness on the planet itself. I'm sure the story was gonna explain the force field thing to me, and I wouldn't be confused. But oops, I'm confused. What the fuck is the force field for?
Did you destroy the thing on Bardwell 3? You know, like the story directs you to?
Yes.
Were you
I did that.
Were you paying attention when you did that to what it was telling you about that?
I thought so. What did that have to do with force fields?
Okay, what are you talking about? There was no dome on Bardwell 3 for you?
Okay, yes. Dome is... I'm not talking about dome. I'm talking about when you go to land on a planet, and it's like, you can't land on this planet because there is a magical force field.
Oh, yeah.
Or scientific, and then you destroy it in space. That force field. Did they
Gotcha.
explain what that was for? And I missed it? Or
No.
Okay, cool.
That is unexplained.
I'm just trying to keep track, because I'm like, that seems like...
No, that is the
if
unexplained
I can just beam
mechanic
myself onto a planet
that is the stopgap for that quest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm like, if I can just beam myself onto a planet and then, like, convert it into evil, do I need a force field to protect it from something? Unless I'm protecting it from, like, the orbital laser? But there's nothing on it. Like, the planet's not infected, so... But then there were pirates protecting the laser, so... Are the pirates weaponizing the darkness?
I think the
to take over
darkness might
planets?
be weaponizing the pirates.
I mean, like, you know, symbiotic relationship. Like, darkness creeps into pirates and be like, hey, I can give you the power to do this. And then pirates hold planets for ransom.
No, I think it's more of a Dead Space type deal where the pirates don't even realize they're doing the thing they're doing. Necessarily.
Interesting. I feel like that would make more sense for the zombies than the pirates. Although I haven't seen any zombies, and Zach says they're terrifying, and I believe him.
Well, but like it could be different steps of a similar type of corruption, right? Like first you start acting on behalf of the thing, and then you slowly devolve into whatever.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And the pirates may be more susceptible
would not yet be devolved.
to... Right, and the pirates might be more susceptible to that type of influence by the sheer and simple fact they are aggressive by nature anyway.
Or morally great.
Right. And I thought we weren't get to do any theory crafting. That's not true.
Well, we wouldn't get to do theory crafting if we played the fucking story.
I mean, I am playing the story. Well, mostly.
I'm gonna say, I think you're like one story beat ahead of me. I would say act, but like you said, they're not really acts.
Right. They call them acts, they're actually chapters. Not to be nitpicky.
Not to be nitpicky, but exclusively a nitpick.
Well, look, language is language and words are words because they mean things and those meanings are important. So if we start to use them willy-nilly, what's the fucking point of established language?
I don't disagree with you, which is why I didn't call them acts. But it is a nitpick. Especially because we determined that these guys are probably not even English speakers.
At least not natively, no. Eastern European as near as I can tell.
QB, please. You haven't found this ore at all on this planet.
But
Now,
this
mind
planet
you-
is definitely supposed to have this ore. So
It
what are you
definitely
doing?
is. But the whole planet is literally an island chain. So I don't know where I would even go to get you close to looking for it.
Down.
But if you can't tell me... Oh, I went down. I was in the lava underneath the ocean. Because that felt like a reasonable location to try it. Oh. Well, here's a lovely town. City. I say lovely, it's being attacked by pirates as I walk up to it. It has a landing pad that is objectively too small for me to land on, but I will use it anyway. Let's repair that. I saw another ship, and it looked big.
Oh man, with one more sapphire, one more motherboard. I could make 2 planet portals.
This guy's buying bandages for 123 cubits. That's the wildest markup I've ever seen on a bandage.
He's buying them for that?
Yeah.
Oh god. Go make a bunch and sell him all of the band-aids he'll ever need.
What do you think I'm about to do? Yeah, he's only buying sapphires for 151 cubits, so he's a crazy person.
Chat, at my time to pee. I be back. I wouldn't recommend getting down that way in the future.
10%, 15%, it's a fair tip.
I can smother him in his own cake. Hang on.
The nerves are to die. Shit. No! Oh my god, help! Help! Oh my god! Help! Help!
I have no more questions. Does my co-counsel have any questions?
Yes. Hey, Officer Sanchez.
Hello. 1 second. Forgive me. Forgive me.
It's all good, don't worry.
What the shit just happened?
AFK.
Well, so if you're married, you get tax breaks on like property ownership.
Yeah. You got any kids with this gorilla?
Oh fuck no.
Oh. So you would get more money in your tax return if you had kids.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna fuck a gorilla.
Well, you married a gorilla for tax reasons, so why not just go all the way?
Cause I don't want to fuck a gorilla. Okay. This is fine. Everything's fine. Not the alien! Fuck! Who aliened me? What the fuck are you? Fucking, is this Cthulhu and the Devil's Love Child? What the fuck? Yeah, don't hurt my house. That's my fucking house. I probably shouldn't go around asking people if they want to step in my shower.
Shield build now, apparently, because I'm just stacking armor.
That's good. You unlock a character by getting 40 block in a round.
Yeah.
It's
Good
Benny,
stuff,
the beaver.
Yep.
It's the only character who isn't a rabbit. No, don't do that. That kills. Don't kill people, Dave. That... Yo!
What?
Yo! Let's fucking go! Hi, kids. Do you like violence? You want to see me stick 9-inch nails through each one of my eyelids? Want to copy me and do exactly like I did? This is stupid, chat. I shouldn't do this, chat. Are we doing it? Oh shit, and he makes it! Well, lightning there. I think I'm gonna go try to get me one of them high school educations.
You waited so long, stop debating, because I'm back. I'm on the rag and ovulating. I know that you've got a job, Miss Cheney, but your husband's out problems complicating. The FCC won't let me be, or let me be me, so let me see. They tried to shut me down on MTV, but it feels so empty without me. So come on a dip, bum on your lips, fuck that, come on your lips and some on your tits, get ready, because this shit's about to get heavy. I just settled on my lawsuits. Fuck you, Debbie.
And if you have an old dick, you know what to do. Damn. What the fuck?
Don't let your kids watch.
Oh, you take my this stuff.
Follow me.
Are they getting naked and going into the... What the fuck are they doing?
Oh my god, what the fuck is that?
No, it's okay. It's okay. Bite the pillow. I'm coming in dry.
Oh, Jesus. He said, bite the pillow. I'm coming in dry. Chat, what have I gotten myself into?
Oh, boy.
Feel it on my fucking gold.
I'll let you lick my gumdrop buttons. Not the gumdrop buttons! You wanna taste this booty?
No. There's no booty there.
What's going on, guys? We're back. I don't remember why I came here.
Alright, time to, Oh shit, almost died. What the fuck? Oh my god, what? Titanothermionorax? I don't even know what that means.
All your base are belong to us.
That's correct. So... I was wondering why the pirates were attacking this place so expeditiously. There's literal stairs from a temple they've taken over that lead directly to where my fucking ship is parked.
You know, that makes a certain kind of sense.
Yes, well, it'll make much more sense when I fire a rocket into their abdomens.
Fair.
Because fuck them and that entire location. Yes, you thought that you would be safe as long as you were surrounded by ancient stone hull. But I am not the darkness. I am the light, and I have come to cleanse you from this world.
So I'm standing at the bottom of a meteor crater, Ricky. You want to see how deep it is?
Okay. Kinda. I'm looking. Jesus.
They really just hammered
kind of
this
meteor was
one
that?
spot over and over and over again, it seems.
Yeah, that's like 4 or 5 meteors landing in the exact same spot.
Oh, look at me all cute in my bed and shit. With my gun.
You have a bed?
Yeah. It's on my
The
ship.
fuck? You could sleep?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I hope my guy isn't fucking tired, because that's definitely not a mechanic I've engaged with yet. Yeah, there used to be a pirate right there, but now it's a pile of dust. Cool, now I have 2 extra rocket launchers that I don't need. First world problems.
Correct. Correct.
You know what they say, first world problems require third world solutions.
Cheap labor.
I was thinking oil, but yeah, that too. There seems to be a missile-sized hole in the hull of my ship. It's a little rude of them. I forgot how expensive it is to repair a rocket launcher. I will not be doing that. I will not be doing that. Okay, let's look at my new bullshit.
Oh, I need more motherboards, you say?
That's just ice. Oh, fuck, let me dump these batteries. And where the fuck this shit is. Okay, so all the new matters that I have, I only have one antimatter. One gamma matter. That's not good. How's this organized? Antimatter, dark matter, gamma matter, X matter, Higgs boson is last. That seems not right, but what the fuck do I know what X matter even means? Okay. So let's make a dark matter cell, because I needed that for something. Okay. You know, I feel like it would have just made more sense for me to put the fucking ores in a different tab. I'm not dumb, I'm just stupid. It's curable, I swear. Yeah, no, that can't go there. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I put it in the wrong spot. Oh, true, yeah, there is no order form for, like, diamond and shit that you can collect.
There is what?
And I was trying to sort my inventory from, like, the ores and ingots and stuff, and I was like, wait, there is no ore for diamond and stuff. I was like, why does this list look weird? Nope, those come before. Shit.
Oh, just so you know, there is a golden chest by the statue that says reward monument that you can collect from every hour.
By where?
On Bardwell 3, a statue gets assembled after you trigger the thing, right?
Yeah.
Right here, there's a chest called Reward Monument. It just gave me 1,000 qubits.
Oh.
And it says I can claim it again in an hour.
Oh. Okay.
And that all felt like incredibly useful information, so.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I don't think I even noticed that, Chess.
I didn't either until just now.
If I did, I surely only opened it once, because what do you mean every hour? That's crazy.
I'm not collecting any of this ancient hull block. Are you proud of me?
I mean, you don't fucking need it, do you?
I don't think so.
Well, better grab some just to be safe.
No. But I will say the concept of vein miner with a mining laser makes a lot more sense, where it's going to do its best to attempt connected materials that are the same material as the material you're trying to manipulate than it does to do that with a pickaxe in Minecraft.
Well, yes. I mean, the pickaxe is magic, and I don't know that there's actually a mechanism for a laser to change its own direction.
So it would be less about changing direction, and this is in my imagining. It would be less about changing direction and more about exciting molecules in a particular way on a particular wavelength, because you can design lasers that affect certain materials much differently than others. And
right, you could design a laser that would only mine the thing that you wanted. It's just that the other things are kind of in the way.
Well, no. But I'm saying, so anything that's actually connecting face on face all gets treated as the same thing, right? Wouldn't work for diagonals, wouldn't pull whole things out of the side of a mountain. But like these two blocks, and if there's a block behind that one, that block as well, would all go together. Because it treats it as one larger quantity instead of multiple smaller quantities. That being said, I would be happy with a wider beam laser just for the, like, making hallways. Right? Make it something I can walk through without crouching. I'd be happy with that. Instead of having to look up and down and up and down and up and down and up and... You know what I mean?
I just kind of jig my thing in a circle and it carves me out of 4x4, but yeah, I do know what you mean. I think wider beam definitely makes more sense on a physics level. I'm assuming that you mean like you hit something and the laser only refracts amongst the type of thing that it is, and then they all just kind of explode and the other things are like left unaffected, which kind of makes sense.
Yeah. I feel like there's better suspension of disbelief there than magic, right?
Right, yeah. I mean, I think magic is like the ultimate suspension of disbelief, because like once you say magic, it's like, what the fuck am I gonna do?
Well, right, but
magic.
you get what I mean.
Yeah. But that's definitely interesting. That's what I'm gonna file it under.
Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing? I think I need 12 total emeralds. Or not emeralds, diamonds. I am also tired. Welcome, Raiders! The real pure shots. I don't believe I know you, but welcome. Hi, I'm Dave. For those of you who don't know me, or I do know you from the server, maybe, and Mickey was here as an anchor.
Oh, God. Oh.
Perhaps. Yeah, for those of you who don't know me, my name's Dave. I'm a variety creator. I do a lot of RP, though we're kind of on hiatus from that, as I'm restricted to essentially controller gaming because of... I fucked up my elbow, is the easy solution, and controller is much less angry on elbow than... Fair. Yeah, I love this game. Look, if Claire Obscure Expedition 33 wasn't just perfect in implementation and concept so far for me, this would be my game of the year so far this year. As it stands, it's a very close second. Which I feel is saying a lot standing up next to Expedition 33. Oh yeah, no, I'm very excited. Ricky actually is he's here in voice with me, but he's actually the lead stop doing that, Dave, you're a crazy person guy on our Minecraft modding team. And we have talked about, as things advance in this, we would like to take a crack at making a fun like larger multiplayer server out of this potentially, just because I mean it has the room, it has the space to support lots of players in the universe itself.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, like, resource wise, like, because I haven't played this much in multiplayer to know what the resource footprint of other people is, and maybe that's the part that's really bad. But like, the resource intensiveness of this game is remarkably low compared to like, Minecraft.
So my understanding is that, from kind of what I've seen from people with computers similar to mine and Zach's, right? Because I think our hardware is a little better than yours, and yours is a little above average anyway, based on Steam metrics of, you know, what most people are using for hardware. But people in Zach and I's range are seeing between 1 and 2 gigs of usage with 4 players in a lobby of RAM, which is, you know, what we see anyway.
Right.
But that's primarily because of host first implementation, I would imagine. Hey, thanks for that follow. Now, that being said, once we get some sort of build that allows for a dedicated server, that is likely going to change entirely. Because there will be a lot more burden spread across multiple action types for the server to manage. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, it's just a complication.
You could easily have this with... Okay. You could easily make a server for this that uses nearly no resources. However... No. I need you to look at this because, Ricky, I see that. I don't want to look at it.
It's a barnacle from fucking Half-Life.
You have fun with that.
It's dead now.
You enjoyed that thing.
Because it was a barnacle from Half-Life.
But yeah, no, it seems like... And again, the amount of information that you actually need to manage for a game like this, for people to play it, isn't that high.
Right.
Just because it's just not. Minecraft has a similar methodology kind of towards it, where it's like what you really need to manage is like metadata and just let the fucking clients work out everything else.
Right.
And
the problem there is the client runs in Java, like, which is Java.
That was a mimic. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I'm leaving this planet.
Okay, so when you say mimic, what do you mean mimic?
No, I mean there was a block. It looked like a block of sand. I walked up to it. It growled. I backed up.
So you know the green lightning
spider
plant
monster unfolded from it and then chased me to my fucking ship until I flew away.
Oh, so that's different than the ones I've seen then.
So I don't live here anymore.
Valid. Yeah, I too choose typically to elect not to live in a place where the flora becomes aggressive fauna, mysteriously.
That was just a cube of dirt. Like, if I walked up to like a scary looking tree and the scary looking tree turned around and bit me, at least I could reason that in my head. That was literally just a square of dirt.
So, I have cubes of grass. On Bardwell 2, there will be a cube of grass that turns into one of those plants that shoots lightning, but the corrupted version.
Okay.
So that's the type of mimic I've seen. Did you already drop off, assholes? Nope, you're dropping off, assholes, right now. Ow, stop it. Ow, stop it. Displacer monkey. Lizard, dog. It's a weird dog. I want a capuchin. I would name it Sergeant Spanky.
I would eat it.
That's a choice.
Yep.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it is objectively the wrong choice, but it is in fact a choice.
Between attempt to capture Space Monkey and kill and eat Space Monkey, I think one of us has a better chance of success.
No, I meant in real life.
Between kill real life monkey and capture real life monkey, I
Who
think one of us
capture?
abducted.
I buy. I buy toilet trained caption.
Between you being able to get the money together to buy a monkey that's trained and me being able to shoot it, time to complete task seems lower for me. Still.
Yeah, probably. What is that? I'm Hans, and this is Franz, and we are here to pump you up. Ah.
Interesting.
Do you not want to pumping the iron with us? Get very strong. Tell all the bullies that they can just fuck off, yeah? Yeah, these bastards. Fuck you. Yep. Nope. Look at this, Ricky.
Yeah, that
Watch.
was creepy. I saw that.
Fuck those guys. Stop sounding like a dog.
Stop sounding like a dog.
Yeah, and everybody was kung fu fighting. And then I pulled out my gun. Yep, sand falls out from underneath of you. A thing I continually forget.
Yeah, mainly because sand falling out from underneath of you or on top of you in this game is not like a death sentence. Like it is in Minecraft.
Right. Well, but also just
Early.
walking across it will trigger it. Like, unlike in Minecraft, you don't have to start mining it. Just standing on it will make it fall. I may have fallen down farther than I intended, yeah. Oh, but look, here are the rubies.
Seem to have gotten my ship into an interesting state whereby it is both modified and also has unloaded my modifications at the same time.
That sounds problematic.
Indeed. You could say that.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the reason I typically say things is because they're true.
Everyone has off days.
Or in some cases, it's even a broke clock's right twice a day situation.
Also fair.
QB, I need you to find Diamond, realistically. All the fucking way up there, brother? All right, QB, do it again.
Yes, game, it would just make more sense to have my chair here. But also, fuck you.
Oh shit.
Damn it.
I have enough diamonds. We can leave.
No. There we go. Okay, I need to crawl in through the window and then fix the window.
Der window? Oh, be careful, crawl through der window.
Now, video game, why the fuck would you think I wanted to do that? Why would I want a meter-long fucking line of glass out into the middle of goddamn nowhere? Instead of, I don't know,
where
the
it would
wall
make
of my
sense.
fucking ship.
See this one, it happens to me frequently.
Man, I just know this fucked up somehow, but I can't be asked to figure it out.
It's fair.
Anyway.
Green.
Okay. Hello, mirror. Okay, I don't need the education here anymore, but I also have literally nothing else that I want to talk out right now. Oh, let me look at the lights. Could I reasonably put a shit bench on my shit? Would that even matter? Probably not. Because I'm not at the point where I can reasonably make anything that I don't have. And I'm not painting shit right now. What was I even working towards with the fucking antimatter? What did I need that for? Tier 7 extractor. Ooh, Tier 7 QV parts. I cannot make that. Oh, wait, what about the fucking Tier 5 suit? That's what I needed. I needed a gamma matter cell for the Tier 5 suit. Because I have literally everything else. Matter cell. Matter container is superconductor. One superconductor, one gem plate. That's actually cheaper than I thought. Okay, so I will use my gamma cell for this. Now, what's the Tier 6 suit? Oh no. Oh wait, that's literally easier to make. No, fuck, it's not.
That's literally easier to make. Lie detector test shows that was a lie.
No, because I've been gatekept because Tier 5 backpack is microprocessor, gem plate, transistor, capacitor, fucking sapweave. Who cares about that?
Yeah, I could.
T5 scanner,
make that
superconductor,
now.
gem plate, transistor, jetpack, microprocessor, gem plate, transistor. Tier 5 suit, microprocessor, gem plate, transistor, and then a gamma matter cell. So I couldn't make the Tier 5 helmet because I didn't have fucking gamma matter. Tier 6 is dark matter, which is actually less rare than gamma matter. The only difference is that it uses more gem plates. And
I
more
need
superconductors, I
a
assume.
matter container.
That's easy to make.
I apparently don't have it unlocked yet.
No?
Nope. Which is a shame because
Have you made a gem plate already?
I have 7 of them.
Have you crafted one?
No.
Do that. Because remember, you unlock the other stuff by crafting it, not just picking it up.
See, and I feel like that's bullshit. Like, I know that's the case, but I feel it's bullshit. Like, that shouldn't be how some of this shit works. Because why am I going to craft something that's god-awful expensive?
Just to learn how to craft the next thing? Great question. I thought the same thing when I was crafting.
Oh,
the
no, I
fucking
can just
extractor.
make a matter container. I just couldn't do it at that bench.
Okay. I was about to say, you need a gem plate for the matter container anyway, so I guess it's not so bad, but...
Right, but
it's
when I already
very
have 7 and they're so goddamn expensive.
Exactly. It's very inconvenient.
Especially considering I just used all my diamonds making the Tier 4 helmet that I'm immediately replacing.
20 quantum processors for the Tier 7 extractor. Fuck me. I already extracted with Tier 8. This has got to be like...
Oh, I'm not high enough level to craft the gamma matter cell yet.
Oh. What's that level? 20? 24?
Yep, 20. And I'm crafting level 19. God damn it.
So you're saying you should craft the gem plate?
No, I'll
For the
find
XP.
something else that I actually need.
Glowing ore extractor. An advanced extractor which can gather and reconstitute glowing materials from the planets where they... Okay, yeah, I'm gonna make that. I can't make that. What the fuck? Oh my god. 10 gem plates, 5 superconductors, 8 antimatter cells, 8 dark matter cells, 8 gamma matter cells. Guess guess I'm gonna go crack some force fields after this.
Fair, just hit level 20, so now I can make the other thing.
And let's see, 6 quantum processors. QB, when I give you this drone scanner, you better become God. I promise you. You better be able to see into stars and tell me their composition. Not that that would be useful to me in any way, but
Tier 5 suit, let's go.
fuck you for getting that so easily. You don't know my pain, my struggle.
I need a bunch of gems and tier 4 shit. And tier 3 shit.
I need a fucking inventory size mod or something. Unless that's not a thing. Oh, you know what? I probably just need a tier 6 backpack. Fuck. Okay. Alright, game. What are you gonna make me go do for that? Don't tell me to suck off that monkey. Antimatter. Okay. I can get antimatter. Probably. Is there a tier 7 backpack? Fuck. There's probably a tier 7 backpack. Well, if backpacks are only inventory, then...
They're not only inventory, they can also increase your armor and other stuff through mods.
That's what I'm saying, like, in terms of, like, the stats. Because, like, the other ones, like, your helmet increases, like, your shield, your armor, your sprint capacity, all that. But backpack's only inventory, so that means all the mods I put on it is for whatever I want. I was kind of
you can put armor mods on your backpack, your jetpack, and your scanner.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh.
I was reserving my backpack to put on inventory mods, thinking that they might exist. And now that I realize that it just goes up to tier 7 and you just capped on space, that was dumb. And I could have put on armor mods this whole time.
Oh,
instead
yes.
of thinking they were inventory mods.
Yes.
But yeah, I knew you could put inventory mods on the other mods on there. I just wasn't doing it.
Oh, well that
So now I'm
was
going to
dumb.
stop doing that. You're right, but it was also dumb to not upgrade my health this entire time when I could have just gone to another temple. So I'm going to have max shields before I have a 5th health bar. Heart thing. And I'm probably going to use my backpack for jetpack mods. Because the only other mods that I even have, other than armor and shields, are light power and light aperture, which increases the flashlight, which is like the least useful thing for me. So, not worried about flashlight.
Fair.
But I haven't gotten a... That's not true. I have a tier 3 shield mod. I have no idea why I have so many fucking projectile velocity mods. That's weird. Okay. New priority, max out all the gears. So then I can just worry about mods. 10 quantum processors, my fat fucking ass. New priority, fucking not that.
My game just crashed?
Uh-oh. That's your first crash, yes?
Yeah, ever. I didn't even crash in the demo.
Interesting.
But you know what? I think that's a reasonably good... I mean, we've been live for almost 10 hours. I feel like that's a reasonably good stopping point for us here. We're going to be finding a channel to raid. That's in French.
That was not what I wanted to push.
Person's been live for 37 seconds, but they're... that's not English. That I don't think is English. See, the problem with trying to find a raid target this time of night is if somebody I don't know, or if somebody I know isn't streaming, I end at a time that it's like we're to English. And then I see
nice
stuff
if there
in
was, like, a reasonable person playing Cubic Odyssey, like in a language that the people in this chat would speak.
Right, yeah.
But that's not always available yet.
Because, like, this person's stream title is Minecraft equals No Man's Sky, and they're playing Cubic Odyssey. That doesn't make any sense. That's in French. That's in Russian. That's in Japanese.
This game is basically Minecraft with No Man's Sky.
Right. But why is it Minecraft equals No Man's Sky? It should be
because
Minecraft plus
stupid.
No Man. Exactly.
Or they hit shift when they were making their stream title.
You know what? Pirate Software literally just went live. Just now. 1 minute and 14 seconds ago, according to this. Or is that an hour and 14 minutes ago? 1 minute and 14 seconds ago makes more sense.
This is around the time he normally goes live, and then he streams for like 12 hours.
I mean, I'm familiar with that. Fuck it, we're going to raid Pirate Software because I don't have a better target. Tell him he needs to play Space Minecraft. Don't actually do that, but maybe do.
What the fuck is he playing?
Software and game. It's a dev stream. Yep.
Okay.
Hour and 17 minutes, so we went live an hour ago. Okay, I now know how that works. I'm trying the new raid thing.
Got it.
Guys, we're raiding Pirate Software. Just say hi, Thor, from Dave. That makes sense in my head. I do want to thank everybody for coming and hanging out for the raids, everybody who came and followed. If you're new to the channel, make sure you hit that follow button. If you're new on YouTube, make sure you subscribe on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, also make sure you subscribe on YouTube, I guess. I don't know. I'm tired. Have a great night, everyone. Never stop leveling up. We'll see you next time.
Linux. Oh, it just has Linux, but doesn't have Arch in here.